Good morning. Good morning. It is currently 8:34 a.m. Yes, sir. Good morning. It is currently 8:34 a.m. and today's date is the 2nd of March 2025. How are you doing? How was your night? Happy Sunday. Are you enjoying your weekend? All right, today we're going to throw it back to um President Trump, the 45th and the 47th president of the United States. We're going to take a look at his campaign promises. We've technically checked this out earlier in December after he won the election. However, because it's been over a month, I want us to actually go back in time, take a look at what he said, what he promised, the words he um, said on the campaign trail. Is he sticking to the script? Is he doing what he said he was going to do pertaining to the um, border security, pertaining to the economy, pertaining to foreign policies, pertaining to the security of the homeland, pertaining to the veterans, pertaining to Medicaid, pertaining to Social Security, just pertaining to everything generally in the United States? Okay. Is Trump sticking to the script or is he not sticking to the script? Okay. So that's what we're going to take a look at this morning. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about what's going on in the country, new recent updates. Okay. This is a compilation of everything Trump said during um, questionnaires between him and the press. All right. So enjoy the show. Throwback. It's a little long, but it's something that when you watch it, you can truly say if he is sticking to the script or if he's just doing what he wants to do. But this is very crucial for uh, American voters, or if you voted for Trump, this is definitely very important. But even if you didn't vote for Trump, this is still important because you can learn and listen to what he said. And if he's not sticking to the script, then maybe he should be criticized. But if he is sticking to the script, and it's like should he be commended or should he be given his flowers? So enjoy the show. Let me know what you think in the comment section below, and you know, like and share, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is $4.99, and let's have fun.
Thank you. USA. USA.
USA.
We love our country. We love our country, don't we? It's amazing. And it's a great country, but we have to take it back because our country's not feeling so well nowadays. And we're going to bring it back and we're going to make it healthy and beautiful and better than ever. And it's really, this is some crowd, and you can duplicate the crowd outside. So if anybody would like to give up your seat, that would be okay. No, no. Let's have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody.
That song gets me fired up every
It's
time.
so great. Lee Greenwood is so great. Great guy, too.
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
This is a very special evening for us all to have a conversation about some of the real issues that are facing Americans across the country and that don't get talked about often enough. And I want to start with one that's very personal to me, hard to talk about sometimes. This is only the second time I've spoken about it publicly, but my husband and I were married almost 10 years ago. We wanted to start a family. We were very excited about it. Unfortunately, it was very difficult. We were not successful in trying to get pregnant. For us, IVF seemed to be the only option and the last resort. As you know, it's a pretty difficult process. It's very, very expensive. I was in Congress at the time, traveling. I would carry the medicine that I had to administer shots to myself sometimes in an airport bathroom. And ultimately, the most difficult part was every time going to the doctor for another transfer and hoping that it would result in a positive pregnancy test, and then being heartbroken over and over every time that test came back negative. Now, I know some of your opponents, your political opponents, are saying that you want to ban IVF. While it didn't work for us, it's worked for a lot of families. And I just know that there are women and couples in this crowd, or those who are watching here tonight, who may be going through this same struggle and are concerned about being able to have this option, either because they might not be able to afford it, or they're concerned that it just may not be available. And I'd love for you to talk to them about how they should feel.
Well, thank you very much, Tulsi. And I didn't know about your situation. And it's tough stuff, right? Tough. Life is pretty tough. It can be beautiful, but it can be difficult. We are doing something with IVF, because IVF, as you know from friends and people you know, it's really worked out very well for a lot of people. It gave them a child when they would not have had a child. And I told my people I wanted to look at this a couple of weeks ago. And as you know, we have no taxes on a thing called tips, you know that? And I said, tell me, we did three things. We did that, and we did no tax for seniors on Social Security benefits. We want to have that. And I've been seeing a lot of IVF, and I kept hearing that I'm against it, and I'm actually very much for it. In fact, in Alabama, where the judge ruled against it, and I countered the judge and came out with a very strong statement for it. And the Alabama...
You were very quick in your response to that.
I was, but they were too. They were amazing. The legislature approved virtually my statement. I'm in full IVF, and it has really gone. It's terrific. And I said, so with the tips and with the Social Security, the no taxes on Social Security, I said maybe for IVF, and I've been looking at it, and what we're going to do is for people that are using IVF, which is fertilization, the government is going to pay for it, or we're going to get or mandate your insurance company to pay for it, which is going to be great. We're going to do that.
I can't tell you how life-changing that would be for so many families, because it costs a lot of money. A lot of people go into debt just for the hope of being able to start their own family.
Well, it's big, and you know what? We want to produce babies in this country, right? We want to produce babies. So I think it's going to be something we sort of announced it a little bit. We were in a great place, Michigan. We all love Michigan, right? We're going to bring back the car industry, and we're going to get a lot of it back to Michigan. They've been taking our cars away. They've been taking our manufacturing away over years, over decades. And if you look at it today, it's a shell of what it was years ago, but we're going to bring it back. Mexico is right now building massive car factories, actually being financed and built by China, and they think they're going to sell their cars back into our country. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. Oh, listen to that. That is not going to happen. But so many things have gone wrong in the car industry. The union leadership has been horrible. I think I'm going to win by 85%, the union, but because we're bringing it back. And we're going to have electric cars, but we're going to have gasoline-powered cars, and we're going to have hybrids. We're going to have every kind of car. We're not going with just that. But I just felt that it would be a good place to announce it, and we did sort of the announcement there a little bit, and now we do the big announcement tonight in front of all of these television stations, all of the fake news, you know, the fake, they're all over the place. They're all over the place. I don't know what's going on. We don't even know, I was saying, because we're doing this, and I finished, and I figured I was going to come here, and we're going to make a speech. I had a speech all set for you. I was ready. They said, sir, you're actually doing a town hall. I said, oh, nobody told me that. I said, who's doing it? They said, Tulsi. I said, well, that's at least good news. I've been a fan of hers for a long time, I have to tell you. So I didn't even know. I'm in the plane, and I'm looking over some material, and we're going to give you a hell of a speech tonight. We were set to give you one hell of a speech. They said, no, sir, it's a town hall. I said, why doesn't somebody tell me this stuff? And I don't even have any idea who we're doing it for. I don't know. Is it for a network or what? I see a lot of television all over the place, so maybe it's on all of them. But I did get to see the strangest thing today. I looked at the news conference of Kamala. I call her Comrade Kamala. She's you know that. She's a Marxist. Her father was a Marxist before her. So she was brought up in the family tradition. And she really is, and this country is not ready for a Marxist. We don't want a Marxist as a president. And she destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California. And we're not going to let it destroy our country. I'll tell you, it's not going to happen. So, but just to finish, so for some reason she doesn't want to talk to anybody. So she's either not the smartest light in the ceiling. I'm trying to be nice here. I want to be. They say, be nice, sir, be nice. You know, it's hard to be nice when somebody is destroying your country and wants to destroy your country. It's hard to be like nice. But she is. She was a terrible vice president. She was a terrible border czar, worst in history probably, not just in this country. But the border, you know, millions and millions of people, I say 20 million plus, have poured through the border during their term. I had the safest border in the history of our country. They have the most unsafe border in the history of the world. And they're coming through, and many of them are from prisons and jails. There's a slight difference, as you know, prisons and jails. Many are from mental institutions and insane asylums, and many are terrorists, and they're pouring into our country at a level. I don't know if you saw the news today, Tulsi. They had a group of, a lot of them, Venezuelan people with lots of machine guns taking over a building someplace. I'm looking, I'm saying, where is that? They went in and they took over a building. This is just the beginning. They're taking their criminals from all over the world, not just South America, not just Venezuela, which you've been reading about, all over the world. They're taking their criminals and they're dumping them into the United States. Kamala is allowing it to happen. And they actually want to give them papers. They want to make them citizens, and they want to give them your Social Security. They want to give them your Medicare. And your Social Security will collapse under her. I'm the one that's going to protect the Social Security. But they're coming. I will totally protect, as I did for 4 years. And there was no age increase. There was no anything. We're going to protect. You know, they destroy you with inflation, and then they want to destroy your Social Security. It's not going to happen. But this is going to be the most important election in the history of our country. So I just want to say that it's an honor to be with you tonight. It's a forum that's very different because I have no idea who the hell is broadcasting it. But all we'll do is we'll talk because we're friends. I love this state. I gave them Marinette. We gave them a very big, you know, Tulsi, we have a ship contract. And as you know, we gave Marinette yards, but we gave them a tremendous contract. They wanted it all over the country. I said, we're going to get it for Wisconsin, and it's a big one. And they're doing a great job, I understand. So we got that, and we're going to have a good time tonight. So let's go.
Mr. President, you talked about immigration. We actually have Amber here who's quite concerned about that, and she's got a question for you.
Mr. President, hello. My name is Amber, and I'm from Cameron, Wisconsin. I have 3 beautiful children, and I'm torn on who to support. My youngest daughter is here tonight. My oldest son is 18, and he just started trade school this week. Very proud of him. My concern is that illegal immigration is threatening opportunities for my children. I worry that it's taking away jobs from Americans. I'm wondering, what will you do about that?
All right, well, it's great. I think I'll stand up and... Do you mind if I turn around? Thank you, Amber, very much. And you're right. I'll tell you, we have the people that I'm talking about. They're pouring in at levels never seen before. They're coming in by millions and millions, and a lot of them are taking the jobs for the black population, the Hispanic population, and unions are going to be very badly affected because, and I was talking to some of the union heads who I actually do get along with, but they're very concerned about it because the jobs that are, the people that are coming in are just taken, and it's going to start with the black population. African Americans are losing their jobs, and I don't know if you heard the latest statistic that of the jobs that these people created, which is very little, every single job was taken, about 107% was taken by illegal immigrants. There's been no job creation from them. The jobs were filled by illegal immigrants. With all of that being said, I want to give you a very positive answer. We're going to win this election. We're going to turn this country around. We're going to become an unbelievable growth country. And your boy is going to have the greatest job. And you want to have a lot of choice with jobs. You know, you want them to go up and they get up and they, it's hard to believe I have that the way I get treated. But I look forward to every day because we're going to make America great again. So I really do. I look forward to it.
That's right.
But we're going to create a lot of jobs. We're going to create. Does he want to stay here? Or does he want to go to a different state or anything? Yeah, someplace in the Midwest. But this is a good place to stay, right? Wisconsin. So we'll be creating tremendous jobs for our country, and we're also turning away. You know, we're going to be closing the border, really closing it. By the way, did you see? So Kamala was for defunding the police. She was for open borders. She was for everything that you're not against. I could go through 14 different. She's changed on every single one of them. In fact, I think we should see the man in the red hat and the beautiful woman in the red hat says, "Make America Great Again." Perhaps we should give Kamala a "Make America Great Again" hat, right? But the problem is, that's not her belief. Her belief is open borders. Her belief is getting rid of Social Security. Her belief is doing all of these plans like for health insurance, where you have one big government-run mess. And if you have private plans, a lot of the people in this room have private plans. They're incredible plans. They worked hard to get those plans, and that's what they want. But with her, she wants to have, it's really a communist type of government. And I just saw her, Tulsi, she was sitting behind a desk doing this interview. And I said, Dana Bash, you could make yourself big tonight. All you have to do is be fair. I haven't seen the questions, but they gave out a sample. In fact, she's going to be on later on tonight with a taped. It was a taped. We're doing it live. Why are we doing it live and she's doing it taped? But
that's right. He's real.
But she was sitting behind that desk, this massive desk, and she didn't look like a leader to me, I'll be honest. I don't see her negotiating with President Xi of China. I don't see her with Kim Jong-un like we did with Kim Jong-un. So we're going to have to see what happens. I'll tell you what, November 5th is going to be the most important day in the history of this country.
Mr. President, there are a lot of people who want to feel hopeful about our future. I want to introduce you to Luke, who is one of those people.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good-looking guy.
Thank you. My name is Luke Pulaski, and I'm a junior here at the University of Wisconsin-La Crosse. I'll be voting for the first time in November, and I'm researching each candidate, and I have two questions for you. First, as I've been living on my own and buying my own gas and groceries, I have noticed that everything has become more expensive. For me personally, I try to eat healthy and stay lean. A pound of meat has gone from $4 to almost $7. I also would like to buy a home someday, but that seems just impossible now. What's your plan to make life more affordable and bring down inflation for someone like me?
Very good. Thank you. Good. It's probably the question I get most. You know, they say you're going to vote with your stomach. I don't know if you've heard it, but it's a little bit true. And groceries, food has gone up at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it, 50, 60, 70%. You take a look at bacon and some of these products, and some people don't eat bacon anymore. And we are going to get the energy prices down. When we get energy down, you know, this was caused by their horrible energy wind. They want wind all over the place. But when it doesn't blow, we have a little problem. This was caused by energy. This was really caused by energy, and also their unbelievable spending. They're spending us out of wealth, actually. They're taking our wealth away. But it was caused by energy. And what they've done is they started cutting way back. We were in third place. When I left, we were by far in first place, beating Russia, beating Saudi Arabia. And we were going to dominate to a level that we've never seen before. And then we had a bad election. I'll be very nice. I'm supposed to be nice when I talk about the election, because everybody's afraid to talk about, oh, please, sir, don't talk about the election, please. You know, if you can't talk about a bad election, you really don't have a democracy, if you think about it, right? But what they did, Tulsi, is they took back the oil production. The oil started going crazy. That started the inflation. Then they went back. They said, go back to where Trump was. The problem is that we would have been 3 times that level right now. We would have been so dominant over Russia and Saudi Arabia. Look, Saudi Arabia, Russia, a lot of oil. We would have had more. You know, we had something in Alaska, Anwar, that I created. I mean, Ronald Reagan wanted it. You remember? Ronald Reagan wanted it. They all wanted it. And I got it approved. Nobody was able to get it approved. I got it approved. And the first week in office, they turned it back. They said, no, it's the biggest site possibly in the world. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. Well, we're going to start that up. We're going to become the energy capital of the world. We're going to pay down our debt, and we're going to reduce your taxes still further. And your groceries are going to come tumbling down, and your interest rates are going to be tumbling down. And then you're going to go out, you're going to buy a beautiful house, okay? You're going to buy a beautiful house. That's called the American dream. The American dream. Thank you.
Mr. President, I want to ask you a question about national security, but first I think it's important to point out what Luke is talking about: the cost of groceries, the cost of gas, the cost of housing, mortgages, rent. Everything has gone up. Kamala Harris's plan that she's announced is government price controls. And I think it's important to touch on, you just laid out your plan. What's going to happen if Kamala Harris institutes price controls?
So that's a communist plan. It's never worked. And it's been tried by others. Believe it or not, Richard Nixon tried it. A lot of people tried it. It's been tried many times, and it always leads to the same failure. Tremendous inflation, lack of product. You don't have anything. The stores are not stocked. It has never worked. It's called control. They want control. And, you know, it's been so often. And everybody that comes in, they say it. It sort of sounds great. We're going to go price control. Actually, when she announced it, she got absolutely slaughtered by even Democrats because it doesn't work. It's a known loser. So now she doesn't talk about it. Do you notice she doesn't talk about climate change anymore? She's not talking about it. You know why? Because people don't want to hear it. They want to live a good life. They want to live a life. They don't want to stop your industry with climate change. They used to call it different things, global warming. Remember? That wasn't working because it was getting a little bit cooler. So they said, what are we going to do? We'll call it global cooling. No. So they came up with the words climate change, because that takes care of everything. Climate change. The climate's changing, but according to them, we're all going to be gone in about, what do we have, 3 years left? They had 12 years, remember? So in about 3 years, let me tell you, we do have a problem, though. It's climate change, but a different kind of climate change. It's called nuclear global warming. We can say that's global warming. And if we don't have a smart president, you know, you have 5 nations now with pretty massive nuclear power. Some have very massive, including us and Russia. China's behind, way behind, but within 4 or 5 years they'll catch up, and we don't want them to catch up. Look, the biggest problem, in my opinion, the biggest problem our country has, the biggest problem the world has, is nuclear weapons. They are a destructive force, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before, and we have to make sure they're never used. We have to make sure it's not going to happen.
You're exactly right. You brought up Ronald Reagan already. Ronald Reagan famously said, "A nuclear war can never be won and should never be fought." And I think it's interesting you talked about climate change, Mr. President. The Democrats and Kamala Harris, they were quick to talk about how climate change is an existential threat. But what they're not talking about is the existential threat of nuclear war and World War III, which is exactly where we sit today because of the warmongers and their puppets, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And they don't want to talk about it because the consequence of where they have taken all of us as the American people and the world is economic hardship around the world, a destruction of our economic well-being, and an annihilation of humanity, our families, our kids, our communities around the world. There was a recent poll that YouGov did that pointed out over 60% of Americans feel that World War III and nuclear war is going to happen within 5 to 10 years. And when I heard that, I felt so sad because they're at a point where they feel like this outcome, the annihilation of the world, is inevitable. So I wanted to ask you about this because it's important that people understand what kind of leadership you bring, what you will do to stop this slide towards nuclear war and World War III so that we can feel hopeful again.
Well, thank you. So, Viktor Orban, a very strong leader from Hungary, Prime Minister of Hungary, they asked him recently about what's the problem in the world. A few years ago, during my term, we didn't have Israel being attacked. We didn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. And they asked him, why is it so bad now? The Middle East is on fire. So many places are on fire, and there are plenty places that could very well and very quickly catch on. What's the problem? He said, you have to bring Trump back as president of the United States. You will have no problem. He single-handedly kept things, and it's true. And I could do it with telephone calls by being smart. But literally, he said, you have to bring Trump back. Now, he used a term I wouldn't use. He said everybody was afraid of Trump. You know who was afraid of Trump? They said China was afraid of Trump. Russia was afraid of Trump. They were all, and I don't want to say that. I will say this. They respected me and they respected our nation. They don't respect our nation anymore. They don't respect our nation anymore. Think of it. What would the world be like if Russia didn't do what they did, and they would have never done it? I used to speak to Putin about it. I had a very good relationship. No chance. You know what happened, I think, Afghanistan, when he saw the horrible leadership that we displayed in Afghanistan, I think he said, wow, this is a time to go in, because I wasn't there. He would have never done it if I was president, and Israel would have never been attacked. Think of it. What would this world be like? You wouldn't have had that disaster. And it wasn't leaving Afghanistan. And they should have kept Bagram. That's a big air base. It's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. They didn't keep it. You know who occupies it now, Tulsi? China occupies it. So we have, if you have the right president, and we don't right now, do we even have a president? He just came in. Think of it. He just came in from wherever the hell he went. You know, there was a coup. He just doesn't know it yet. But there was a coup. How about that? He got 14. I'm not a fan of his. He was the worst president. But,
You're not?
But think of this. He got 14 million votes. She was the first one to leave, you know. Kamala was the first one to quit. She never made it to the first state in the primaries, which was Iowa. Never even came close. Other people did, but she never even came close. And all of a sudden, she was picked. And she's now running for president. And look, it just started, really. It just really started. The polls have us up here. We're up in this. We're up in states, but it's close. It's close. It's close. And you know they cheat like hell, so we don't want to have it too close. But we have, because we have to win this. We're not going to have a country. But with him, I was so far up. We had a thing called, how did he do in the debate? Did you think he did well? Not too good? No, they wanted to have a debate. I said, okay, it's a little bit early, isn't it? I was trying to talk them out. I said, well, it's a little early for a debate, right? And they said, well, I think we'd like to do it. And that was not a good debate for them. That was not a good debate. So that was the beginning of the end for him, and they started looking. But they picked a woman that had absolutely no votes. She got no votes, and now she's running. So when you say threat to democracy, they are a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat to democracy. I'm not a threat. Thank you.
Mr. President, crime and the rise of crime is on the minds of a lot of people. I want to call on Danielle here, who has a question for you.
Hi, Danielle. Well, you need, and you get a lot of those questions from Minnesota. But you get a lot of those questions because Minnesota, I mean, they picked this guy. He is weird. Right? He's weird. I'm not weird. He's weird. No, he's a weird guy. He's a weird dude. You know, see, they come up with sound bites. They always have sound bites. And one of the things is that JD and I are weird. That guy is so straight. JD is he's doing a great job. Smart. Top student. Great guy. And he's not weird, and I'm not weird. I mean, we're a lot of things. We're not weird, I will tell you. But that guy is weird, don't you think? You know, he signed for, and this is, who would think that this is even happening in our country with men playing in women's sports and all of this, but he has it at a level that nobody can believe. A bill that every boy's bathroom will have tampons, okay? Hence his name, Tampon Tim. But think of it. Think of it. And you know, on the question of abortion, he is the one, abortion in the 9th month. And if the baby in Minnesota, and I'd love to win Minnesota because those people aren't digging this guy. They're not digging this guy. But think of this. 6 states, Minnesota's one of them. If the baby is born, you're allowed to execute the baby think of that, after birth in Minnesota, you're allowed to execute. And you remember the former governor, not the current governor, who's terrific, Len Youngkin. We're going to win maybe Virginia. We could do that. But the former governor, and he said, you sit the mother down and the father down. You sit them down and you talk. And the baby is born and you make a decision what to do. He meant, do you execute the baby after birth? And according to what they have passed and legislation, in Minnesota, they're allowed to execute the baby after birth. And this guy is a participant. And that's why she picked him, because she is, in fact, a Marxist/communist. Remember, I'd say all the time, our country will never be socialist, right? We will not have a socialist. Well, I was right. We skipped socialism. We went to communism. This woman has to be stopped.
Mr. President, we have time for one final question. I don't know if we can get a mic to Bernardo. He's got an important question, given very soon we will be honoring the anniversary of September 11th and all of the lives that were lost on that tragic day and that tragic attack where we were attacked by radical Islamist terrorists. And Bernardo wanted to share his thoughts and had a question for you on this.
Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Bernardo. I'm a voter here in Wisconsin, live in the wonderful La Crosse County here, and I'm also a father of 8. I have 7 here with me. And it's the anniversary of 9/11 is coming up. I'm concerned that we're more vulnerable now than ever. And we have a Democrat nominee who doesn't even want to say the words, says we shouldn't say the words, radical Islamic terror. How are we going to protect America from a terrorist attack?
First of all, it's a great question. And, you know, we have radical Islamists pouring into our country along with everybody else right now. They're coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We kept them out. We had 1 year where Border Patrol put down, it was, I believe, 2019, where they, and I don't believe this, I don't believe it's right, but I'll take it. They said 0 came in 20, that was my term, 0. Now we have thousands. I'd like to say that was true. It's probably not, because I can't imagine that. But we were very tough on that. Now they have thousands and thousands coming in, along with the prisoners and along with the crime. And remember, a lot of these countries like Venezuela, their crime is way down because they've moved their criminals into our country. It's not even believable. But your question on Islamists and all of the jihad and all of the things that they talk about, they have to respect your country. They have to respect your leader. You know, I had no radical Islam crime for 4 years, and I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to, I talked about it after, but I didn't want to talk about it during. I don't want to say like, I had absolutely, and the next day you get hit. But we had none, 4 years of it, because they respected your president, they respected your country, and we have to bring back that level of respect, and we're going to do it, we're going to do it. And we're not letting the wrong people into our country. Okay, thank you very much. Great question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you have run out of time here, but thank you for having this conversation with the people of Wisconsin and people across the country who are watching and concerned about these very same issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you
everyone,
much
for being here.
Thank you, everybody. Vote. Vote. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Not only Michigan, to the world. And you're not going to care so much about making cars if that stuff starts happening. And we have people that are not good at negotiation. The war should have never happened. President Biden, I want to be nice. Yeah, he was so nice to me yesterday. But, you know, in one way, I sort of wish the call wasn't made, because I do feel he's so nice. I'm so sorry about what happened and all that. But I have to lay it out. We have very important, and the same with Kamala today. She could not have been nicer. But the fact is, we have to have people that are respected by the opponent, by the other side, by other countries that have this. Even Pakistan has nuclear weapons. We have countries. India has a lot of nuclear force. We have countries that have tremendous nuclear power. And when I hear these people talking about global warming, that's the global warming you have to worry about. Not that the ocean's going to rise in 400 years, 1/8 of an inch, and you'll have more seafront property, right, if that happens. I said, is that good or bad? I said, isn't that a good thing? If I have a little property on the ocean, I have a little bit more property. I have a little bit more ocean. But the fact is that it's a tremendous problem, and we are closer to World War III today than we've ever been. And the difference is, and I say this a lot, this isn't army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is obliteration. The power of these weapons, and I'm the one that revived it, and I hated to do it, but, you know, we had stuff that was 48 years old. They didn't even know if it worked. We have incredible stuff. So does Russia. China has much less, but they're going to catch up over 4 or 5 years. It's the single biggest threat by far to civilization. And nobody talks about it. They talk about global warming. Used to be, remember? Used to be global warming. You know, they changed the name. You know why? Because the planet's getting cooler now. So now what they call it is climate change, because that covers everything. See, climate change, if it gets hot, cool, you know, these people, I don't know if they're for real, but if they're not, they're covered by the words climate change. If it gets cooler, that's good. If it gets hotter, that's good. Global warming wasn't working so well. But the single biggest threat, okay, now let's assume we have a really smart president, and that's not going to be a threat because we have a lot of power. Doing business with China is a good thing, but you have to have a fair deal. Doing business with Russia, they have so much in terms of minerals and things. The size of their land mass is like 4 times bigger than the United States. The minerals and things they have, we can do great business, and you keep everybody happy. You can solve that problem. But let's talk about the local problem. The local problem is that you have countries stealing your business. Mexico is a very big one. Mexico, this year, we have a deficit with Mexico of $250 billion. Think of this. With Mexico, little Mexico, you think of it as a little innocent place. We're losing our ass to Mexico. China, you don't even have to talk about. We have over $1 trillion this year. I was charging them numbers that were unbelievable, and now he's just totally given up the ghost. And we're going to lose $1 trillion in deficits to China. $1 trillion. That's not sustainable. We're going to turn it all around, and we're going to do it through taxation and tariffs. It will be done in 24 hours, and it'll change the whole planet. Just so you know, Sarah, China became powerful because they charge. They don't call them tariffs. They call it a tax. They don't call it tariffs. The word tariff is a beautiful word to me, but to a lot of people that don't understand, it's not a beautiful word, because you have a lot of people that are paid off by these countries. They're taking care of these countries, and they don't care about destroying the United States. They want millions of dollars in fees and consultation, but we will, literally in a period of 24 hours, we can change the whole trading of the whole world. They've taken advantage of our country for years. I stopped it. I stopped so much of it. And then we had a focus on COVID, which a lot of people said was put in there for a reason. You know, it came out of the Wuhan lab, which I said right from the beginning. All of you know. It didn't come out of a cave. They said a cave. It didn't come from France. They blamed France. They blamed, I call it the China virus because I like to be accurate, you know. They call it the Spanish flu. They call it all different names when something comes from a country, except for China. We have to call it COVID. What the hell does COVID mean? The China virus. And a lot of people think they did that because they were not happy with me as president. I actually had a great relationship with President Xi. And in his own way, he probably liked me the most, but maybe or maybe not. I saw that Putin the other day endorsed Kamala. And you have to understand, these are major chess players. So when he endorses Kamala, he may say, well, I did that because I love you, and it's better to be doing it. So who knows? But he endorsed Kamala, which is a little unusual. I was watching, I said, that's interesting. I think that's a good thing, isn't it? It really is. But look, we have to turn it around, and we can. We're going to have a reciprocal trade tax. We're going to have so if China charges 152%, which they do in a car, if we sell a car made here into China, which you don't do because the tax is too high, they say to all your companies and to others, and to Elon Musk, who gave us, he is a great guy. He gave me the strongest endorsement, and he's a really wonderful guy. But they say to him, we don't want your car unless you build your plant in China. And there's nothing wrong with saying that. That's smart people say that. We haven't said it for many years. I said it. We have a lot of plants going up with Apple and other things. I said, you got to build plants. You don't build plants here, we're going to put the tariffs on your products coming in from China. So we can do it quickly, but we're going to have what's called the Reciprocal Trade Act. Now, I dealt with a senator, a very good senator, actually, but he knows nothing about trade. I said, here's what I want to do, Senator. I want to take the reciprocal trade. If they charge us 100%, we charge them 100%. He said, you mean they charge us, we charge them? You got me. How simple could it be? It was sort of cool because he doesn't care. He's a senator, doesn't care about trade, but, you know. So we're going to call it the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, or I'll leave the name Trump off as long as we do it. So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic. I mean, fantastic man. A lot of these leaders are fantastic. You have to understand one thing. They're 100%. These people are the sharpest people. They're not a little bit backward. They are at the top. You know the expression, they're at the top of their game, and they use it against us. But India is very tough. Brazil is very tough. There are certain countries, I can tell you every one. I can give you from top to bottom. China is the toughest of all, but we were taking care of China with the tariffs. So we're going to do a reciprocal trade. If anybody charges us 10 cents, if they charge us $2, if they charge us 100%, 250, we charge them the same thing. And you know what's going to happen? Everything's going to disappear, and we're going to end up having free trade again. And if it doesn't disappear, we're going to take in a lot of money. Okay? But, you know, the biggest beneficiary, I believe, is going to be your state. And I won't say that to other states, I promise. About your state, you are going to have plants built at a level that you haven't seen in 50 years. Okay? Great question. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President, one of the other things I think that you did that helped protect the American worker as much as anything else and also make our country and our communities safer was you actually did something about the border. Just this month, there was a woman in my home state of Arkansas who was killed by an illegal immigrant who was drunk driving that was deported during your administration and came back under this administration because they have failed to protect our country. It's one of the great threats that we face that you actually did something about.
A lot.
Tell us what you will do on day one to help protect our country.
So we're going to be, day one, we're doing two things. Closing the border and drill, baby drill. Two things. We're going to get down the prices. Thank you. Nice people. I like this crowd. I like this crowd. No, you know what? You're smart people. So, Sarah, thank you. So, over the last couple of years, I've been talking about the border. I got elected in 2016 because of the border. But that border was peanuts compared to what this border is. That border was like a safe border compared. And I did it. I did a great job. And it also includes drugs, came to, much lower. Look, unless you have the death penalty for drug dealers, you'll never get rid of the drug problem. Put that through your head, okay? Put that through your head. And I don't know if our country's ready for it. When I was with President Xi, and again, until COVID, I had a great relationship. Once that happened, I really didn't want a relationship because $60 trillion, millions of dead people all over the world. I was not exactly thrilled with him. But before that, I had a great relationship. And I said, do you have a drug problem? No, we have no drug problem. Oh, how come? Death penalty, immediate. I said, what does that mean, immediate? Immediate. We have what's called a quick trial. You know what a quick trial is? Like in one day, the trial is over. Over here, it'll be 25 years. They'll get some nice liberal lawyer, and they'll have it tied up for 25 years. The guy dies of old age. So, but they have a death penalty. In Singapore, they have a death penalty. In a lot of countries, they have a death penalty. You sell drugs because the average drug dealer kills during his or her life 500 people. The average one. The big ones, much more. But when you hear that, when people start to hear that, and I set up blue ribbon committees, I put, nice people, dilettantes from New York and from Los Angeles, people that know nothing about drugs, and they're dealing with very smart people. These dealers are smart as hell, they're tough as hell, and they make a fortune. They make a fortune. And if you don't have the death penalty for drug dealers, you're just wasting your time. Now, we can keep it down, and we can do better than we're doing now, and a lot better than we're doing now, because what's happening now is out of control. But we had the lowest human trafficking, mostly in women, I hate to say, mostly in women, but we had the lowest human trafficking in 32 years. You know my favorite chart, the chart I put down. When I look to the right, that'll be my all-time favorite chart in history. That was basically a chart showing what a good job I did on immigration. But even if it showed I did a bad job on immigration, it will be my all-time favorite chart, because I wouldn't be here right now if I didn't look over. Let me see that. That was not good. My all-time favorite chart. Blue, yellow, red. It was beautiful. Oh, there it is. There it is. There, that was good. These guys are very good back. That's a good. The interesting thing, it's always on my left. It's at rallies. It's always on my list. I only do it about 15, maybe 20% of the time, so I don't do it much. And it's always at the end of a speech. But it's always here. For some reason, they dropped it here. It was at the beginning of the speech, the very beginning couple of sentences. And I turned like a deer bolting, I guess, right? They say good hunters say this. Every once in a while, a deer will bolt prior to the shot. And I don't know, I guess mine was a form of, but I turned around to look at it. It was right here, behind me, actually. And my head was at a perfect angle. It got me. But if you got to be hit, that's the best place. Although it's blood. The doctor, I said, how come so much blood? He said, the ear bleeds more than it. I said, I'll take it. I'll take it. But But it was an amazing thing. And I have to say, because I have to, while we're on the subject, because people do like to talk about it. A few days ago, we had an incident. I have to say, Secret Service did a hell of a job. They really did. They caught one of the gentlemen one of the agents was walking a couple of holes in front, and he saw a rifle, AK-47. That's serious stuff, right? You know more about that. My sons know more about this stuff. But AK-47, that's a bad one. The other one was an AR-15. This was an AK-47. And he saw the barrel of the gun coming out from a bush. Can you believe it? This guy was all set. He was all set to do his number. And there was no talk. He didn't say, hello, what are you doing here, please? And he ends up getting shot himself. He took his gun, started shooting him. And this guy ran. No, great job. I don't know if where is he? Not here, right? These guys do a great job. Now, they do need more people, and they've been complaining about that for a long time, but he did a great job. But you want to know another sort of a miracle? So the guy is now running for his life, and he's got a car a block away or whatever. And a woman, this is a woman, not a man, a woman, see? Women are smarter than men. I hate to say it. How does that sound? Our great First Lady is very happy now. Let me just tell you, think of this. Who would do this? I actually asked, I was with the sheriff this morning, I was with a couple of people from Secret Service, who would do this? So you now have a man running, not with a gun, he dropped the gun, we found the gun, but he was gone. And a woman driving in a car saw a man on the street, pretty busy street, running, and she followed him. And he got into the car, and she stopped because she thought he was trouble. He looked different. He like trouble. She followed him. It wasn't very far, and parked the car behind his car and started taking pictures of his license plate. Now think of it. And Sarah, think of it. No, seriously, who would do that? It's
the women.
Not from good or bad, not from, strength or heroism. No, just you see somebody running. I see people running all the time, and she saw something in this guy that was bad. She may have heard maybe gunshots, because there were four gunshots. Actually, the shots, he never got off a shot. The shots were from Secret Service. But think of it. Who would do this? If you took 1,000 of these incidents, would even one person have done it? This woman I haven't met her, but I'd like to meet her. I'm going to meet her, I hope. But think of this. She goes in, she takes pictures of the plate, and then she sends the pictures into the sheriff's office. And the sheriffs are saying, wow, this is pretty amazing. And they were able to get this guy within 10 minutes. They had a high-speed chase on the highway. They got him. Otherwise, we'd probably have an AK-47. They had the camera. He had the whole thing. He was a sophisticated guy. He even had the serial number taken off the rifle, the gun. But think of this. So we'd have all the stuff. But I'd be walking around saying, I wonder where this guy is. Is he in this audience? We would have a maniac out there. This woman was unbelievable. Because I actually asked the sheriff, if it happened 1,000 times, would anybody have done that? He said, maybe, but not much. So she did she was really amazing job.
Well, we're glad she did. I think there are a couple takeaways there. One, the women of this country love Donald Trump and are going to make sure we do our part. And I think one of the other things that we all know in this room certainly is that God is not finished with you, and He has big plans.
Sarah, I just want to say one thing. So when I heard about this tonight, I said, so where am I speaking? Michigan, good. I like Michigan. I want to talk about cars. I love talking about the cars because it's so simple. It's so ridiculous that this is happening. You don't want the electric. You do want electric cars, 7%, 8%. Elon makes a great product. But you know what? And I've driven. His car is incredible. Other cars are incredible. But you have a little thing. But you want to have gasoline-propelled cars. You want to have hybrids. You want to have all sorts. They say a new one is going to be hydrogen. Who the hell knows? They said it has a slight problem. It blows up. And if you're in the car, that could be a little problem. But you want to be able to have whatever it is, whatever the market is and all that stuff. But they said, sir, you're having a town hall tonight. And I said, a town hall? Well, what the hell? They want a rally. They don't want a town hall. Town hall. And I said, so who is the host? Because host or hostess. And they said, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And I said, oh, that's good. I like that. But I figured, Sarah, you know, I love these rallies. You go and you say, we will make America great. Everyone's going crazy. We had one the other night. But you know what? Can I be honest? This was more fun than a rally today. This was fun. This was good, right? This was very good.
We're going to take another question from the audience. Maybe the only job in the country harder than being president of the United States is being a mom, especially under this administration, because they're making everything harder. And tonight we have a mom here in the audience, Barbara, that's behind us, that has a question for you.
Hi, Barbara. Hello back there.
Good evening. Good evening, President Trump. Thank you for taking our question.
Thank you.
My name is Barbara. I'm a mom of 3, a grandmother of 7, and 3 great-grands, a registered nurse, retired nurse. So I know the cost that goes into raising children and running a household.
Yeah.
People just can't survive now. How are you going to bring down the cost of food and groceries?
Good. Very good. Thank you. So we have to start always with energy. Always. I don't want to be boring about it, but there's no bigger subject. It covers everything. If you make donuts, if you make cars, whatever you make, energy is a big deal. And we're going to get that. It's my ambition to get your energy bill within 12 months down 50%. If I can do that, we've done a hell of a job. 5-0, not 15, 50. Interest rates are going to follow, and actually they're going to follow for another reason. The economy is now not good, and interest rates, you'll see they'll do the rate cut and all the political stuff tomorrow, I think. And, you know, will he do a half a point? Will he do a quarter of a point? But the reason is because the economy is not good. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to do it. But we're going to get interest rates down, and we got to work with our farmers. Our farmers are being decimated right now. They're being absolutely decimated. And, you know, one of the reasons is we allow a lot of farm product into our country, and we're going to have to be a little bit like other countries. We're not going to allow so much come. We're going to let our farmers go to work. And I don't know if you remember, I love the farmers because, you know, I had many meetings as president. I have this gorgeous room with this beautiful table that seats about 35 people. And I was with the farmers. Usually everybody wants something. They all want subsidy. But I was with the farmers, and I think you might have been there, actually, Sarah. I said, look, fellas, we're going to get you such a beautiful subsidy, meaning I'm going to do things. And one of the people raises in, sir, honestly, we don't want a subsidy. This is the first time this ever happened to me. Everyone wants, they want money. They want to build windmills. We want money with these windmills. Anyway. But you know what? It was amazing. He said, almost tears in his eyes, they were getting decimated. We don't want a subsidy. We just want to play, you know, a fair, level playing field. And I said, nobody's ever said that. And I have many industries and many groups of people from different things. You know, they do all different things. It's probably the most dramatic I've ever seen. He didn't want anything. All he wanted was to be able to compete fairly. And the problem we have is other countries, they treat us very badly in that way also. They really are. And you know, sometimes the worst countries are our so-called allies. I say so-called because in many ways they're not allies at all. They take advantage of us. They really take advantage. But we're going to do with the farmers. We're going to do what we have to do with the farmers. We're going to put our farmers. And do you remember the expression? When I was negotiating with China, China said, well, we're not going to deal with this because they never had anybody negotiate. They did whatever they want. They just took us like, you know, for a bunch of suckers. But I told the farmers it's going to be very good negotiators. You're going to suffer for 6 months and then they're going to fold. And that's exactly what happened. They folded and they agreed to buy $50 billion. You know, you might have heard the story. I said, how much? I went to the Secretary of Agriculture. How much did they buy? He said 15. I thought he said 50. So when they're ready to make a deal at 15 billion, I said, no, I want 50. That's what they've been buying. He said, no, it's 15. I said, you said 50. And he said, no, we said 15. I said, that's okay. Ask for 50 anyway. And we got it. We got it. And they buy a lot of our product. But so it's just a great interest rates, energy, and common sense. A lot of it's common sense. Everything. You know, I like to say, we're the party of common sense. We want to have a strong border. How about we want a strong, you know, all of a sudden, they've changed. They didn't want any border. They said walls don't work. Two things work. What are the two things? Wheels and walls. You know, there's a gorgeous computer down here. In about 2 weeks, it's going to be obsolete. A friend of mine is in that business. He hates it. He said, we come up with a new model, and it's the greatest. About 3.5 weeks later, the damn thing's totally obsolete. The only thing that never gets obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall is what we're talking about now. And, you know, we built hundreds of miles of wall. We then added more than I ever said I was going to do. And then we had that bad election result, that disgusting result. And they never put it up. You know what they did with it? They sold it for 5 cents, and it was expensive wall. It was exactly what the Border Patrol wanted, with the anti-climb plate on top, which I always hated because I didn't like the look of it. But, you know, they demonstrated it. We had mountain climbers and a couple of drug climbers, too. These guys are amazing. They put 100 pounds of drugs on the back, and they go up the wall like it's nothing. But they couldn't get over the plate. So all of a sudden I said, okay, I'll put the plate on. I didn't like it. I liked it better without the plate, but it didn't work quite as well. So this is what we did. We had it. We had the best. We had a thing called Remain in Mexico. You don't have to be a genius to know Remain in Mexico is a very good thing. And you think that was easy to get. I think Tijuana, Mexico was probably the fastest growing city in the history of the world. Okay, they had hundreds of thousands. They couldn't come in. When they got in, they let everybody pour into our country. The border, just to finish with the border, when I talk about energy, to me it's exciting, but to a lot of people it's not. But it gets exciting because we'll bring down your costs, all that. But what people want to hear, and I believe when I got elected, I believe it was the border that was the biggest thing, and I fixed it, and I did a great job. And I wanted to mention it in 2020, and my people would say, sir, nobody cares about the border. They don't care because I had it fixed. Now I got to fix it again. I believe the border is of the greatest interest. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, okay? Take a look at Aurora. When you look at what's happening in Ohio, the great state of Ohio, I love it. I'm way the hell up. I wish I was up 18 points in your state, but we are up. We are up. I think when people hear what I have to say, I don't know how you can possibly lose it. I'll tell you this, and I'll say this for Michigan. If I don't win, you will have no auto industry within 2 to 3 years. It'll all be gone. And I know you got a little bit of an increase. It doesn't mean that's the small stuff because it's just a temporary thing. Because you will not have any manufacturing plants. China is going to take over all of your business because of the electric car. And because they have the material, we don't. What we have is a thing called gasoline. We have gasoline. We have so much gasoline, we don't know what to do. They don't have gasoline. So why are we making a product that they dominate? They're going to dominate. You will not have a car industry left, not even a little bit of a car industry. So, and you're going to have electric cars, but you're going to have 7%, you're going to have 9%, whatever it may be. And maybe someday the technology becomes so good that you can do more. I mean, you know, it's fine. But right now, the battery technology isn't there for long term. I always say, I love the electric car, but they don't go far enough, and they don't do well. You know, in Iowa, it was 20 degrees below zero when we had our great success in Iowa. We had a great, and there were cars all over the place. I said, what's wrong with those cars? They don't work well in cold, and they don't work very well in heat. But Elon's going to figure it out because he's great. He gave me the greatest endorsement. He figures everything out. And right now he's got other things to think. He's got to get a rocket up to get those two people out of there. I said, Elon, let's get going. No, they're relying on Elon to get the two people. Who would like to be up there right now saying we're coming back home maybe in February? So that was not so good. But Elon will solve the problem. He's great guy. And he loves this state, and he loves your whole, everything you're doing here. And he's done a fantastic job. He really has. And if he didn't endorse me, I would not be saying that, okay? I wouldn't be saying that.
Thank you. We've got time, I think, for just one more question. When you were president, you built one of the strongest economies our country's ever seen. One of the ways you did that was by passing the largest tax cut in American history. We have a question from Willie, who wants to ask you something about taxes and what you're going to do.
Good evening,
Hi, Willie.
future President Trump. I'm a local contractor in this town.
He's a cool-looking guy, too. He's better looking than you.
I'm a local contractor in this town, and I live here my whole life. And I'm going to tell you, I'm kind of concerned about crucial Kamala's tax increase. Can you outline for the people what you plan on doing about taxes?
Great. It's a great question. Look, she's going to double up your taxes. She wants to terminate the Trump tax cut. Just that is going to lift up your taxes by 44%. Just that one move. And remember, I have it so that, like, if you're a farmer or a small businessman, you have no inheritance tax. They're going to give that up. They're going to give everything. You know, a lot of people don't realize. A lot of people didn't talk about it, but if you have a small business, if you have a farm someplace, a lot of farmers, they have beautiful land, but they don't have the cash, and they leave it to their children, and they're so proud of their children, and the children end up going bankrupt because they have to borrow money to pay off the estate tax. There is no estate tax, and that's something that nobody even talks about, but that's helped. That's saved a lot of families from having to sell their farm or losing their farm. But she's got one thing that's incredible, an unrealized capital gain tax. That will drive every business out of the United States. So what that is I don't know how they can possibly administer. The only ones that are going to make money are appraisers and accountants. So they're taking a business, might have not a lot of money, but it might have great land, and they're valuing it. And what was it this year compared to next year? You got to put down a value, and then you got to go out and you have to pay tax, even though you haven't sold anything. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And I don't know how any rich person or any person that's in business can even think of supporting her. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. So, and they're going to raise the capital gains tax, Willie, a lot. Now, as far as regular, people are going to have to pay a lot more tax. Your taxes, she said, 70 to 80%. Some people will pay 70, 80%. You have to understand, a lot of these people are international business people. A lot of these companies are international. They don't care if they're here or someplace else. They go for the best deal. They go for their shareholders. If they raise the taxes like that, they go to other countries. You know who got a lot of our companies is Ireland. Years ago, they took our pharmaceutical industry because they gave them a better deal. They will leave our country. They will leave all those jobs that we created. And I want people to pay fair taxes and all of that. But she's going to be raising your taxes to 50, 60, 70%. And it's not sustainable. And even for the companies, if they have to pay too much, they're going to leave the country and you're not going to have any jobs. So we have to be very, very careful about it. We have to be very, very careful. And I have to tell you that this has really been an honor. This will be the most fun of any state because we're going to bring back an industry that you can do it. You know, we're going to bring back an industry. And mark my words, if for some reason some tragedy happens, because it would be a tragedy beyond the auto business for the whole country, I really believe that. If a tragedy happens and we don't win, there will be zero car jobs, manufacturing jobs. It will all be out of here. And that includes South Carolina. That includes other places that are competitors of yours. You won't be making cars here anymore. You won't be making anything in our country anymore. We're going to bring it all back. But the one, and I say this, and I said it to another state the other night, and I said, this is not a good thing to say to another state, but I said, Michigan's going to be the most fun because you're so set up for greatness. All you need is somebody smart at the top to say, you can't flood our market with cars. You just can't do it. And if I say you have to pay 100%, you know China pays a big, but I didn't do the big number yet. But if I say you have to pay 100 or 200%, it doesn't matter because I'm going to say, second sense, I hope you don't mind this. However, if you build your plant in Detroit, or if you build it in Michigan, or if you build it anywhere in the United States for that matter, it seems to be the right location, but we're going to have more fun. So I'm telling them about Michigan, and I'm saying, you know, the story's getting a little bit long because I'm talking about Michigan. I happen to be in another state, but everybody loved it because they know you. You're recognized for this. We're going to get, now, they go from paying 100% tariff to paying nothing. All they have to do is build their factory and spend their hundreds of millions of dollars in your state. This will be like taking candy from a baby. It'll happen first, and you get the credit. I'm going to give you the credit.
Well, I don't think there's any question that America was better off under Donald Trump. And we know that it's going to be even better the second time around. Before tonight, I knew you were going to win the presidency. I had no doubt. Arkansas is going to come in huge. But now I know you're going to win Michigan by epic margin. Ladies and gentlemen, we need you to show up. We need you to vote because the future of my kids, your kids, our grandkids depends on whether or not Donald Trump goes back into the White House, and I know you're not going to let us down. More importantly, I know President Trump is not going to let us down because he's shown us time and time again that no matter what comes at him, no matter what the left throws at him, he's going to get back up and keep fighting for this country that he loves so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, man.
Senior advisors, former New York Congressman Lee Zeldin and former Ambassador Richard Grenell.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the 45th and soon to be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you and a special group of people, the farmers. Nobody's done for farmers what I've done. Unfortunately, they haven't followed through. We made a deal with
China was one of my best deals that I made. I made a lot of good deals, but we made the USMCA, Mexico, Canada, which was terrific. But we had a specific deal with China where they were going to buy $50 billion worth of farm product. And it's interesting how we got there, because when the negotiation was going on, and it was a nasty negotiation, and I said to the farmers, just stick with me, because we're going to do it. They're great negotiators. They're not going to go that fast. Just stick with me, because you never had anybody negotiating for the farmers before me as president. And my people, I said, what are the numbers we're talking about? And they said 15 million, 15, not 50. I said, all right. So it's $15 billion worth of product that they were going to buy, because they've been taking advantage of the farmers for years. This was like a penalty to China. And I thought they said 50, not 15. So the negotiations were going along. We were getting close. I said, how are you doing with the 50 billion? No, sir, we're close to 15. I said, what do you mean 15? You said 50. I said, no, I want 50. They said, that's not what we said. We said 15. I said, that's okay. Ask for 50. Tell them we have to have 50 billion, not 15. And I got it. The problem is, big problem, that now they don't enforce it. I enforced it. Every single week I'd go into the office. I'd say, how's China doing? Because you have to live up to that commitment. I'd say, how's China doing buying the product? Good, sir, good. They're doing good. And they were doing good because they knew I was watching. I don't think Biden is exactly watching. Do you? Does anybody think that Biden is, let's check it? I don't think so. And it's a shame. And that number is way lower than it's supposed to be. So the first thing I'd do is I would probably, my first call, I'm going to call up President Xi. I'm going to say, you have to honor the deal you made. We made a deal. You'd buy $50 billion worth of American farm product, and I guarantee you he will buy it 100%. He will buy it. Second thing I'm going to do is I'm going to say, you have to give the death penalty to your fentanyl dealers who are sending fentanyl. You know, in China, they give the death penalty. They don't have a drug problem because they give the death penalty. But I'm going to say second thing, and this affects you also. It affects everybody. We're losing hundreds of thousands of people a year. Comes through the southern border, now the weakest border in history. It was the best border we ever had when I was there. We built hundreds of miles of wall and everything else, and it was the best border. Now it's the weakest. I had a handshake deal with him. It was going to happen very quickly, and then this side didn't do anything about it. He said, and he suggested to me, anybody sends fentanyl to the United States, it's the death penalty. They get the maximum penalty. They would have done it, and then we had an election that didn't exactly work out too good, and it was a disgrace, frankly. And that deal went, and a lot of other bad things happened, like Russia attacking Ukraine, October 7th, inflation. A lot of bad things happened, the horrible way we got out of Afghanistan. So many things happened that wouldn't have happened, but it did nevertheless. But as to the farmers, we have a deal in place that China is supposed to buy $50 billion worth of our product, and they are not living up to it, and they were living up to it. And every farmer I spoke to a lot of them recently in Iowa, and they're having the same problem. They're not doing well. They're not doing well. They were doing great during the Trump administration. I think you would say that. Were you all? I hope you. This is always dangerous to do, but I hope you'd say you were doing well, because you're not doing now. I'm hearing it from farmers all over the place, and one of the big reasons is they haven't enforced the deal with China. And that deal was really a penalty deal to China, because they took advantage of you for 25 years, and it was like a penalty. And, Biden and Harris, they're never going to enforce anything. That group is a disaster. It's a disaster for our country in so many ways, but certainly the farmers are one of those ways. So I think either Rick, or are you starting off, Rick? Why don't you start?
Well, first of all, Mr. President, we really appreciate you being here as part of the Protecting America Initiative. We at Protecting America Initiative see China very clearly, as we know you do. China has quietly but strategically worked against us whenever we are distracted by wars or COVID. China goes in and absolutely tries to distract the American people. They work quietly. They go after our local and state politicians. They go after our manufacturing, and there is no question that they are looking to, at some point, leverage that investment and that activity. I've seen it very clearly at the UN, where the Chinese are very duplicitous. They have a permanent veto at the Security Council, but they also work with the G77 developing nations. They get money from UNICEF just to feed their people while actually acting like a superpower at the UN. They are duping so many people. We know from your administration, Mr. President, you were not duped by China. No. You saw them very clearly. But for the past 4 years, while America and America's Democratic-controlled White House have been distracted by wars, China is getting into our farmland. And we have to be able to see China very clearly. So we want to thank you for being here, and Lee is going to take us off into Q&A.
Well, thank you, Rick. Like Ambassador Grinnell said, President Trump understood the Chinese Communist Party threat and protected Americans from the CCP's attempts to infiltrate America. It is great to be here with the 45th and our next President of the United States, Donald Trump. China now owns 349,442 acres of agricultural land in the United States. That is up 82% from 3 years prior. America's food supply and the farmland that enables it is critical to our national security interest, especially due to China's aggressive ventures into the U.S. food supply. While in the White House, President Trump took on China in many ways that stood up for American farmers. In 2018, he signed a law requiring the federal government to review CCP purchases of land around critical infrastructure, airports, and military bases. That is why we need President Trump back in the White House to pick up right where he left off and go even further. Another one of President Trump's greatest accomplishments was the groundbreaking United States-Mexico-Canada trade agreement that replaced NAFTA, improved supply chain resiliency, and put America's farmers first. The USMCA provided new market access for U.S. agricultural products, a fair, non-discriminatory pricing plan, and improved grading standards for products. It has been reported that the USMCA trade deal led to $2 billion in annual increases for the U.S. in agricultural exports to Canada and Mexico, with an overall increase of $65 billion in gross domestic product for farmers and ranchers. Contrast that to Kamala Harris's lack of support for U.S. farmers and weak stances on China. At the time, then Senator Harris voted against President Trump's USMCA trade deal, voting against America's farmers. Harris also opposed President Trump's necessary tariffs against China, and most recently cast the tie-breaking vote for the Biden-Harris scheme that has sold our auto industry out to China. That's what brings us here today, to discuss what Pennsylvania farmers need from the leaders to combat the threat that they see every day from China. President Trump is here with us today to listen to those concerns, to offer his remarks on China's influence over our food supply. And President Trump, if it's okay with you, I'd like to introduce some of our panelists who are here.
I'd love that, yes.
Our first speaker here is Todd Reamer. Todd is a cattle farmer from Westmoreland County. Todd?
Hello, I am Todd Raymer. I own with my wife a beef cattle cow-calf operation right here in South Huntington Township. My concern today is with foreign entities buying up American farmland while young Americans can't afford to buy a farm or even get started. My American dream was to buy a farm and raise a family there. And I was fortunate to find a farm and purchase it 30 years ago while working a full-time job in addition to doing the farm. Finally, in 2010, I was able to quit my full-time off-the-farm job and devote all my time to the farm, something that is rarely achievable now. I know there are young farmers out there who really want to aspire to own their own farm and ranch, but they can't afford to do so with the high costs of the farm, the ranch, and the equipment to get started. We all hear the word sustainability. To stay sustainable, we need to give Americans a chance to own farms and ranches. That's right. So they can continue to produce the safest food supply in the world for generations to come. And perhaps a solution could be maybe to offer a retiring farmer or a rancher an incentive tax break if he sold his farm to a farmer or rancher, American farmer or rancher. Also, if I may, I understand that China now owns major meat processing plants. They hold the contracts on production barns, and they even own feed milling plants all in the United States. I believe that it is Americans should control their own destiny when it comes to food production and the future of it. It's a life of hard work and heartbreak, but I know there's some young farmers out there that can carry the load if we can give them the opportunity. I had an uncle who was a lifelong dairy farmer, and when I was a kid back in the 70s, he had a bumper sticker on his GMC Jimmy that read, "No farmers, no future." That was 40 plus years ago. Since then, technology and crop yields have changed for the better, but the message on that bumper sticker has not changed at all. No future, or no farmers, no future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Matt Carr is here. He's a third-generation farmer of dairy, corn, soybeans, and alfalfa from Westmoreland County. Please welcome Matt Carr.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to be here. Like I said, like I was introduced, I am a third-generation farmer. I would consider myself the young farmer that Todd is talking about. And I am a small dairy farmer from Westmoreland County. We currently milk 250 head of Holstein cows twice a day. It is more than a job. It is a lifestyle, as you know. But I would like to talk now about what agriculture means to this country. Currently is 30% of the jobs and 7.43 trillion in economic impact to this country. Like you had said, you are pushing through to China for dairy products to be sold there. That is a huge market, and I would see that is a large area that we could expand into and continue to push to try to achieve those goals that you talked about. With that, in 1992, there was 130,000 dairy farms in the United States. That number is now down to 26,000. We are currently losing the small dairy farms, especially in Pennsylvania. Our dairy farm numbers are down 8% from 2022.
What is the difference in production? So you have far fewer farms. Well, what would you say is the difference in production?
Production is
similar?
In Pennsylvania, I think it's down a little bit.
It's down from those days?
Yeah, the farms are getting bigger. The number of cows are still very...
But the overall total production you think is down from what it was when they had so many farms?
Oh, no. Total production across
the
U.S. would be up.
Is up.
Yeah. But we are losing the small family farm.
Sure.
Like
I know that, yes.
Dairy margin is the margin that we have in order to make a living and profit is extremely tight. Our input costs are up. So is there a way for America to, we talked about manufacturing, can we manufacture our own and not rely so much on foreign inputs for that in order to address what we need in order to survive into the future?
Thank you, Matt. Great job. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Nick Stafiri is a hay, beef, and pork farmer from Fayette County. At this time, I'd like to introduce Nick Stafiri.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Nick Stafiri, as they said. I'm from Lower Tyrone Township, Fayette County. My family owns a small 120-acre farm where we specialize in freezer beef and hay. My story's a little bit different than everybody around the table. I didn't grow up with a farm. I married the farmer's daughter, so I kind of got that on the backside.
Very smart.
My mother-in-law was a full-time farmer in our operation. My father-in-law, myself, my brother-in-law, my sister-in-law, my wife, everybody else had a job off the farm. From 1954 to 2015, we milked 50 cows a day, twice a day, no hired help. It was all on them. My mother-in-law decided to stop milking in 2015 and transition to freezer beef and hay. I'm going to be a little bit different on my story here because my wife and I are both energy workers. So with the energy transition in Pennsylvania, our focus and our ability to have take our financial resources and put those back into the farm has been tremendous. Without that energy job, we wouldn't have been able to better our farm and better our situation. Without my industry and my work family, the opportunities afforded to me, especially like this today, wouldn't be possible. And as you sit here today, you're sitting on atop of the Marcellus and the Utica shales. Right. The most prolific shale plays in the world are underneath your feet. My family depends on my salary and my wife's salary, and those salaries are dependent on pro-American, pro-energy policy. With this pro-energy policy would allow operators to develop abundant clean natural gas from below our feet. Appalachia produces roughly 30 billion cubic feet of gas per day. We could double the amount if we were just given the opportunity. Common sense policies that allow for infrastructure to be built here. Pipelines. We need more pipelines. Doubling our output would be the equivalent of putting 10 million barrels of energy on the market for the world stage. Yeah. Providing opportunities for families to remain farming, because guess what? We pay those royalties. We pay billions of royalties a year to landowners, just like everybody that's around here at this table.
Right.
And, you know, due to the ups and downs, I want to tell you a little bit of a personal story of mine. Due to the ups and downs of the commodity-based business, 4 years ago, I was faced with an ultimatum. And that ultimatum was, do I chase my corporate job or do I stay here and work on the family farm? My wife and I, we made the decision not to move to Texas. We made the decision that it was family first, that it was legacy over money. So our conscious decision to raise our two beautiful daughters as fourth generation on our farm is the best decision we made in our relatively young lives. There has been no greater honor than to represent my family, my industry, and the pivotal role we play together. The intersection between agriculture and industry, it's a tight-knit one. We need the farmers just like they want us to provide the energy. And responsible natural gas development should not be a partisan issue. It's a common sense issue. So I want to thank you again for allowing me to speak with you today. It's been an honor, and I really appreciate it.
So thank you very much, Nick, and it's great. So without your job, which is a good job, an energy job, but if you don't put Trump in, you're not going to have any energy jobs in here. They're not going to let you frack. They're not going to let you frack. You know that. She's never said frack in her life until just a short while ago when she realized her poll numbers were dying in Pennsylvania. They're not going to let you or anybody else frack. And so I just want you to be aware of that when you go and cast your vote. I'm not too worried about the people around this table, I must be honest. But you never know. But everybody's aware of it, and I think Pennsylvania's aware of it based on polling that we're getting. You can't let them do it because I didn't realize you were so dependent. Even a farmer would have to be dependent on the energy. But you take that energy out, you take that income out, it's a whole different story for Pennsylvania.
Completely.
And we're not going to let that happen. We got to win the election. Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mana Papafavare, the CEO of General Carbide.
Thank you so much. So again, my name is Mana Papafavare. I'm the president and CEO of General Carbide Corporation. We are a 56-year-old manufacturer of carbide and steel tooling components and assemblies for lots of industries that include oil and gas, ammunition tooling, and agriculture, to just name a few. We're a fully integrated supplier, so we start with our own graded powders all the way to making our finished tools, which we've transformed over a period of years.
Great.
This company was started by my father, Primo J. Papa Faba, when I was just 5 years old. He was the son of Italian immigrant parents. He enlisted in the Air Force to be a navigator, graduated from Carnegie Tech, now Carnegie Mellon University, with a degree in chemical engineering, and then went to work for a variety of businesses, ending up in a carbide company. He worked his way up, and eventually he started his own business. When he started the business, I was just 5 years old. So I'm very proud of our history. My mother and father taught us a lot. And I lost my father now 22 years ago, and my mother is now 5 years gone. But they taught me about hard work, integrity, and responsibility, as well as respect, charity, and compassion. I'm not as hardworking as any one of these farmers here, I can tell you that, but I do work hard. When my father passed away back in 2002, I was left with the responsibility of carrying on our business and taking care of 250 people that work for us in Westmoreland County. But by the time that COVID arrived, we had grown to 350 people with 3 different businesses in 4 states, Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, Michigan, and Hawaii. And even though we were deemed an essential business or a sustainable business by 3 of the states, still General Carbide lost 60% of its business in a very short period of time. Unlike a lot of other companies that kind of rolled into the corner and waited it out, that is simply not our style. In fact, one of our core values is growth. And so we went to our sales team, we told them to look for opportunities, even in light of a very difficult time that we were having. And so one of our market segment managers, his name is Eric Butts, he is also a farmer. So he owns his own farm and he is working for us as a sales manager. He started to look for components in the farming industry made out of carbide, and he found that it was quite a large industry. But the overwhelming amount of these tools are sourced and here by China. But he thought maybe we would have an opportunity by employing kind of American ingenuity and doing some things on our own. So we started to move into the industry. We've been working hard for 4 years on our different agricultural parts with some success, but not as much as we would have hoped due to the cost structure and this competitive landscape with China. As an example, we worked with a potential customer for prototypes for components that go on high-speed planting machines. We made the prototypes, we put them into the field and tested them, and they tested perfectly. But then the customer came back to us and said that even though our cost structure was in line with the domestic producer, we couldn't come close to the prices that they were getting from China, and so they would continue to purchase offshore.
That's why you need tariffs.
This is a loss of $500,000 for just that one part, and there are so many different kinds of parts that we have out there. We're currently working on components for several aspects of agricultural, the market, including ground prep, seeding, and harvesting. And we've had some success. We're using better grades of carbide. That also costs more. We have instituted robotics and other innovative processes. We have 24/7 customer service and communication with our customers. And we're now a one-stop shop. But we still cannot compete against Chinese government-subsidized businesses. Additionally, the purchasing agents are not incentivized to buy on a value proposition. They're incentivized to buy the cheapest parts out there, and those parts are coming from China. So I believe we really need to do 3 things. One, I think we need to incentivize our machine manufacturers and our farmers to purchase American machines with American-made components. Secondly, I think we need a stronger stance on China. You said it, that it should cost more to purchase components from China, not just more to purchase the materials, which is what we're up against now. And thirdly, we need to do a better job incentivizing those in purchasing to think about the value proposition, longer running machines in the field. That's really what we need to think about. So to end, I believe in the strength of this nation, Mr. President. But I also believe that you and only you are going to be able to bring back our independence
Amen.
and prosperity. And the last thing that I want to say is,
I agree. That's why you need tariffs. This is a perfect example. They undercut you, drive you out of business, and then they're going to put the price at double and triple. It's no different. It's been that way for hundreds of years. That's what they did with oil. Rockefeller would open up a station on every corner, and it'd have you'd have a gas station. Then he'd open up 3, and it cut the price so low, and everybody thought, oh, wow, what a great bargain. He'd put the one guy out of business, and then he'd raise the prices to triple, quadruple what it was. That's the old way, and it's no different with China or anybody else. That's why you need tariffs. We level it off, and now people are starting to understand it. Actually, I was watching Howard Lutnick and John Paulson, 2 of the great geniuses of Wall Street, actually 2 of the most successful people on Wall Street, and they're big on tariffs. They're saying Trump was right all along, and I did it. But that's exactly why they put you right out of business, and then they'll sell the same product, but they'll be double the price of what you are and make a fortune. That's what they want to do, among other things. Can you tell the story of your daughter?
Yes, I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted to say is my hardest job is not running 3 businesses. It's actually being a mom to a daughter that is here with me today, Caroline Ray. She's 16 years old. I'm right there. Would you just raise your hand, honey, so that Mr. President can see? She's right there. She is not in school today, and she asked that she could be here and she could see you. I'm doing everything that I can to try to give her the truth every day. And I just wanted to say, and I told you that 8 years ago when you were running, and she was just 8 years old then, every night she would go to bed and I would kneel on the floor next to her bed and we would pray every single night for you. And every night she would speak out to God and she would say, "Dear God, please let Mr. Trump win, please." And the night of the election, of course, she had to go to bed early because she was in school. But at 2 o'clock in the morning, when we finally knew that you had won, I went into her bedroom. I scooped her up out of her sound sleep, and I was literally tears pouring down. And I said, "Baby, Mr. Trump won, baby. He won. He won." And she said, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God." And so she is here with us today. And I just wanted to let you know that we are still praying for you.
Thank you very much. Well, it's almost more important today. When you add the border, where we have millions of people coming in and from prisons and from mental institutions and terrorists and traffickers, human traffickers, drug traffickers, I believe it's more important today. We had a bad border then, and I fixed it, totally fixed it. In fact, it wasn't even a subject at the next election, but we totally fixed it. And but that border was nothing compared to what's happened now. This border is so bad and so dangerous for our country. I think it's more important today. I think it's going to be the most important election in the history of our country. Thank you very much, and thank you, beautiful daughter. Thank you very much. It's a very nice story. Thank you.
Beth Leeper is a small business owner, former dairy farmer, and current beef and crops farmer from Westmoreland County. I'd like to introduce Beth Leeper.
Mr. President, government and elected officials and honored guests, thank you for coming to Western PA again today to hear our concerns and address solutions. My name is Beth Leeper, and to play opposite of Nick, I married the farmer's son, who is here today with my 2 sons, Levi and Owen. I'm a Christian, a wife, a mother of 3, and a small business owner in that particular order. I, with my husband Brian, own and operate a direct-to-consumer on-the-farm market featuring beef that has been raised on the family farm in Donegal, PA. We procure lamb, chicken, and pork from other small farms in Pennsylvania like ours, and all the animals are harvested through local processors to our specifications. Since opening in 2017, our goal has been to provide our customers with consistently high-quality products while also supporting other small businesses and our community. In May of 2020, we expanded our store and offerings due to the needs of consumers during COVID and to offer other businesses another avenue to sell their goods. We now offer several agricultural and specialty items, all produced in or near the Laurel Highlands area. My husband is also a full-time owner-operator of transport in the dry bulk industry, and I also work part-time for a Christian school as the food service director. I share our occupations as an introduction to explain the challenges, due in large part to the inflation that we have seen, that we have witnessed and experienced both as a producer and a retailer, and also a consumer. As a truck driver, My husband normally fills his truck 2 to 3 times a week with diesel. In January of 21, just after Biden revoked the Keystone Pipeline, one of our fuel receipts totaled $592 for 200 gallons of fuel. That was $2.99 a gallon. In May of 22, a year after our energy independence moved overseas, one of our fuel receipts totaled $996 for 166 gallons of fuel. That was $5.99 a gallon. That $3 per gallon more means upwards of $800 to $1,200 a week in fuel expense and less to meet our business and families' needs. This net zero approach has also increased farm costs exponentially, which I know comes as no surprise to anyone here today. Fertilizer is up 30 to 60% in 2024, not to mention the increase in seed costs, the fuel, the parts and supplies, and man hours for planting. Electric has doubled from around $400 a month in 21 to $800 a month this year, just to run some equipment and the lights that doesn't include heat. In 2023, feeder calf prices reached an all-time high, coupled with the increase in other commodities and prices to farmers not keeping up. This equals very small profit margins, and therefore, we have been purchasing a fraction of the feeder cattle that we have the capacity to feed. Our farm currently feeds out approximately 70 to 100 head of cattle, and that is reduced from 180 to 200 head just 2 to 4 years ago. But we have the capacity to feed upwards of 400 to 500. Actually, we are currently feeding only enough to satisfy our direct-to-consumer base, as it remains somewhat constant. The seasonal tourism of camping and skiing in the Laurel Highlands contributes to our sales, and we are located in the heart of the Laurel Highlands. I handle all of the customer relations for our on-the-farm market, and our customers often share their concerns with me. These are some of the things I hear most often. I really don't eat a lot of beef anymore. It costs too much. I can't afford to purchase a whole animal this year. What smaller packages do you offer? We are visiting from out of town. We don't have any places like this where we are from. And recently, the thing I've heard the most is I used to purchase bulk beef from a farmer nearby, a friend, a relative, but they don't have cattle anymore. Just last week, a local dairy in operation for over 65 years announced the closure of their bottling operations due to rising costs of supplies and down demand. Other farms in the area have declared bankruptcy or sold off property and downsized. I can't even get started on the detrimental effects that the weather has had on the vegetation in our region this year. From hailstorms to droughts, our corn and soybeans were among the victims. Nevertheless, farmers are no strangers to the risk and the gamble that they take every single day in order to do what they know and love, and that is to farm their land. And as always, this too shall pass, hopefully soon. Jeremiah 29:11 tells us, "For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you, plans to give you hope and a future." I'm not an economist, and to be honest, foreign policy is not in my wheelhouse. But this roundtable event is to address on how to protect our farms and food from China. It seems like basic, conservative common sense to me. Do what it takes to keep our farms producing, our markets selling, and our customers buying. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Beth. Dave McCormick, known national security expert, a fellow former veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division, and hopefully our next senator here from Pennsylvania. Dave McCormick.
Thank you. Thanks, Lee. Mr. President, thank you for being here. And, a lot of bad things have happened over the last 3.5 years, but there's two particularly relevant to this audience. One is, as Lee said, China now has the upper hand. China is our adversary, smells weakness in all of its relationships with the United States because of the weak policies of Harris, Biden, and Bob Casey, who's been a 98% vote. Right. The second bad thing that's happening is our family farms, as you're hearing, our farms across Pennsylvania are struggling. Agriculture is the biggest industry in Pennsylvania. We have 52,000 farms. And under the Biden-Harris-Casey administration, it's been a disaster. Everywhere I go, I hear the skyrocketing prices, the price of inflation. I hear the burden of regulation. I hear the implications of the war on fossil fuels and what it's done to our farmers. And so when you're back in the White House, and we have a majority in the Senate to support your agenda, and I've heard you talk about this. I think the people in this room can have a lot of confidence in fair reciprocal trade. Under your leadership, we had that. We've lost that. We'll get that again. Under your leadership, we can make sure we reduce our dependence on China for semiconductors, for pharmaceuticals. We got to have food security, and the people in this room are the providers of food security, not just for Pennsylvania, but for America. You know, we got to stop this buying of farmland. It's going up dramatically. It hasn't hit Pennsylvania much yet, but nationally it's growing dramatically. It'll come to Pennsylvania too. I know you're going to stop that. And then finally, I'm so glad you said it, energy. I mean, the reason many of these family farms are still operating is because of the energy revolution, the royalties that come from the wells on their properties, the incomes coming from energy workers. So this is a very simple choice for the people in this room and the farmers across Pennsylvania. It's a choice between strength and weakness. It's a choice between common sense policies that get our economy back on track, create a balance in our relationship with China, get the upper hand again, and unlock our energy, versus a radical liberal agenda under Harris and Casey, which will take our country further in the wrong direction. I think I can say with a lot of confidence, Mr. President, the Pennsylvania farmers, the agriculture community here has your back. Thank you.
I think they do. Thank you. And you're right, David. Bob Casey, and I've been there for a long time, actually, 4 years, but a long time. He has done nothing for the farmer. He has not been there. He's 100% with the Biden vote, I guess just about 100% of the time. Bob Casey is not the right one. This gentleman right here, he's tough, he's smart, and he loves the farmer, and we're going to turn it around. But Bob Casey cannot help us. He has never done it. Not good for the farmer. So I think you probably learned that the hard way. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Darrell Becker is the Fayette County Farm Bureau president. This time I'd like to introduce Darrell Becker.
Thank you. As Mr. Zeldin said, my name is Darrell Becker. I'm a 30-year Fayette County farmer who operates a beef, sheep, and hog farm with my wife, 2 adult children, and my son-in-law. And we have an intergenerational family. I have 3 of my grandkids live with me. It's wonderful. I also serve as president of the Fayette County Farm Bureau for the last 6 years, and I'm also the chairman of the Land Preservation Board for the last 6 years. And I was going to talk about land preservation, but I got beat up by my local members who tell me that I need to talk about soybeans. So I will tell you that we all know that China has no desire to buy products from us. We know that from what happened in your last administration, where they didn't even want to deal with fair trade. They're working on being less dependent on U.S. goods, and likewise, we need to be less dependent on them. This is incredible. Last week, news came out from California's All Resources Board, CARB, a governing body in charge of the state's air quality rules, who wants to mandate a limit on the amount of biodiesel fuel produced from soybean and canola oil. Under the proposal, beginning in 2028, they would only be eligible for low carbon fuel standards who use canola and things, will only be able to get 20% of the credits of their annual production. Those replacing American grain production used for oil will be assigned a higher carbon intensity score, thus reducing the interest in U.S. bean products. Meanwhile, the USDA has just reported that renewable diesel fuel imports surged 30% higher last year in the first 5 months of this year, so that they could take advantage of these federal and state tax credits. In addition, imports of used cooking oil from China are flowing into the U.S. like never before to capture these biofuel tax credits. Farm Bureau and other biofuel advocates are pressing regulators to close the loophole so that only domestic producers are eligible for these tax credits. Because of this change, estimates project that American farmers in California alone would lose 200,000 acres of production. This is diametrically opposed to what American agriculture is all about. We know China's not our friend. 20 figures, that's why I got to read. I can't remember all these things. 2024 corn receipts are down 20%. Soybean receipts are down 14%. Wheat receipts are down 12%. Government payments to make up the shortfall are not due until October 2025. Expenses for 2025 may expect to decline 1%, but last year in 2009, China bought 49% of our exported soybeans. Now it's 31%. 70% of our bean crop goes to animal feed. Bean exports in 2023 were $34.4 billion. In 2024, they're estimated to be $27 billion. China owns 384,000 acres of our farmland. That's up 30% in the last 5 years. And guess what? The American government can't buy farmland in China. They don't allow us.
That's right.
Can you imagine that? At present, the U.S. has a huge supply of soybeans sitting at a multi-year low price, sometimes being sold below production cost. Farmers are using reserve funds to buy and produce soybeans now. There's no cash flow available to them due to the low price. You know this is unsustainable. So soybean farmers definitely need our help. Sustainable aviation fuel also uses soy, canola, and other seed crops from American farmer, and this is also under attack. We are putting ourselves at extreme risk in supply chain, knowing that a huge amount of the herbicide 2,4-D and many repair parts for agricultural use are imported from China. How much risk can we absorb and rely on a country that is trying to replace us? We need to build domestic demand. Our government needs to invest in American agriculture. American farmers want a free market that can sustain the industry. They don't want handouts and they don't want loans. They want to be able to produce their farms. They're all hard. This is the backbone of America. The current administration has shown that they are not friendly to American agriculture. Every producer that I spoke to for this presentation resonated the same message. We cannot survive another 4 years. Mr. President, my 3 grandkids who live with me, if you could see Henry, who's 3, and Holland, who's 2, get into the UTV and drive down to what they call the big barn when we feed our steers, or they go pick chicken eggs, or they help us move cattle. The spark in their eye, the smile on their face, that's the future of America, and I want to make sure it stays here, and I know you do too. So I guess they all said that we wouldn't survive 4 years. I'm sure that when you get elected, that my line would be, help us make American agriculture great again.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. President.
We'll take care of it. We'll take care of it. It's not very difficult to do. We're just being ripped off by other countries, and not only China, by the way, but we're being ripped off at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And this administration has allowed it to happen because you were making probably the best you've ever done 4 years ago, 5 years ago. You were doing better. All farmers were. They were doing better than they ever did. And now they're doing very better. I mean, I hear more complaints from farmers than almost anybody, and that's the backbone of this country. So they'll be very happy for a long time to come, okay?
Can I add one more thing and say
Yes.
to you that we've seen the decline of the mom and pop stores. And what you're hearing is that we're seeing the decline of the American family farm. That's America. So, I mean, anybody that's not paying attention to what's going on needs to wake up and get out and vote. And we know who they got to vote for. You, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. I love your hat, too, by the way. I noticed it right away. Thank you very much. We'll take care of them. Your grandchildren will be farmers, and they'll be maybe doing better than you do, okay? Thank you very much.
Before we introduce our final speaker, Kevin Sweeney, just want to say thank you to my former colleague, Chairman G.T. Thompson, the chair of the House Committee on Agriculture. We have Kim Ward, the Senate President here in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and Dan Mall, who is the GOP chair of the Pennsylvania House Ag and Rural Affairs. At this time, we're going to introduce our final speaker, Kevin Sweeney, who's a cattle farmer from Washington County. Kevin?
Thank you. Mr. President, I want to thank you for your personal sacrifice for us and your family. Thank you. I'm 71 years old. I'm a new farmer. I've owned my property since 1988. I'm a retired physical therapist, and I have 4 kids and 4 grandkids, and my goal is to develop this farm and make it a legacy farm like some of the people around the table are now talking. I raise beef and sell hay. That's all I can do. My soil is type 7 soil. The USDA has a soil map of the entire country. That soil is only good for raising grass and beef, and maybe grow some trees for timber. But I'm trying to expand it each year. I have a customer base that's getting bigger each year, and I've been full-time retired since 2019, and that's what I do. The issue that I want to talk about today in regard to China is solar panels. I'm being approached, and other farmers are being approached. The current offer is $3,000 a month per acre per year for the next 30 years. That's a lot of money. Who's subsidizing that? Is our government behind these people that are offering us this money? Where's that coming from?
Well, they are.
I mean, that's a lot of money.
That's right. They are, and they're allowing China to come in and just dominate the industry. That's right. They're sending panels over. Many of them very defective, very bad panels, but they're sending them over, and they are really putting a lot of people out of work. But that's amazing.
It's an issue.
That's a form of subsidy.
Most of the small farms that are around me, I'm very close to Enlow Fork Bailey Mine Complex. It's one of there's top 10 underground coal mines in the country, and they're in that group. They mine a lot of coal. All that coal goes down the railroad, into the rivers, and goes to China. Okay, and it's unfortunate. These companies I'm surrounded by have bought up a lot of the small farms that I was fortunate enough to buy in 1988. They were beef farms. They were the same type of farmers mine, but they own all these. They own all this property. Okay, my concern is, what if one of these foreign entities come in, and even though they don't own the land, they buy that company and then directly have control of the lease or that land and are able to use it for whatever reason. My other concern is the federal government. What if, for public use, they come in and say that they want to take my farm and put solar panels on it? What guarantee do any of us have that the government, Big Brother, won't come in and do that to us? We need to know about that. That concerns me. In the news right now is the sale of U.S. Steel to Japan. Okay, and I just happened to be researching it. I didn't realize that U.S. Steel has a land division, huge land division. They have vast holdings in this country. So when when Japan buys U.S. Steel, they're buying a lot of land with it. Will they have the ability to put solar panels on it or use it for another purpose? We don't know. It concerns me. U.S. Steel also owns a lot of coal mines and iron ore mines, which I didn't realize. They have all these iron ore mines out west, and a foreign entity is now going to own all those. And I've said this for a long time. I'm from the Mon Valley, and when I grew up, there were steel mills everywhere. Everybody in my family worked for steel mills. There's none left. They're torn down. They're not even there. The same with coal-fired power plants. They're gone. Should we have some sort of a strategic plan to keep some of these steel mills and to keep some of this stuff as a strategic reserve, whether it's minerals, not only oil, but coal, iron ore, those sort of things? It concerns me that that's just going to go away to foreign countries. It worries me. I have a couple of tax concerns, one being the death tax. My 4 kids, what's going to happen? I'm 71 years old when I'm not here. They're going to pay big money, or they're going to have to sell out, or they're going to have to go get solar panels to keep the property. So, if you can do something about the death tax, appreciate it.
By the way, the death tax is, in the Trump bill, you don't have to pay a death tax or a inheritance tax. And under them, they want that terminated. They want you to pay. And what happens, especially with farmers, you're sort of land rich but cash poor. A lot of farmers are land rich and you love it, but you don't always have cash. And you leave it to your loved ones. You leave it to your children, which you want to do. That's what the ultimate is. If you love your children. In some cases, you don't love your children. You don't have to leave them anything, right? But generally, you love your children. And you leave. You have no problem with your children. But, you leave it to your children, and what was happening is people were going out borrowing a lot of money in order to pay the tax, borrowing from the banks on their farm, big liens on the farm, very smart banks that know how to do it, and the children would go bust, or they'd spend everything they could to pay the tax, and they'd live a very tough life and usually lose the land. I got rid of that. You have no tax to pay on these small farms and businesses. And it's a great thing. Nobody talks about it much. The fake news doesn't ever talk about it, but it's a tremendous factor. And it was one of the things that I was happiest about, because literally farmers are going out of business. Children, they take the farm from their parents and they have to go out borrow a lot of money, and they can't afford to do it, and they can't pay the interest rates. They end up losing the farm over a short period of time. So we got rid of the estate tax or the death tax, and now it will come back under play under Comrade Kamala. That's what happens. That's not good.
What about our capital gains tax? Are we going to keep that down?
Well, that's the worst. I mean, they have unrealized capital gain. How about that?
Yeah,
one?
how about that?
Unrealized. So they want to give you a capital gain if the value of your land goes up. Nobody's ever heard of it before. It's a communist thing, you know. It's a communist thing. It's unrealized capital gain. You'll have every business person, every company leaving this country. It's called an unrealized capital gain. And it's a concept that's been talked about for years. I don't know if any country has even done it, but she wants to do it here. And, come to think of it, now that I'm with farmers, it'll affect farmers probably worse than anything.
We have all the minerals under us, which we own, and they're going to put a value on those. And even though we haven't taken,
you know who's going to make a lot of money? Appraisers, lawyers, and accountants.
Well, I have two accountants. Two of my sons are accountants. So
They'll be very happy.
It's crazy. I have some expenses regarding fuel. Okay, and I had the opportunity to call up my fuel provider last Thursday when I found out I was going to be here, and I'll just give you a couple of numbers. Use a fair amount of off-road diesel. Off-road diesels come down in price surprisingly in an election year. Right now, 2024, I can buy off-road diesel for $2.95 a gallon. Okay, in 2020, $1.86. Regular diesel, I use for my truck. It has a road tax and stuff on it. It's around $4.50 a gallon now. Back in 2020, it was around $2.80. Non-ethanol gasoline, ethanol gasoline, as much as we want to have ethanol, it's not good for small equipment, chainsaws and all the small equipment. It eats up the carburetors. It's really not a good thing to have in small equipment. So I use non-ethanol gas. Right now, it's $4 a gallon. 2020, it was around $3.15. So it's gone up. Propane I use to heat with, it stayed about the same. It was $1.97 a gallon in 2024. In 2020, it's $1.65. But, the other thing, I lime my fields, because the pH, is low. You're going to have a certain pH to grow good grass, just like the golf course. You understand that part. Anyways, just recently, I had an arrangement to have some delivered and spread. It was $45 or $50 a ton. They call me, well, there's been a price increase. It's $70 a ton now, just out of the clear blue. Increase my expense. Fertilizer was $600 a ton. I'm paying $1,000 a ton for fertilizer now. I mean, it's just costs are out of control. The only thing that helps me is the fracking and the money that I was able to get from that. It's allowed me to keep my equipment. It's allowed me to buy another farm adjacent to me, and I'm hopeful that the fracking continues, and I know it will. And I'm hoping we get more of it so that my kids won't have to be forced at my demise to sell the farm to pay the tax.
You'll be around a long time. Don't worry about it. But it will not continue.
I'm not a worrier.
They get in, the fracking will not continue. I guarantee you that.
My concern in this environment is that small family farms in Pennsylvania are in peril from two sources. One is the foreign competition we talked about, and the second, I believe, is the federal government, and we need to be left alone. Just get out of our lives and leave us alone. We'll figure it out. Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. And Mr. President, I know you're about to get on the road to an amazing rally up in Indiana, but before you leave, and I know Ambassador Grinnell had some final words, would like to turn the floor over to our next president, Mr.
Well, thank you
Mr.
very
Trump.
much, and it's been great. I love the farmers. I'm very comfortable with the farmers. I feel I know your business, but I haven't plowed quite as much as you. But I do know your business very well. We've had a tremendous relationship. I've always won with the farmers, and that's because I produce promises made, promises kept. Number one, your energy bill within 12 months will be cut in half, and that's my pledge all over the country. Beyond farmers, that's my pledge all over the country. We have more energy under our feet than any other country. I call it liquid gold. And we have more than any other country. We have ANWR in Alaska, which the first thing they did, the Biden-Harris administration, everybody wanted it. It's the biggest. It could be as big or bigger than Saudi Arabia, and would have supplied Asia, would have supplied vast parts of the world, would have made more money than you could even imagine. We were going to lower your taxes, pay off debt. They terminated it. Reagan wanted it, couldn't get it. Everybody wanted it, couldn't get it. I got it. They were all set to drill, and the first thing they did the first week is they terminated NWAR. But I can get it back very quickly because I got it through Congress, and we'll get it back very quickly. They didn't terminate it through Congress. They just terminated it. Just absolutely ridiculous. But I'll have your energy bill down within 12 months. We'll have your energy bills throughout the country. I'm not just talking here. I'm talking all over. Air conditioning, heating, everything. We'll have it down by 50%, 50. And it won't even be very hard. You know, up in New England, they have tremendous energy costs, and a few minor changes and we can reduce it. New England is a disaster. I won't say they vote for Democrats so much anymore. I think we're probably taking that over because of energy and because of a lot of other reasons. But we're going to protect your fracking. You know, in my case, I was always for it, and in her case, she was never for it. She wants to defund the police, too. All of a sudden, she likes the police. It started a short while ago. I really like the police a lot. Now, she wanted to defund the police. She did things in Minnesota that were so bad. She was bailing out people that wanted to kill the police and were actually trying to kill the police and burning down Minneapolis. So we're going to do things the way you want it. A big factor here is, with all of you as I speak, is energy in two ways. Number one, you want to be able to collect royalties and other things, or even have a job in energy. That's very important to help your farm. And the other thing is you got to keep the prices down. So we're going to do both, and we'll do it fast too. It'll be largely taken care of within 12 months. I predict within 12 months it'll be down 50%. And if they get in, your energy costs are going through the roof. Okay, they're going to go through the roof. You won't have a farm very long. I will tell you that. I just noticed behind me John Deere tractors. I know a lot about John Deere. I love the company, but as you know, they've announced a few days ago that they're going to move a lot of their manufacturing business to Mexico. I'm just notifying John Deere right now. If you do that, we're putting a 200% tariff on everything that you want to sell into the United States, so that if I win, John Deere is going to be paying a 200%. They haven't started it yet. Maybe they haven't even made the final decision yet, but I think they have. John Deere is going to, and anybody else that does this, because it's hurting our farmers, it's hurting our manufacturing. And if you do that, you're going to have a 200% tariff put on the product that you make in Mexico, right across the border. They think they're going to make product cheaper in Mexico and then sell it in for the same price as they did before, make a lot of money by getting rid of our labor and our jobs, and really a great name, because John Deere is a great name. I buy a lot of John Deere, tremendous. I'm one of their big customers. I buy a lot of John Deere product as a private person. But if they're going to do that, we're going to put a 200% tariff on everything that they want to send back into the United States, which means one of two things. Our country is going to make a lot of money, or they're not going to build, they're not going to open, and or they're going to sell it to another country. They're entitled to do that. If they want to build in the country, in the United States, there's no tariff. You can go ahead and you can build in any one of the 50 states. You can go ahead. But if they don't want to do that, we're going to put a 200% tariff on John Deere. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to announce very shortly, if they think I'm going to win, or if I do win, they're going to announce that they're not going to build in Mexico. Mexico's taken a tremendous amount of our business, especially over the last few years with this group, because this group doesn't know what the hell they're doing. They have no idea what they're doing. Mexico is taking a lot of business, and a lot of it's done and financed by China. China is building massive car plants now in Mexico, and it's the same thing they're building. And a friend of mine builds car plants, and he said the biggest ones in the world are being built in Mexico. They're going to put Detroit out of business. They're going to put car manufacturing out of business in the United States. And I'm just telling everybody involved in this stuff, we're not going to rip off the United States anymore. We're going to put big tariffs on those cars that are coming in here at 100 to 200%, and they're no longer going to be competitive. So you better stay in Michigan, and you better stay in the areas that you're in right now. And what I really want you to do is come in and build your plants in this country and put our auto workers to work, because we've lost about 60% of our auto working business over the years. And we're going to get it all back, every one of them. We're going to get it all back, and we're going to get it back quickly. And we can control that so easily. So if they're building those plants in Mexico, which they're starting, if they're building and they wouldn't have done it with me, but now I guess they figure, when they started, it was a little while ago, I guess they didn't even know I was going to run. They weren't too happy when they heard I was going to. But they're going to have to pay a tremendous tariff, which means two things. They're not going to build the plant if it's not too late. They're not going to build the plant. This country is going to make a lot of money. or they're going to build the plant, but they're going to build it in the United States somewhere, and ideally a place like Michigan or South Carolina, where we have a lot of auto business. But we're not going to let that happen. But John Deere has got to understand that if they build in Mexico, if they start closing plants. In this case, it was in Iowa. They're going to close a big plant, and a couple of them, and that's just the beginning. The problem is that's just the beginning. Then all of a sudden you'll hear in a year from now they're going to do another one. All of a sudden they're not going to be in the country anymore. They're going to have to pay a very big price to be able to sell that product into the United States, okay? So that's very important. And I just have to say this. So Dave McCormick is here. He's running for the Senate. He's a great gentleman. He's a hero, great warrior. And he's a real warrior, too. Served incredibly in the military, so highly respected, did great in the military, went out, did tremendously in the private sector. And he's running against Bob Casey. Bob Casey never did anything for you. He never did anything for Pennsylvania. I was president for 4 years. I don't even know if I ever met him. I mean, I've met everybody. I don't know if I met him. Maybe I did, but it certainly didn't make a hell of an impression on me. But Bob Casey has done nothing for you as farmers. Look at the problems you have. As soon as I left, you have problems. You didn't have problems when I was running things because we ran it and we watched over the farmers. It was very important to me. But Bob Casey has done nothing for the farmers, and he's done nothing for the state. He's got long-term legacy. He inherited the job sort of from his father. And, when that happens, I was telling David, not easy there are other cases like that, too. Never easy to beat, but they're living only on a past reputation of somebody else, in this case, a father. He's done nothing for the state, and I didn't come here for David, but I have a lot of respect for him. And if I only do David, I tell you what, you have to get him. He's an incredible guy. He's going to make your farmers, he's going to help me make the farmers rich. We'll make the farmers rich again. And I appreciate everybody. I appreciate very much everybody. Just hang in there, and I know it's not been pleasant. But the first thing I do is I tell China, you got to start buying. China's not buying like they're supposed to under the agreement. And I'd say, China, you have to start buying. I'd like to, if I can, Lee, I'd like to have a few questions, if you want, from the media in the back. A lot of media here. Yes, ma'am. Well, we're going to protect it by saying you can't come. You can't do it. We don't want you buying our land. We don't want you taking the land and basically taking it off the market. And we don't want you doing it. And they're buying at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We don't want you buying. It's very easy to do. That's a very easy thing to do. But it's causing a lot of disruption, and that's what they want to do. So we can do that very easily. Question? Yeah, please. Yes, sir. They'll approve it. They'll approve it. And number one, I don't need them. I don't need Congress, but they'll approve it. I'll have the right to impose them myself if they don't. I'd rather get their support. The ones that understand business all support it. I think David would be a very big supporter of the tariffs because you understand what's happening, right? David's a great business person, led a great company. No, the ones that understand business, they understand. I'll give you an example. China will charge us, and it's not only China. I hate to keep using China because it's everyone. The European Union is a disaster for you also, by the way. They don't want your farm product. They don't want our cars. They don't want anything, and yet they sell tremendous amounts of Mercedes-Benzes, and they sell cars to us, but they don't want our cars. They don't want our farm product at all. They don't want it, but they sell farm product to us. And we have a tremendous deficit. And I had them shaped up real good, but they've gotten out of control. They're really out of control. And Mexico's out of control, to be honest with you. They're taking a lot of our companies in the last couple of years, and companies are moving down to Mexico. They don't know that if I come in, it's not going to work out too well for them because they're not going to be able to sell their product into the United States. They're going to have to pay a price, which will make it uncompetitive for them to do that. So we are going to do a real job. We need the support of Pennsylvania. It's a very important state, and she is not going to be good to Pennsylvania between pricing and energy. They started off knocking the hell out of the energy that I had. I had it going at a level. We were number 3 and probably number 4. And by the time I left, we were far and away number 1, ahead of Saudi Arabia, ahead of Russia. And then they cut. When they came in, they started cutting. And then prices started going through the roof at the beginning. And what they did is, let's go back to what Trump was doing. We got to go back. And they opened up the stuff that they were cutting. And it was a similar amount. But what they don't say is that we would be at least 3 to 4 times more production of energy right now. And your prices would never be what they are, because you can't compete when you have to pay that much for energy. So they didn't do their job. And by the way, if they won, you could forget about it. They want to go to all electric cars. How's that going to work? They don't go far. They're too expensive. They're made in China. And on day one, I end the all electric mandate. And I'm a fan of electric cars. Elon Musk, frankly, gave me the most beautiful endorsement. He endorses me all the time. He says, this is the only guy that's going to save our country. He's been very generous. And I think he makes an unbelievable product. But you have to be able to also sell gasoline-powered cars. You know, we have gasoline, and they want to use something that we don't have, but China has, because for the batteries and everything, China has and controls that market. But the problem is they don't go far. And they have other problems, like if it's cold, you get a little bit cold up here, they don't work too well in the cold. There are a lot of problems, and a lot of assets, too. And he's going to do great. His car is fantastic. But you have to be able to have other types, like hybrids. Hybrids are, good. It's a good thing. You have to be able to do that. So I'm going to end that mandate. Can you imagine? They want to almost immediately go to all electric. And we don't have enough electric to take care of ourselves. You go to California, they have blackouts and brownouts every single day. California's a mess. They have the governor of California, Gavin Newsom. Has anybody ever heard of him? But worse, they had an attorney general and a DA who destroyed San Francisco and then destroyed California. And I hate to say, because I have a lot of land in California, I hate to speak badly about places, but frankly, my presidency is much more important than my land. Isn't it nice to know? With Biden, it's the other way around. But my presidency is much more important than my land or my business. And I will say it, California is getting hurt so badly. She destroyed San Francisco, absolutely destroyed San Francisco, and now she wants to destroy our country. She was a horrible attorney general. You could steal $950 worth of merchandise for a store and you wouldn't get prosecuted. But anything above that, you wouldn't get prosecuted either. She was a horrible attorney general. She was a horrible DA. She was a DA of San Francisco. That was the beginning of the end. San Francisco was possibly the best city in our country 15, 18 years ago. And now it's not livable. We're going to bring them all back. We're going to bring the cities back, but it's not even livable. So Pennsylvania is a very important place, and it's, I went to school here. I went to college here, as you know, and it's a great place. It's a fabulous place, the Commonwealth, and we're going to make you very happy. All of those things that we talked about are very easily solvable with you. That's such an easy, that could be done in one day. I had a cabinet maker. He said, sir, China and South Korea are dropping cabinets into our country for nothing, and I can't compete. And I studied it, and I ended up putting a 50 or 75% tariff on all cabinets coming into the country. And I didn't know the guy. I met him previous to going in to the presidency. And I saw him 4 years later. He said, sir, you saved my business. You saved the job. I expanded. They stopped with the dumping. And the steel, the same thing. I think the steel people like me the best. Unfortunately, Biden's let it go. I put tariff. They were dumping Chinese steel into our country, David, at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We've never seen anything like it. And I put a 50% tariff on all steel coming in from China and some other places too, but all steel. And we saved these companies, but Biden has let it go. And we need steel. Look, there are some things you could get from outside. But if we're in a war and we need army tanks and we need ships and we need other things that happen to be made of steel, what are we going to do? Go to China and get the steel? We're fighting China, but do you mind they're selling us some steel? Think of it. These people don't know what they're doing. So I put big tariffs on steel. They were dumping steel, and it was bad steel, too. It was rotted steel, bad steel. It was imperfect steel People were building girders for buildings, and they check them, and they're not good. The steel wasn't good. But they were dumping at tremendous levels, and I ended the dumping of steel. But these people, since they took over this U.S. Steel, I would not allow that deal to happen. U.S. Steel, this was one of the greatest companies in the world. You go back 70 years, this was the big deal. United States Steel, and now they're going to let the Japanese buy it? I wouldn't let it happen. I'd help them so they can make the steel company good again. This was the biggest company in the world, the strongest company, had the biggest reputation. It represented our country, and now we're selling it to the Japanese. The psychology of that is unacceptable to me. So I wouldn't let that deal happen personally, but we'll see what happens. I hope it's going to be, I hope it won't have closed by the time I get there, but I would not let that deal happen. And you're right, they have other things. You look at China, they're opening up coal plants. Every week they're doing a big coal plant. And John Kerry, I watch this poor guy. This guy, it's so pathetic. He flies over in his own jet. You know, his wife has some money from a certain family, right? Right? And he's got a little jet. He flies over to China. He sees President Xi. Oh, yes, I will consider this very strongly. I will consider your request to stop building coal plants. And then he leaves. And he comes back. Oh, I had a good conversation. Nothing gets done. They're building coal plants. He had zero impact. But we don't build anything here. And what people don't understand is all that pollution in China, all the pollution everywhere in the world, much of it flies right over the United States, takes 3.5 days, comes in from China, and it's sometimes bad, and it flies right over the United States. So what are we going to do about that? But nobody ever discusses that. They don't want to talk about that. So we'll be nice and clean. Same thing with the oceans. You take a look, the Pacific, it flies in from, they dump it right in the ocean, and in about a week and a half, it's in, welcome to Los Angeles, California, and we're lifting it out of the ocean all day long. We have, it's a massive, big business. We're taking their garbage out of the ocean because it floats right to our West Coast, and other countries too. So it sounds bleak, but we'll get it all straightened out, and we'll get it straightened out fast. And I just want to thank Lee, and I want to thank everybody here. I'll tell you, Rick Grinnell has been amazing with me from just about the beginning. You know, he was the ambassador to Germany, and there was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel when I announced that I was taking Rick back to Washington and giving him an even higher position. This was the happiest woman in the world when she heard he was leaving Germany. And actually, in a certain way, she liked him, but in another way, he was sort of brutal because he understood what Germany was doing to the United States, one of the many countries that took advantage of the United States, and he got it. So I want to thank you, and you did a great job, and we appreciate it, and hopefully you'll be able to do a great job again. Thank you very much, Rick, and thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Protecting American Initiative, thank you for being here, but thank you most importantly for seeing the threats to America, both militarily and economic. And we appreciate that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Congressman, thank you very much. Great job you're doing. A warrior. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, very much.
Well,
thank you.
Mr. President, it's all yours.
Well, it's great to be with you, and this has been a very interesting day. Some numbers came out. Let's give you the bad news first. The worst numbers I think I've ever heard. You know exactly what I'm talking about, with a lot of people being released into our country that should never, ever be here, right? Like nobody can believe, but I've been saying it for 3.5 years because we are the party of common sense. We really know what's going on. And coming out of jails, murderers at levels that nobody thought possible. And it was all done by Comrade Kamala Harris. Our great border czar, who's incompetent, who's totally incompetent, and 245,000 criminals, but much more than 13,000 convicted murderers who were in jail. They were all released into our country, and we can't put up with this. This is gross incompetence, and let's get back to the show, okay? Get back to the show, right?
Absolutely. And Mr. President, I got to tell you, they have been having a great time. While they've been waiting for you, they've been singing, they've been talking, and I know we've got some questions tonight. And Nico, you're first up. Let's have at it.
Come on.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Hello, Nico.
My name is Nico. I'm from Plymouth, Michigan. Last week, I was laid off at Detroit Diesel. I was an assembler on the line, building diesel engines made in the USA. And my question is about immigration. Illegal immigrants are hurting American workers like me who are just starting off. How will you stop this invasion?
Well, very easy. We're going to close the wall. We're going to close the border. You know, I built hundreds of miles. Nico, I built hundreds of miles of wall and did it well. And we had the best numbers we ever had 4 years ago, and now we have the worst numbers in the history of the world, not just this country. At least 21 million people came in during their term, and as we just said, a lot of them are real bad people, real rough people. But they're also taking a lot of jobs from Americans, probably happened with you. And as the small number of jobs they created were all taken by illegal immigrants in the last short period of time, and we're going to make that change. You look like it'd be great. I'd like to have you make the motor, the engine, the motor of my car any day of the week. I'll bet you did a great job. I'll bet he did a great job. But we're going to bring the automobile business back to this area where it started, and we're going to bring it back at levels that have never been seen before. We're going to be lowering taxes. We're going to be doing a lot of things, but we're lowering taxes. We're going to use tariffs very, very wisely. You know, our country in the 1890s was probably, Marcia, probably the wealthiest it ever was because it was a system of tariffs. And we had a president, you know, McKinley, right? You remember Mount McKinley, and then they changed the name. But one of those things, he was really a very good businessman, and he took in billions of dollars at the time, which today it's always trillions, but then it was billions and probably hundreds of millions. But we were a very wealthy country, and we're going to be doing that now. We're going to do it where we keep, you know, there are enemies and our friends, too. They've taken advantage of us for years on trade, and year by year, all the time, we're losing our companies that make our cars, make the autos. A lot of them are going to Mexico now, and it's Mexico through China because China owns the factories. They're building big factories. They wouldn't have done it with me. They're building big factories, the biggest in Mexico, and they think they're going to make the cars and sell them in and close up Detroit, close up everything in this area, close up South Carolina, and it's not going to happen because we're going to put very heavy tariffs on those cars coming across the border, and we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it happen. So what we're saying is, Nico, we're going to have these companies that want to build in Mexico, they want to build in China, if they want to do business in the United States, they have to make their product, whether it's a car or anything else. We want them to make their product, have their plant in the United States. This way we employ our people, like Nico, we're going to employ you, I guarantee, and we're going to do it very fast, and then we have to keep out the competition, and we're going to make fair trade by charging them tariffs. If they want to come in and steal our wealth and steal our jobs and steal our companies, then they have to pay a price for that. And we've done it. And, you know, I charged, as Marcia can tell you, China paid hundreds of billions of dollars during my term, and I had no inflation. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. And we were just getting started, actually, but we had the greatest economy, the greatest employment for everybody, men, women, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, everybody, young people with a diploma, without a diploma, people that went to the best schools in the world, got PhDs. Every single class, without exception, was the best they've ever been. And we're going to get that back and then some. So we're going to bring a lot of companies in. and we're going to have a lot of jobs, and you're going to have a lot of jobs to choose from, okay? Thank you.
That's great. Everybody appreciates that and appreciate when you talk about immigration, you talk about building the wall and making certain that we secure this country. Okay, Misty.
And by the way, we built more wall than I said I was going to build, and then we had 200 miles of wall ready to go. It was all fabricated, all made to the highest specifications of Border Patrol and ICE, and it was all set. And then we got more votes than any sitting president has ever gotten by far. And they say we lost the election. So let's leave it at this. You know what? We have one coming up in 39 days, so that'll be a wonderful replacement. Wonderful replacement.
Absolutely. All right. Misty.
Good evening, President Trump.
I wasn't sure. She reminded me when I was in the debate with crooked Hillary Clinton. She got up and she started walking around, and I said, what's going on up here? Go ahead. I didn't know you were going for such a beautiful young lady. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, President Trump.
Good evening.
My name's Misty. I proudly build the Ford Broncos and Rangers. Yeah! I've been with Ford for 25 years. If I'm going to be honest with you, I'm sorry. I was not for you in the beginning. But my son told me I sounded ignorant and I needed to educate myself on you.
That's it.
True.
That's what we're like. Where is he? Where is he? Is he here?
No, he
Well, you say, I love your son. I think it's good.
He said just get his autograph. Anyway,
Yeah,
so I took the challenge on, and I'm proud to say that I'm voting for you for again. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
My question for you is, I'm a single mom of 5, and becoming difficult to afford, the basics. So can you please tell me what you're going to do to lower the prices for us?
Yeah, so what we have to do, because the prices are so high, thank you, darling, very much. It's a great question. People are hurt by the cost of groceries, the cost of everything. There's nothing less expensive. If you go back 4 or 5 years, everything was just a fraction of what it is now. And they're making essentially, if they make the same wages, they're getting wiped out because prices are up 50, 60, 70% for a lot of things. For some items, it's much more than that. Well, look at interest rates. They were 2%, now they're 10%, but at 10% you can't get the money. At 2%, there was plenty of money for everybody for buying a house, et cetera, et cetera. But when you look at groceries, I think it's this thing that really, I always say this is an election that I used to say determined by the stomach. Actually, I don't believe that anymore. I think it's now determined by the brain, because nobody wants to have criminals pouring into our country. Nobody wants to have any of these horrible things that are happening to our country. But we're going to be bringing them down, and it's going to start with energy. We're going to drill, baby, drill. Energy's coming way down. Energy's coming way down, and when energy comes down, everything else follows. That's what started this onslaught of inflation, that the greatest we've ever had in our country. We had the greatest inflation over the list, and it actually, we had almost no inflation. And that carried on for 2 years into there. I used to say his, now I say there. But nobody even really knows who our president is, if you want to know. Who's our president? Who is he? Nobody, we're not sure who the president is. Yeah. That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But the inflation, it carried on for almost 2 years into that. We had a solid no inflation. It was solid, and then it exploded because what they did was the energy, and also what they did, just almost as importantly, was they spent like nobody's ever spent. They went crazy. And the Green New Scam, and they were spending on things that didn't help the country, and it also drove. So between the energy and the spending, the inflation went up, and food prices came with it, and rent came with it. Everything came with it. And we had, I think, the worst inflation we've ever had, and we're going to bring it down. So we're going to bring it down with energy and interest rates. The interest rates are going to come down, but first we're going to get, and here's a statement that I make to you tonight. We are going to have energy. We have more liquid gold, I call it. You've heard that said, liquid gold. That's oil and gas. We have more oil and gas, liquid gold, than any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia and Russia. And we're going to bring it down. We're going to bring your energy bills down, and also business, where they can employ people. But we're going to bring the energy down by 50% in the first 50% in the first 12 months. And when we do that, everything else is going to follow. Everything follows the energy. And because we have so much, you know, they don't drill, they go to Venezuela. We buy oil from Venezuela. What's that all about? And we have more than anybody else in the world. Think of it. Saudi Arabia doesn't have as much. Russia doesn't have as much. And we're going to other countries. We're going to drill, and we're going to take it out. Your energy bills will be 50% lower 1 year from January 20th. 1 year from January 20th, okay? And that's going to have a huge impact, okay? Thank you. Say hello to your son. Thank you. Very good. Good job. Thank you.
Well, I think that everybody is ready to get those prices at the pump down. And one thing I found out is 84% of all the cars that these good people made, and 84% of the cars sold in 2023 were gas-powered cars. And we need to get that price down.
Yeah, so it's a good point. Look, they have an electric mandate. Every car is going to be electric, they say. I will terminate that now. And you have to understand, Elon endorsed me with the strongest endorsement, and we love him, and he's great. And by the way, the Tesla is amazing, but not everybody should have an electric car. It might be 7 or 8% of the market, and then you also want hybrids, and you want to have pure gasoline-driven powered cars. We're going to have everything. The new one is hydrogen. There's one problem. Do you know what the problem is? They blow up. You'll be to the other side of the arena, and you won't feel too good. So until they fix that problem, I'm going to pass personally. If you'd like one, you can buy one, but I'm going to pass. But you've got to have alternatives and choices. That's what the country's all about. And we're not going to have, I will end the electric mandate on day one of the administration. Okay?
That is great. I tell you what, if we can get you back to drilling on day one and then get that inflation down, you know, and our audience might not know this, when you left office, inflation was 1.4%. Today, the cumulative inflation rate is 20.3%. And as Mike Rogers, who's running for Senate here, you're going to have a great senator.
Where is he? He's here someplace.
Somewhere.
Where is Mike? There he is.
Yes.
Hi, Mike.
There he is. All right.
Wow.
There is Mike. But Mike gave me a great phrase when I was campaigning with him a few days ago. He said, the most expensive vehicle you drive in 2024 is the grocery cart. And Donald Trump is going to get those grocery prices down. All right.
We're going to get them down. It's a big deal. The groceries, more than anything else, I talk about what's at the checkout counter, the groceries, and we're going to get it all down. It's going to be done. Not just stopping and holding inflation. That's the easy part. We have this big damage done to our country. We have to get the prices down. Where bacon is up. Oh, bacon. We don't order bacon anymore. It's too expensive, right? But it's all up too much, and we're going to get it down. But it's going to start with energy, and it's going to start also with interest rates. because once that happens, interest rates are going to come down too. You know, we had, as Marcia said, we had 1.4%. You know, you don't want inflation at zero because that's not actually good. And the worst thing you would have is deflation. Deflation's probably, in a certain way, as bad or worse than inflation. The ideal number is between 1% every year. If you could do this for the next 100 years, between 1% and 2%, and we were at 1.4% average. It was amazing, right? It was great. So we're gonna take care of inflation and quickly, and we're gonna get those prices coming down very, very substantially and very quickly. Thank you.
And make America affordable again.
And make America great again.
All right. Okay, Tony. Where is Tony? He's over here with a question. Right here. And they're bringing you a microphone.
Hello.
How about it?
Hello. Good evening, Senator, Mr. President. Welcome to Michigan. As you heard, my name is Tony. Mr. Trump, we met last year at a great round at Bedminster with the Heritage Foundation. Great event. It was an honor. Our company's based here in the U.S. We melt steel, and we make automotive parts out of ductile iron for brake components, axle components, and those are made for the big three here. Sadly, though, we're losing jobs to China, India, Mexico, and it's become more difficult to compete. Manufacturers like us, we are some of the largest users of energy, and under Harris and Biden, the energy costs have tripled. So my question is, what will you do to get energy back down so us U.S. manufacturers can compete and bring it back to the jobs here?
Yeah, so it's a great question. A lot of people have the same question because it's affecting their companies. I just left one. A man from the Netherlands, we made a speech, a wonderful guy, and he said the problem was he opened up because of me. He opened in 2017, and he had 3 great years, and now with them, he's not doing well. What we're doing is, I said about the energy as to what we do and how we do it, but China's coming in, and you said Mexico. Mexico's a big threat now. Mexico's taking a lot of your business, and we're not going to let that happen. We need a smart series of tariffs and taxes, Marcia, and it's very simple business. You know, China won't take cars from outside of China. They only take them if you build in China. You have to build your factory. So if I'm making a car and I think I'm going to sell it into China, they have a massive over 100% tariff. So what you do is you say, to not pay that tariff, I'm going to have to build my factory in China. And they encourage it. They help it. We're going to be doing the same thing, but we're going to do it even better. We're going to bring cars back. We're going to bring, like you say, what are you, auto parts and things like that, right? We're going to bring that all back to this country. It's all coming back. If they had to pay tariffs on what they're doing and what they're selling into our country, they wouldn't be putting your business out of business if that's where you're going. It will never happen, and we're going to do it just the opposite. Plus, we're lowering the tax rate. So I took it from 39% to 21%. These are for companies, and that's why we had the great numbers for jobs. But now what I'm doing is I'm going, and nobody thought that was possible, and I got it approved by Congress, believe it or not. Now we're going to 21, from 21 to 15%, but you have to make your product in the USA. So if you want to take advantage of the low tax rate, you have to make your product. So we'll be down to 15%. That gives us one of the lowest tax rates in the whole world, so it's more than competitive. Companies will come here. But in addition to that, we're going to keep this really terrible competition. I don't mind the word competition, but it's predatory. And we're going to keep this competition out so that you're able to grow your business and grow it well. And you'll make the product and you'll sell it inside our country. And I know exactly what your situation is. And it's so easy to solve. We're going to need the help of the Senate. We're going to need the help of the House. And if they won't do it, I have the authorization and the power to do it myself, and we'll have to do it. Okay?
Well, and that's why we need Mike Rogers
You need
as
Mike Rogers.
Senator Mike Rogers. And we've got Lisa McClain, Congresswoman McClain.
Right.
Yes.
A warrior.
Yes, she is a warrior. And the amazing, incredible Congressman John James.
Hey, John. Good.
And they will help us get this done. I appreciate that you talked about tariffs, and I think it's so important that you continue to call out China, and we support you on that, because we don't want China building those plants in Mexico and then running those cars across the border.
Without any tax whatsoever, and putting everybody here in not only danger, it's over. Your union head, I don't know who he is, Sean Fain or something, whoever this guy is, he sold you out because he let Biden, who doesn't know what he's doing, I mean, you probably noticed, he let this guy come up with an all-electric mandate. Those cars are all going to be built in China. We want cars built in the USA. It's very simple. And they're going to come in at levels. We'll be having auto manufacturing at levels that we haven't seen in 50 years. We're going to have a lot of companies coming in, and we're going to make it competitive so they can come in and they can thrive, not like this gentleman where they come in and they dump product. And you know what they do? They dump the product cheaply, and then everyone goes out of business. Then they take over the businesses and they sell it for 2 and 3 times what it was selling for before. The whole thing, it's really not too, you know, Rockefeller in the old days, he used to open a gas station. He used to underprice it by 50, 100. He'd give the gas away. He'd drive the people out of business around him. Then he'd buy up the gas stations or close them, and he'd make a fortune. That's exactly what they do on an even bigger scale. We're not going to let it happen. It's going to be over. We're going to have a smart system of tariffs. And by the way, if they don't want to play that game, then we're going to get a lot of money from tariffs. So Marcia can tell you, I charged hundreds of billions of dollars to China in tariffs and taxes. No other president has ever charged China 10 cents. And we take in hundreds of billions of dollars, so much so that Biden can't get rid of it. He's still got it on, you know, he wants to, but it's so much money. And frankly, it's a lot of money. But also, if you did get rid of it, they'd come in and they'd put all your businesses out of business. So the Senate and the House have to get really smart on this, because purposely over a period of years, they've given it a bad name. Actually, I consider it one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. The word tariff, I love it. I think it's beautiful. Almost as beautiful as that chart that I looked to the right. Almost as beautiful. Where is that chart? Where's that chart? Do they have it? I love that chart. Oh, I love that chart. Whoa. That's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. If I didn't look over there real fast, I guess I wouldn't be with you tonight, right? That's I sleep with that chart. I go to bed with it. I kiss it goodnight. I love you, baby. That chart. But the word tariff is a beautiful word if properly used, and it gives us power, strength. And, you know, beyond just economic strength, there are times when I had 2 countries fighting. I don't want to tell you which ones, but I had 2 countries fighting. It looked like they were going to go to war again. I think Rick Grinnell is here. Is Rick Grinnell here? I think so. Did a fantastic job. Yeah. They're fighting. I said, fellas, you guys want to fight? You want to kill people in your countries? That's okay. But if you do, I'm going to charge you 200% tariff to do business with the United States, and that's it. They called me back 2 days later. Sir, we've made peace. After years, we've made peace. So, you know, it really does. It has a great power to it. There's a great power if you know how to use it.
Well, it does indeed. And another thing with great power was the 2017 Trump tax cuts. And we need Republicans in the Senate and the House to make the Trump tax cuts permanent.
Right. She's right. They want to raise your taxes. They want to take out the Trump tax cuts, which will, I think, close to Depression time, not recession, but Depression time, because it was the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. And you got a lot of other things, too. Estate tax, death tax. If you love your children and you want to leave your business to them or whatever, does anybody not love their children? Because if you don't love your children, then it doesn't help you too much. But if you want to leave, leave it to anybody. But you had zero estate tax. You had zero death tax, we call it. Sometimes I like the word estate better than death, but a lot of people use the word death. And that was a big thing because you would have a farm and you'd leave it to your children and they have a big tax to pay. They'd go out to the bank, they'd borrow the money, they'd end up losing the farm and living like hell. And part of our tax cuts, nobody even talks about it, but the people that are involved in this stuff really say that's one of the best things. You have no estate or death tax to pay, so it's really good.
Well, we're going to...
They want to end that.
We'll lower those taxes. We'll have those tariffs. We're going to make those cars right here and then see them loaded on a Teamster-driven big rig and taken all across the country.
And thank you to the Teamsters. Did you know I got 60% of the vote with the Teamsters? So thank you, Teamsters. That's the first time that happened in a long time.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Teamsters.
Our next question is from Ashley. Whoops, stepped on that water bottle.
Hi, Mr. President.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming to Michigan. My name is Ashley, and I work at the Chrysler plant. Like many auto workers, I am deeply concerned about the future of our industry. With many jobs being outsourced as we speak, what actions will you take to ensure that our jobs stay in America so we can continue to build the best cars in the world here in Michigan?
So pretty much as we've been saying, and what I want to do is I want to be able to, look, your business, years ago in this area, I was honored as the Man of the Year. It was maybe 20 years ago. Oh, and the fake news heard about it. They said, it never happened, it never happened. And I didn't know who it was. It was a group that honored me as Man of the Year. The fakers back there, see the fake news? But they said, oh, and they looked, and it, they said it never happened, but I said, I swear to you, it happened. It did happen. I was Man of the Year. And I came and I made a speech, and I said, why do you allow them to take your car business away? Why do you allow it to happen? They're taking your business away. And I didn't know too much about it. All I know is they were taking your car industry away from you. They said it never happened. And lo and behold, somebody said, I remember the event, and then we found out and we had everything. We got the awards, we had everything. It did happen, but I gave a speech which at the time was pretty controversial. We can't let them take your car business away. It's such an important business. And it's an important business even in times of war where they switch over. And it was really something. And I looked at that speech from, I don't know, it's like 19, 20 years ago. And I could repeat it now without changing a word. You cannot let foreign countries, and a lot of the times our worst foes are our so-called friends, okay? Our friends, the European Union takes tremendous advantage of us. As an example, they give us cars by the millions. We don't have too many Chevrolets in the middle of European cities, okay? European Union is brutal. They don't take our farm products for the most part. They don't take a lot. But unlike Kamala, who always complains and doesn't do anything, I keep saying, why don't you do? I saw Marcia the other day. Why didn't she do it 4 years ago almost? And I say that, she's on the border today trying just to, what a day for the border. She goes to the border today, and they just announced just before she got up to speak that more than 13,000 murderers from jail, solitary confinement people in many cases, were released. But I just say, let's go back. So we can't let them take our businesses, and we're not going to let them take our businesses. And you can control that so easily through good policy. Not her kind of policy, by the way. She changed her policy 15 times. No fracking. Oh, I like fracking.
Defund the police. She wants to defund the police. Now, oh, I love the police all of a sudden. By the way, when anybody is into defunding the police even for a day during their career, they can no longer serve as President of the United States, I can tell you. So we're not going to let them take our businesses. And really, a lot of that's determined by our taxation policy. When China has to pay all that money, the people that liked me the best were the steel companies because I saved them. They were dumping, China and others, but mostly China was dumping steel in here at levels that nobody had ever seen before, and it was putting the steel companies out of business. I put a 50 and 100% tax on the dumping of steel, and the steel companies thrived. I saved them, and you have to have the steel companies. So we'll do the same thing, and you don't worry about it. Here's what you have to do. I only ask you to do one thing, and then you can sleep beautifully all night long, go to a job you love, and get a lot of money at the end of the week. You know what the thing is? Vote for Trump. If you vote for Trump, everything's going to be taken.
There you go.
Everything is going to be taken.
Right. And we have Todd. We've got another question over here. Todd is over here, right there. Okay.
Hi.
He's got his microphone. Todd?
Welcome, President Trump. First off, I want to say you and your family are in me and my wife's daily prayers.
Thank you.
May God continue to watch over you.
Thank you very much.
So my name's Todd. I'm from Shelby. Unfortunately, pretty soon, over 2,000 people will be laid off from my plant that I've worked at for 25 years. And we can't take...
Where are they moving? Where are they moving?
Where they move? We don't know. Actually, we don't
Probably
know.
Mexico, by the way.
Oh, the people. We don't know where the people are.
Where's the plant going to move? Do you know?
The plant's staying there. We're losing the Ram Classic, as you probably heard. We make the Grand Wagoneer. It's a beautiful truck. But we're waiting on products. So
you know why it's? Are they being laid off? And is the plant closing?
The plant's not closing. The people will probably be dispersed between other plants. We hope. But yeah, that's happening in the next couple of weeks.
No, it's terrible. Okay, I get it. Thank you. Go ahead.
We can't take 4 more years, Harris. And my question to you is basic. It's easy. What is your one of your all-time favorite American cars?
My all-time favorite what?
What is one of your all-time favorite American cars?
Okay, so my father was a great guy. I learned so much from him. And he loved Cadillac. I have to. I mean, his biggest luxury in life was to get a brand new dark blue Cadillac every 2 years. And he would. He would get that car. He said, look at this car. He didn't know about a Rolls Royce. He didn't know about, all he liked was Cadillac. And I love it. I think it's a great car. I think it's, right now, it's come a long way, too, because it's come through some problems. But it's a very good car. I buy a lot of them for different clubs and things, and it's great. And they're very nice people that run the company. But my father liked Cadillac, so that's good enough for me. Does that make sense? Good. And we'll take care of your situation. You watch what happens. When I do that, and they're going to be better positioned because I see what's happening with the layoffs. But they're going to be making. That's a good. I don't know what you call it. Car. In a way, it's a car. What would you call that? Pretty much a car. They're going to be making more than they've ever made in a very short period of time. You have one thing to do. You have to elect a person with business talent and common sense, and this whole thing is going to turn around very quickly. Very quickly.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Great question.
Mr. President, they have loved having you here in Warren, Michigan, and I think you've got 5,000 people here and even more outside that have wanted to get in and cheer for you and be here to support you, and they do love you. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
And everybody is going to be working hard and pulling for November 5th. And we've got great questions that have come from the audience tonight.
Good.
And we're just so excited that you took your time to come here to a great all-American city and talk with a whole bunch of auto workers and let them know you are on their side and you're going to make manufacturing great because you believe in them.
I do.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. So nice. Marcia, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, darling. Beautiful. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time. Get out and vote. Get out and vote. We got to win this one. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. How are you? Hi, darling. Hi. How are you? Thank you very much, everybody. This is an honor. And, you know, I walked in, the first question that I asked, should we change the name from Fort Liberty back to Fort Bragg? First question. Right? So here's what we do. We get elected. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And we're leading in all the polls. We should get elected, but remember this, they cheat like hell. We got too big to rig. We need too big to rig. So I just appreciate being here. You know, we did win 2 world wars from Fort Bragg. Right? So this is no time, look at that big guy. This is no time to be changing names, but we're going to do that. We're going to do everything we can. We're going to get it back. We're going to bring our country back. We're going to bring our country back. Thank you, everybody. Let's have a little fun. Right? Okay? Good.
Mr. President, I don't think you'd have a problem with North Carolina. I think they love you here.
I love that. And you know, Kamala should be here. She shouldn't be anywhere else. And they're missing $1 billion that they gave to migrants coming into our country. Some of them are murderers. Some of them are drug dealers. Some of them, many of them, 13,099 murderers came into our country during their 3.5. And we're missing $1 billion they gave them to the migrants that came in, and now we don't have the money. We'll do it, but they don't have the money to take care of. That's why they're giving you lousy treatment in North Carolina in particular, and we don't like that, so we're going to let it be known, and they have to get a lot better because people are not happy.
Well, you're absolutely right, Mr. President. And before we start with the town hall, I actually wanted to mention that one of your friends here is Silk. Silk, are you here? Where are you at?
Oh. Where? Oh. I'll tell you, she is my friend, too. And she is my friend. That is my friend.
Oh, wow. Hey, North Carolina. Real quick now, I want y'all to listen up. I'm a little ticked off. I just want you to know I'm a little ticked off, and I'm going to tell you why. $750. Where American tax dollars is being used to fund illegal aliens into our country. And these illegal aliens didn't pay one dime or one red cent into our systems. And all Kamala Harris and Tampon Timmy want to give us $750? Listen, you all, we only have one choice. One choice. And that's President Donald J. Trump. We cannot afford another 4 years of this, so you're going to have to vote like your life depends on it. Like when you're taking your breath and it's your last breath and you need that vote in order to breathe, that's what you're going to have to do. So you're going to have to, I'm almost finished, Mr. President. So what you're going to have to do, you're going to have to overvote the cheat. You're going to have to outrun the runway. And we're going to have to make it too big to rig. Now I can feel Diamond rising up in me. Because you have to vote right so you won't get left again. Vote red. R-E-D. Remove every Democrat. They gotta go. They gotta go. Now, while the media continue to play the race card, we gonna continue to play the Trump card so we can win, win, and win.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So, you know, it was 9 years ago, and my beautiful wife, our First Lady, we love our First Lady. Did you see her interview on Sean Hannity and with Ainsley in the morning? She did great. But 9 years ago, she came to me. She said, you know, there are two women, and they are really incredible. I said, who the hell are they? He said, you got to see this. You're not going to believe it. They had a thing, and we fell in love like almost immediately. Yes. And her sister was just unbelievable, too. Yes. And she passed away like a couple of years ago now. It's a long time ago, it seems. It goes fast, right? But what a great combination. We love you both. They were loyal to me from day one. When they heard stuff, they said, that's a lot of crap.
Day one.
They were with me from day one.
Day one.
And that Trump sign gets bigger and bigger. I said, that's so nice, I want to buy one for myself. But
don't you worry, Mr. President, I'm going to give you one.
I don't worry,
That's
but
right,
you know
baby.
what?
Yes.
You know what? We appreciate your loyalty, your friendship. And I saw Silk backstage. I said, I'm bringing you upstage. I'm going to bring you upstage. And we miss your great sister, and we love you. And thank you very much.
You so
thank
much
you.
more.
Thank you. Great.
All right, Mr. President, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm going to be very careful with these seats.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
These seats weren't designed for me, exactly.
All right, Mr. President, our first question comes from Allie. She was one of the residents here in North Carolina that was directly impacted by the hurricane, and it destroyed her community. Allie, where are you at?
Hi.
Good evening, President Trump. My name is Allie, and I'm from the foothills of North Carolina. Our entire community has been decimated. Thank you, President Trump, for visiting the disaster sites to bring attention and donating millions in relief.
Thank you, Allie.
This week, we have learned that not only did 13,000 murderers illegally cross our border, but FEMA is out of money because they have been providing $9,000 to every illegal. Enough is enough. We must put Americans first. How soon will you start deporting the murderers?
So let me just tell you that you're right about that. It's 13,099 to be exact. And murderers, many of these people murdered more than one person. One did 7. These are not people we want in our country. So this was, I guess, released by somebody that loves us, maybe in Border Patrol. We don't know exactly where the numbers, but these are certified numbers. And you had 16,000 drug traffickers. You had numbers that nobody's ever seen, 645,000 criminals overall. They're in our country. Nobody has any idea. They're from places unknown. Nobody knows who they are, what they are, but we know that we have over 600,000 people released into our country, along with the ones that you were talking about, the 21,000. But of them, 13,000, more than 13,000 are murderers. And some were on schedule to die. They were scheduled for the death penalty. And we have them now nicely ensconced in our country. I'll tell you what, we have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of America. They are horrible. They are horrible. That could happen, and just the concept of open borders doesn't make sense. You know, we built 500 miles of wall more, and we're going to add another 200, much more than I said I was going to do. And that's why we had the best numbers ever. Oh, the chart. So you know the chart. My favorite chart, Ali. My favorite piece of paper, my favorite chart. But we had a chart. Do you have something up here that could show? Oh, I love that. I love that chart. Oh, I love that chart. If I didn't look to the right, I wouldn't be going to Butler tomorrow. You know, we're going to Butler tomorrow. If I didn't look over. So, no, but that, if you look at the chart, at the arrow on the bottom, that shows the lowest number in the history of our country. That was the day I left office. And these clowns took over. And what they've done to our country, between that and so many other things, what they've done to our country. But, you know, I view inflation was the worst we've ever had, I think. They say, oh, it was only in 48 years. Somebody, one of the fake news back there, they corrected me one time. They said, no, 48 years. Oh, okay. But it wasn't. I believe it was the worst that we've ever had. And that's been one of the big problems. But to me, and I know that you talk about the bad economy, you talk about all of the costs, and the costs are so bad. To me, the worst is the border, because it's like what they're doing is they're destroying our country. And it's not easy. We're going to get them out. We're going to have the largest deportation in history. I'm not proud to say that either, but it's a tough thing to do. And we're going to get, Anna, we're going to get the criminals out. We're going to start with the worst of them, and we're going to get them out. And you know who's going to help us? Local law enforcement. Local law enforcement. They're going to be great. They know their names. They know their serial numbers. We're going to get them out. And, you know, very simply, we have a little thing called MAGA. Everybody here knows MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, darling. Really good question. Thank you.
You know, Mr. President, to your credit, too, I think that's largely why you've actually outpaced every other candidate for president with the support from the Hispanic American community, because it's not just erasing. We all want border security. So thank you, Mr. President.
It's an incredible community that I don't know, it's just very energetic. You know that, right? It's energetic. And they're very entrepreneurial, and they love our country. And we've gotten record numbers with the Hispanic community. And I don't know, it just works. It just works. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Thank you, darling, very much.
Thank you, guys. All right, Mr. President, our next question is from John. He was a Green Beret captain who was actually kicked out of the military. I think he's going to share his story with you. One second.
Hi. Good-looking guy.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm John Frankman. I was a Special Forces Green Beret who was forced out of the military because of the COVID-19 vaccine mandate.
Good stuff, right? That's good.
So the Biden-Harris DoD COVID-19 vaccine mandate was very damaging to the military. It forced thousands of service members out, and thousands do not want to join now. The Biden-Harris DoD has the lowest recruiting in modern history, and now they're pushing more woke training. So how do you plan to repair the military from the damage that was done and hold military leaders accountable?
So I want to have them come back into the military with pay. And, you know, they've been talking about that, but it never happened. They never did what they said they were going to do. There should have never been a mandate. That should have never happened. You should have been given choice, as we say. We want choice in education, and we want a choice there, too. And that should have never happened. And, you know, we've lost some of our best people in the military, too. Did you leave? Did you leave? Did you ever take the vaccine or anything?
I never did, sir.
So you want a choice, yeah. And do you want it? Would you go back in if they were able to?
As long as there's accountability, potentially.
Yeah, no, there would be accountability, is right. They're going to will fire their asses, but there won't be. We don't want to lose this guy. We want to get. He's central casting. We want to get him back in. Yeah, we're going to take care of it. I hope you do come back, or I hope you do very well outside. To be honest, wherever you are, I just want you to do well. But we're going to get a lot of people coming back. They should have never had the mandate. The mandate was a big mistake, and they treated people terribly, terribly. Okay? Thank you very much. Great. You look great. Thank you. We lost a lot of great people. Also in other, when police forces, I mean, a lot of people were forced into doing things they didn't want to do. But I love that question. That's a great question. Thank you very much.
I also, too, if I could, Mr. President, I don't think I've told you this story yet, but actually we had some of our friends that had been deployed, and one of our friends actually was shot pretty badly and ended up going to Walter Reed. And to put in perspective, there's a lot of politicians that will take photos with the military, but they don't care. But President Trump actually went privately, didn't ask for a photo opportunity, and he said thank you to our friend that had been shot in combat at Walter Reed. His heart's in it. He loves our community. And when I say that he has your back and he's going to make sure that they're accountable, he will.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'll tell you, we have a great military, and we really do. But Walter Reed, you mentioned the name, and that hospital was unbelievable. The doctors are unbelievable. They had a lot of problems with getting there, getting to it, managerially getting in to see. But we had the best doctors. They could do things that nobody else could do, and they got to see some really badly hurt people. And the level of talent at Walter Reed, it's just an incredible hospital. So we have to pay our due respects. You hear so much about government-owned or whatever. I don't think there's a better hospital in the world than Walter Reed, so we should say that, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Mr. President, our next question comes from an active duty service member here at Fort Bragg. They like it. Austin, where are you at? Oh, front row.
That was good.
Good evening, Donald Trump.
Thank you.
President Trump. No, I've never done this before. I'm an active duty soldier here at Fort Liberty, and I'd want to start off by saying I'm here in personal capacity.
You meant Fort Bragg, right?
Yes.
Fort Bragg.
I know.
Are you not? You're not a soldier now?
No, I am a soldier. I'm currently active
you are.
duty.
Okay. Good.
But on a... Oh, shit. That gives out. I'm here in my personal capacity, not speaking on behalf of the Army or DOD in any way.
Right.
This week we saw the missiles flying into Israel from Iran and how impressive the Iron Dome is in protecting Israel. What are your thoughts on the Iron Dome for America?
I love it. I love it. How can you? I love it. We're going to have it. One of the things I say, we're going to have an Iron Dome. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? And you see how effective. So the other day, 287 big missiles, ballistic missiles, were shot into Israel. Every single one of them was taken down. Well, why shouldn't we have that? And it's all going to be made in the United States. It was our technology. It's all going to be made in the U.S., and a lot of it's going to be made in a place called North Carolina, if you don't mind, okay? And I think I just learned the secret. Look, we're going to win. I believe you got to get out there, you got to vote and all that. But I think I just learned the secret to winning absolutely and by massive margins. I'm going to promise to you, as I said at the beginning, that we're going to change the name back to Fort Bragg, because I think when that word gets out, I just see this great-looking soldier just accidentally said Fort Liberty, and he got almost booed the hell out of the place. That was not good. Anyway, I believe it's absolutely something that we want to have for safety. We're a target for a lot of different places. I listened to Biden yesterday. Since I went under the wing, I used to go under the wing of the aircraft. Nobody ever did that before. I did. All of a sudden, Biden started. But he only takes like a half a question, usually can't answer it. But they asked him, what do you think about Iran? Would you hit Iran? And he goes, as long as they don't hit the nuclear stuff. That's the thing you want to hit, right? I said, I think he's got that one wrong. Isn't that what you're supposed to hit? I mean, it's the biggest risk we have. Nuclear weapons, the power of nuclear weapons, the power of weaponry. I rebuilt the entire military, jets, everything. I built it, including nuclear, and I hated to build the nuclear. But I got to know firsthand the power of that stuff, and I'll tell you what, we have to be totally prepared. We have to be absolutely prepared. But when they asked him that question, the answer should have been, hit the nuclear first and worry about the rest later. And that's where they should. That's what if they're going to do it. If they're going to do it, they're going to do it. But we'll find out whatever their plans are. But great question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Austin. Mr. President, I don't think you get enough credit for what you did with the Abraham Accords. I mean, that really was historical.
I agree. I agree.
But realistically, because of the failed foreign policy out of this current administration, we are on the verge of World War III. When you get back in office, what are you going to do to change it?
So a lot of things are happening very fast, and, you know, we could end up in World War III before we get there. The way it's going right now, look at Russia with Ukraine, that's a disaster. Look at the Middle East, it's exploding all over the place. And we have people that, look, we have a president that he spends most of his time on the beach sleeping. I never saw a guy could sleep in front of a camera. Does anybody think of it? I don't sleep that much. I toss and turn. I think. I'm always thinking. Do you ever do that? You're sweating and you're thinking and you're trying to figure out how to beat this one, that. Look, how to make our country great. But I toss and I turn. This guy just falls asleep on the beach like there's nothing to it. I wish I had that ability. That's one ability he has that I do not have. And I wouldn't mind having it. I could use a little extra sleep. But we are going to do things with our country. We just have to be respected again. You know, Viktor Orban, he's, you know, the fake news, a lot of fake news back there, by the way. But the fake news, you know, they call him a strong man. He's the head of Hungary. And we have, and he's, you know, very strong guy, very tough guy. But, I mean, more than anything else, a very smart guy. And they said, why is the world blowing up? You have the Middle East is blowing up. You have Russia, Ukraine. That could lead to catastrophe. You talk about nuclear weapons. That could be a total catastrophe. Why is it? He said, if you put Trump back in the White House, it's all going to end. You're going to have peace. You know, we had 4 years. We didn't have any wars. We didn't have any terrorism. We didn't have anything. And I won't tell you exactly what he said. Maybe I will. He said because they were afraid of Trump. I don't want to be the one saying that, but they were probably afraid of me because they think I was crazy. And that's a good thing to think, right, soldier? That's a good, they said, this guy is crazy. But no, he said that you put Trump back in the White House, you're not going to have all of that stuff is going to heal. October 7th would have never happened. The attack on Israel would have never happened. Remember, Iran was broke. They weren't giving money to Hezbollah. They weren't giving money to anybody, any of these, they call them delegates of terror, a lot of different names, but it's always of terror. And there was no money for Hamas. And now you look, you know, because you were such a big part of it, we had no attacks, we had no terrorism, we had no nothing. For 4 years we had, and I wanted to talk about it during the 4 years, but that's never smart, right, Robert? That's never smart to do. So I didn't, but I talk about it a lot now. We had no attacks. We had none of this stuff going on. We defeated ISIS, by the way. We took ISIS. We defeated them in 4 weeks. It was supposed to take 5 years. I rebuilt the military, and we had a military, and we have great generals, not the television guys, by the way, the real generals. I'm talking about like Raisin Cane, General Raisin Cane. You know who that is. But we defeated ISIS quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years. We did it in 4 weeks. We have a great military, and we have a military that's not woke. You may have a few people on the top that are woke, and we're going to get rid of them so damn fast your head's going to explode.
Yeah, he's not kidding. I mean, we've traveled around the world just on CODELs, and every single world leader that we met with said that they needed you back because you'd be tough on China. They know that other people won't be tough on China, but you'll be tough on China.
Well, even China likes us back. You know, China wants to see a little stability, too. But I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs, and they paid it. And frankly, we had a good relationship with President Xi, but they paid hundreds of billions of dollars. No other president got them to pay 10 cents. Not literally, not 10 cents. Got hundreds of billions of dollars. And you know what? More importantly, they respected your country. They don't respect us anymore. They respected your country, and they'll respect us again.
Amen, sir. Peace through strength. Our next question is from Sarah. Sarah is a VA advocate. Sarah, where are you at? Oh, perfect.
Hi, Sarah.
Again, we're working now. As you know, you talked about Walter Reed, sir, and I'll just say my husband is one of the most catastrophically wounded surviving service members, and you visited with him there many times.
Wow.
And this
that's so
past
good.
July, you saw him in Charlotte. Yes, sir.
Is he here? No? Is
Not
he
tonight, but you just saw him this summer, so he was so happy to see
Good.
you this
That's
summer.
great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But I want to talk about all the advancements you made for community care, and you empowered veterans to choose their own providers. And Secretary Wilkie. And I was so proud to stand with you many times in the White House as you signed historic legislation and executive orders to take care of our military and veteran families. We've watched that community care access where a veteran can choose his or her own provider. We've watched that be actively limited and actively rolled back. President Trump, how are you going to bring that back as a day one priority and give veterans the choice for the best medical care back again?
It's such a great question, and thank you. And what a good wife that is, and I'll bet your husband's great. You love your husband, right? You know, the people like you, what is your first name? Sarah. People like Sarah are so important to our country because they take care of people that are great heroes, real heroes, and they take care. And if they didn't take care, or the hospitals would be unable to do it. They just would be there. This right now. I mean, with all of the migrants have taken over our hospitals. They've taken over our schools. We don't have anything, but people like Sarah, the job they do is incredible, and they do it out of pure love. They don't do it for any other reason. They do it out of pure love. And we have to help them. We have to help them because the medical costs would be unaffordable by our nation. It would be totally unaffordable. And it was better before, and I heard it sliding. I spoke with Robert before, and who did, by the way, an incredible job. You did an incredible job. Stand up, please. And Sarah, thank you, Robert. You know, we had a 92% approval rating at the VA, 92%. Now it's down into the 40s. We had a thing called choice, where if you had to wait too long for a doctor, you know the story. If you had to wait too long, guys were waiting 4, 5, 6 months. They go in with a minor problem. They end up being terminally ill because they didn't take care of it. It could have been taken care of with a shot, with a pill, with a minor operation. They end up dying. And we changed it, and we had choice. We also had accountability, remember? Accountability. So on choice, they tried to get it for 52 years, accountability for 58 years. Accountability, you couldn't fire anybody in the VA. And I said, that's no good, because you had sadists in the VA, you had bad people in the, we had some bad people. And we fired about 9,000 people, and we replaced them with 9,000 good, loving people that love our heroes, right? That love our patriotic heroes. And that was a big thing. And I just said to Robert, how's it going nowadays? How is it going? And he said, they're getting rid of choice rapidly. Choice is when you can't see a doctor rapidly. You go outside, you find the doctor, you get yourself fixed up, and Sarah, we pay the bill. And it was a great thing. And he said it's rapidly not being used, not being allowed to be used. And, you know, I think it actually didn't cost. I think it was probably, in the end, we probably saved on it. But money isn't the big thing here. I think we saved money on it because people would get very, very sick. These are people that would wait 4, 5, 6 months to see a doctor. If you had to wait more than one day, you go out, you see a doctor. We had bills negotiated, fees negotiated. You know, we can't be totally crazy with this because the doctors are pretty good business people, I will tell you, right? But we had a lot of fees negotiated. But you go out, see a doctor, get yourself fixed up, and you have no problems. It was one of the best things we ever did. And now this group of lunatics that don't give a damn about the military, they're making you go through that waiting of 4, 5, 6 months again. And our people can't. We have great doctors, but they can't handle the loads. And we're going to go back. We get back in. We're going back to that, right? We're going back to it immediately. You're going to be in great shape, Sarah. You and your husband are going to be in great shape. And thank you very much. Incredible.
Thank you, Sarah. Mr. President, we actually have someone that, and before we ask his question, I wanted to read this to the crowd. He had actually written a letter to you after you'd been shot in Pennsylvania. Dear President Trump, watching you during the Butler rally and you getting back up, both my wife and I gave a sigh of relief as well as a few tears. I would be honored if you would accept this small token that I received as a young Marine in Vietnam. My wife and I both thought it appropriate. God bless you, your family, and the United States of America. Sincerely, Dwight. Dwight, where are you at?
Thank you. Whoa. Looks like a check. It's a check. It's cash.
For those of you who may not know, Dwight had given President Trump his Purple Heart.
That's right. That's right.
I couldn't think anybody more deserving of a Purple Heart.
Thank you very much.
You took it, you laid down there, you got back up, and the first words out of your mouth was fight, fight, fight. You didn't even have anything to shoot back at. You got guts.
Right there. He doesn't do this, but he's better than anybody as far as I'm.
No, I'm hardly better than you on this thing. You're great at this. And I wanted to thank you. I know that most of you all watched the president on that day and were very fearful that something terrible happened when he went down on the ground. But it was such a relief. Our hearts were so filled with joy because we saw what happened. And it was a minor wound, but it was close to being a terrible.
You know,
I
said, how does it, why was there so much blood to the doctor? Just bleeding like crazy. This is a little fact. Some of you might have heard this, but you get hit in the ear, and it bleeds more than any other part of the body. So I didn't mind being hit that way. I don't want to be hit that way. This way. This way. If I didn't make the turn, I would have been hit the other way. That's no good. That would not have been too good. But it is true, and I got very lucky, and maybe it wasn't so much luck. Maybe there's something else, right? Maybe there's something else up there, but that's great. Thank you.
You also took the time out to write me a beautiful letter and gave me a challenge coin. I never expected that from the President of the United States.
Well,
thank you very much.
This was a great honor, and I remember it very well when you gave it.
Yes, I will.
Really nice. Thank you.
I served as a Marine in Vietnam, proudly served as a Marine in Vietnam. And thank you very much. There were quite a few that did. And when I came back from the service and stuff like that, we didn't get quite the greatest greeting, but
no, you didn't.
A lot of the veterans nowadays are homeless. There's 7% were homeless before Biden and Harris took over. Now there's 14%. I would like to know what you're going to do to prevent this from getting any larger, and also kicking these illegal aliens out of the freaking hotels and providing them money before we do it to our homeless vets.
So interesting. So one of the things that most angers me about this is the 21 million people plus. You know, they say it's 10, it's 12, whether it is or not, it's much more than that. It's 21 million, and it's probably with the gotaways and everything a lot more than that. But one of the things that most angers me is that you have veterans on the streets in front of a hotel, and you have illegal immigrants. Some of them are serious killers and drug dealers and all the people that we talked about before, and terrorists. And those people being walked into a hotel, and they're staying in a hotel, and they walk by veterans who are sleeping on the street. And it could be cold, it could be hot, and it bothers me. If we stop, if we close our walls, we're going to be able to handle it. They are spending so much money on taking care of the illegal migrants, now we call them. We used to call them illegal aliens. I call them whatever the hell I want to call them. So do you. But they're not supposed to be here. And we're going to close the wall. First day, we're going to do a couple of things. First day, we're going to drill, baby, drill, and we're going to close the wall. We're going to close it up. And we're going to have to take people out. We cannot have killers. Do we agree? Does anybody want to leave the murderers, the drug dealers in our country? Do you know one of the little facts that's very sad, but makes sense that all these things I predicted 3-4 years ago. I was saying this is going to happen. Now it's happening. The migrant crime, it's a massive crime. But all of this that's happened, everybody, it's common sense that it was going to happen. And we're going to have to get them out because we have no choice. It's not sustainable by any country. We have done things that are so stupid. Like, as an example, I consider it to be less important, but it's very important still because it's a way of life. Men playing in women's sports, okay? Who wants that? And who wants open borders? Because open borders is so, you say, how does a thing like that happen? All of these policies we're going to be changing. And we have now somebody running as a radical left person. You know, more left by far than Pocahontas. More, you know who that is? More left by far than crazy Bernie Sanders. She's more left, and we can't have it. So we're going to take care of your people and your friends. You got a lot of friends out there that don't have a place. And we're going to do it, and we're going to do it fast, and we're going to put money to it. First of all, we're standing on the greatest power. It's called liquid gold. We have more than any other country. We don't use it. We get oil and gas now from Venezuela. Do you believe it? We're going to take our own, and we're going to make a lot of money. So we're going to make a lot of money. We're going to take care of our veterans properly. We're not going to have that happen anymore, okay?
Thank you, Dwight.
Thank you. Beautiful guy. Beautiful guy. I think I'm going to stand. This chair is the most uncomfortable chair I've ever. First of all, it spins. And the one thing I don't want is to fall on my ass, because that will be the only story. They'll say, sir, you did great. Too bad you fell. That would be the only story. So I'm not sitting in that sucker. I think it's a booby trap. That was put there by Kamala.
Well, that brings me to my next question. So you're talking on immigration and border security. So we all know that that's tied to national security. And the one thing that ticks me off is you have Kamala Harris, who runs on the fact that she's a minority woman. But yet she's done nothing about the 300,000 migrant children that have gone missing. Just real quick, how many parents are in this room? How many women are in this room that support Trump? As mothers, grandmothers, sisters, wives, would you ever tolerate children being trafficked? If you were in Kamala's position, wouldn't you have stopped that? President Trump, you've done more for not just the Hispanic American community, but I think women in this country, not just, I'm just going to toot his horn for a second. He's put women in positions of power, but the media won't cover that. They won't, because it doesn't fit their narrative. They want women to hate them, but guess what? We don't hate them, we love them, don't we?
But I don't do it. I don't do it really for a pure, really great reason. I just do it because I want results. And I just find women to be smarter than men. Does that make sense? Men, you don't mind I do that every once in a while. It's not bad. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, Mr. President, to follow up on that question, as a grandfather and a father, what are you going to do to stop the trafficking of women and children in this country, and specifically with the migrant children as well?
So we had it down to the lowest number. You saw that on the graph. That included drugs. It included trafficking in women, mostly women and children. But you mentioned a number. It's, to be exact, 325,000. Now think of that. You could fill up the biggest stadiums many times with this. 325,000 children are missing during the Biden reign. Now, let's say her, because they made her, and you know, it's funny, when you say Harris, right? Nobody knows who the hell I'm talking about. You say the Harris team, who nobody knows. They have to say Kamala. So Kamala. But Kamala and Biden, 325,000 just during this almost 4-year reign. That's missing, but many of them are dead. Many of them are in sex slavery. Many of them are slavery, period, and they're gone, and never to be seen probably by their parents again, never to be seen. Their parents are all over the world looking. They're looking for them. And what we've done here is so horrible. 325. Can you imagine if
that were me, where they were missing, this would be the biggest story. The fake news media never talks about it. You know what they're not talking about? And you know, Anna, you know what they're not talking about? They're not talking about something else that's very important. They are doing, this is Katrina, they are doing the worst job on a hurricane that any administration has ever done, and these people don't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about it. People are saying it's the worst job, and you people know it. A lot of you people know it because you're here, but they've done the worst job. Kamala has done the worst job, and it's really like her because she was put in charge. Now she said, I wasn't the border czar. They shouldn't call. Well, she was always the border czar. She never went to the border until a little while ago. And then she made a speech like, I'm going to start getting very tough. Why didn't she do it 4 years ago? You know, you could always say, why didn't? And all she had to do is leave our policies. We had Brandon Judd. We had Tom Homan. You know Tom Homan? I see him a lot. He's great, like Central Casting. He was great. All these people are great. We have great people there right now. But we have some tremendous people. And, you know, it's interesting with Border Patrol and ICE. It's really easier for them not to do their job, but they love the country. They really want to do the job. They're so disgusted when they have to let people, and you look at some people, you know they're criminals, and they have to let them go walking right by into our country. No, we're going to straighten it out. It's going to be straightened out right. But 300, remember this number, 325,000 children are missing. That means many dead are missing during this administration. And that's almost unthinkable, and I can just imagine if that were us, it would be the worst story. They never talk about it. And the other story they don't talk about, and I'm doing this because we're on all that television, look at all that television. The other story they don't talk about is what a rotten job they're doing in North Carolina and other places with respect to the hurricane. They are doing a terrible job.
Mr. President, to follow up on that, because the media is here, I do believe that they've intentionally, and this is my opinion, not helped out those residents because it's red communities that are impacted. Let's call a spade a spade. Do your job and do better.
Anna, one thing. So Elon Musk, we all love Elon, you know, Elon. We have to take care of our brilliant people. We don't have too many of them, right? There aren't too many brilliant people. But I got a call, an emergency call 2 days ago to speak to Elon, and he endorsed me very strongly. He endorses me almost every day. He wants us to win so badly. But Elon is a brilliant guy between the Tesla and this, that, the rockets. But he also does something called, you know the link, Starlinks. So he has Starlinks. Now, I'm not too familiar with it. All I know is it's really supposed to be great. So they call because in North Carolina and parts of and a little bit Georgia, but in parts of North Carolina, every line is down. There was no calls, no anything. Nobody could get through to anybody. And I got a call from a big person in North Carolina. Could you possibly call Elon Musk because we need help with Starlinks? Could we get Starlinks, you know, really? And I did, and he was great. And, you know, he did something he had it ordered. I got a call during my phone call. They called me up, the people from North Carolina, and they said, thank you very much for helping us with Mr. Musk. I was talking to him. He wasn't off the phone. I said, do you have some kind of a thing that we're talking and you're ordering people? This was the craziest thing. No, he's like, I'm talking. So, Elon, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'll see you. He's going to Butler tomorrow. You know, Elon is going to Butler. But I asked him about Starlinks. Would you be able to get a certain section of Georgia? They're going to fly them in with helicopters and everything else. Would you be able? And as I'm talking to him, they're calling me on the other line, thanking me for getting it. So I got to ask him what the hell that was all about, right? He's probably got some little contraption that he's going like this as he's talking to him. He's incredible, that guy, I'll tell you. But he got a tremendous for Georgia and for North Carolina, the Starlinks. They got here's the one thing they have to do. They have to distribute it. They have to get it out there. He got it here, but they have to get it out there. They're not getting it out. That's FEMA. They've got to get it out. So important. But he's really done a great job, so we appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for all you're doing continuously. Our next question is from Pete, who is a Marine Corps veteran, and his question is going to be covering the withdrawal of Afghanistan. Pete?
Mr. President, I am Pete from North Carolina, and also a Latino for Trump.
I knew I liked him.
And I proudly served in the United States Marine Corps, first as enlisted,
That's great.
then as an officer. Despite what the Vice President says, we sadly lost 13 under her watch. It sickens me, many of my fellow Marines, as well as my friend, Lieutenant Colonel Scheller. There has been zero accountability for the terrible withdrawal. What will you do to make sure we have accountability for what happened?
Okay, it's great. It's like, I know more about that subject than any subject we spoke about because I think it was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. There was never anything. I don't think Putin would have gone in and invaded Ukraine if that didn't happen. He saw that. He said, hey, these people are stupid people. They're idiots. And, you know, they only respect power and force. When they saw that, by the way, if I were president, Putin would have never done it, period. And you would have never had the attack, and you wouldn't have had inflation, and you wouldn't have had the problem that we're talking about. Because, you know, I had it down to 5,000. I was getting out. They were there for 20 years. But a couple of things were done wrong. Number one, they should have kept the military base, right, Bagram? So you have a military base, one of the largest bases in the world. We left it. It's 1 hour, forget about Afghanistan, it's 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons, okay? You got to keep that, and they didn't. They fled, they left. We had, as you know, 18 months. I called up Abdul. Abdul is the head of the Taliban. That's the ones that do the shooting, okay? Not the Afghans. It's called the Taliban. And the press said, why would you call him? Because that's where the shooting is. And I called him up. We didn't have, it was nasty. We didn't have one soldier killed because they were killing a lot of our soldiers, the snipers, and a lot of them with the Obama-Biden administration before I got there, and a lot of them. And I called them up, had a rough call. And after that call, we didn't have one soldier killed for 18 months. We didn't have one soldier shot at for 18 months. And then we had a terrible election. We're not going to let that happen again. We can't ever let that happen again. We're not going to have what a shame that was. But we had an election, and these guys took over, and it all started up again. And what they did with that withdrawal was so bad. Number one, we lost 13 great soldiers. And as you know, I know the parents of a lot of them. But we lost the soldiers. We left $85 billion worth of equipment behind. We left Americans behind. Everything was wrong, and we embarrassed our country. I really mean, I think it was the most embarrassing. The one thing you do is you take the soldiers out last. Okay, they took the soldiers out first. A 5-year-old child would tell you that. The other thing you do is you fire every general that was involved in that case because those guys were incompetent. And you haven't heard the last of that, I promise you. You have not heard the last of it. What a terrible thing that was. Worst, one of the most embarrassing, me as a person that loves our country, that was the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, in my opinion. Thank you. We're gonna take care of that. I got to get back in.
Mr. President is such a good title for him, isn't it?
You do know she's a congresswoman, right? And a highly respected one. She's actually a killer with her husband and the most beautiful baby you've ever seen backstage. But she's a congresswoman from Florida, and I have to say she's a highly respected person.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Mr. President, our next question is from Terry in regards to military pay, and Terry is from the 82nd Airborne.
Mr. President, thank you for being here. My name is Terry. I have had the honor of serving with the mighty 82nd Airborne. I'm also a proud member of the Lumbee tribe, the largest tribe in North Carolina. We have one of the highest percentage of military service in the nation, a higher percentage of the overall population. My question, sir, is about military pay. You provided the largest pay raise in history to our military. Unfortunately, we have seen inflation skyrocket, and more service members and veterans are on fixed incomes and are finding it hard to pay for basics like grocery. What will you commit to increase military pay and bring down prices?
Yeah, very good, Terry. I appreciate it, too. And it's very unfair. So I gave the largest pay raise in the history of the military, and I thought that was wonderful. But then when these clowns came in, these incompetent fools came in, they allowed inflation, and because of the energy policies, I think, mostly, but also because of their spending, but they allowed massive inflation, so your pay stayed here, and you were happy, and then all of a sudden the cost of bacon doubled, and the cost of everything else doubled and tripled and quadrupled. Interest rates went to 10%, so you could no longer, we were at 2%, and they went to 10%, so you could no longer buy a house. So many things happened. The answer is yes, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of our law enforcement, and you know who else I'm going to take care of? Our teachers. Our teachers are very underpaid. We're going to take care of our teachers. Okay? Going to take care. And I did it. I did it. I felt strongly. But, you know, the fact is that they got wiped out. What we gave you got wiped out by their inflation that they should have never had. That's another thing. You would have never had inflation because it was caused largely by really dumb energy. The energy went through the sky. That brought everything with it. So we're going to take care. But law enforcement also, and your teachers. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. President. We now have time for one last question. So our last question.
Make this a good one.
Our last one comes from Matthew. Matthew? He was an F-15 pilot. I won't hold that against you. Yeah?
Here, I got it. Mr. President, first off, I want to speak on behalf of everyone here and say thank you for taking time tonight to speak with our troops.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We got a lot of good-looking men in this audience, don't we, huh? And a lot of good-looking women also, by the way. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to revisit something you've talked about already. My name is Matt Lohmeyer. I was an Air Force F-15 pilot, and I was a commander in your newly created U.S. Space Force. I am also the first veteran of the Space Force because under the Biden-Harris regime, I was fired from my command and lost my pension for criticizing DEI trainings that were rampant in the military. Those trainings are still dividing our troops, and thank you for saying you would fire those few woke generals who are a big problem.
They're gone.
I'm going to suggest that it might, in fact, require ongoing oversight and a persistent, consistent, watchful eye within the Pentagon to ensure this monster never returns to the Defense Department. Will you consider establishing a special task force, office, or position to ensure that these monsters never return to the Defense Department?
You know what I'll do? And I'm pretty good at this stuff. Sometimes you get it wrong. I'm going to put you on that task force. I think it's good. Not going to do better than him. I'll put you on. Make sure you give the name. Thank you. Beautiful. Right? I have your approval?
Yes, sir.
I have your approval? We're not going to get better than him. You're right about it. You're right. 100%. Thank you.
I'm cut. Mr. President, that wraps it up for the evening. Do you have any closing statements to everyone?
Well, I just want to say that it was very important that I got to North Carolina. You know, Laura, my daughter-in-law, gave me the most beautiful grandchildren. But Laura's here. I don't know if she's right here or where is Laura. Would you come out here? She is absolutely the... Come on up here. Come on. She comes from right around here, and she loves this state. And you better be careful because I'm going to blame her if anything happens in this state.
That's true.
I said, I'm going to blame
but we're going to win North Carolina, are we not? I am from right down the street a little ways in Wilmington, North Carolina, where I was born and raised. And I know I don't even have to ask this audience this question, but are we ready to send Donald J. Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? All right. Here's what I need from everybody. You might know that I am right now the co-chair of the RNC, thanks to my father-in-law calling me one evening. But here's how we are going to make it too big to rig. Here's how we're going to swamp the vote. Is everyone in here registered to vote? If you are not, go right now to swampthevoteusa.com and get registered. Go vote early and take every person you know to go vote early. We will win this big league, as Donald Trump says, on November 5th. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys. I love you, North Carolina. Thank you.
I have to thank you because you gave me really a great daughter-in-law. She's really special. And she's along with Michael, who's here, Michael Whatley. They're essentially the co-chairman of the Republican Party. This is a very upwardly mobile person. She's doing good. But you know the truth? She's so good. I'm very conscious of, like, nepotism. But when I did with her, I recommended, all I did was recommend, and everybody couldn't believe she's even doing it. She is really a person that's incredible. She's respected by everybody. They love her. She comes from here, and there is no place she likes better than North Carolina. So get out there and vote in honor of this wonderful person, Where is Michael? Will you get up here, Michael, please? Don't worry about the time. The networks will stay with us, right? Michael, would you say a few words? So Michael Whatley, I mean, I guess I like North Carolina because he was the head of the Republican Party. We won the state twice. And last time, when all of a sudden around 3:02 in the morning, we started to fall off on a lot of things, it was ridiculous. But with this state, there was no fall off. He had 602 lawyers working for him. And I said, who the hell is the guy that did such a good job in North Carolina? Because we were leading in Pennsylvania. We were leading all the way along. And these people will do it. They have no shame. And he did the job. And I said, I want to get him. And he's chairman of essentially the Republican Party. And I just want to say you're doing a great job. But I don't want to say it too early. Let's wait till November 6th. I want to wait till the morning after, right? Then I feel confident that we'll say it. But so Michael is from North Carolina. He was the head of your party, and he did a great job, and he went to the top. And please say a few words, Michael.
So to win North Carolina, we are going to get out the vote. We are going to protect the ballot. We are going to expand our majority in the House. We are going to flip the Senate, and we are going to send Donald J. Trump back to the White House as the 47th president of the United States.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, everybody from Fort Bragg. Thank you. Thank you, bro. This is a nice crowd.
Yes, they love you. You know why? It's because they recognize, sir, that you're the one who fights for them. You're the one who protects them.
And you know what else? They fight for themselves, and they've been fighting for a long time, and we're going to make your fight easier. It's very important. We'll make it easier. Because what's happened to our country in the last almost 4 years now, it's hard to believe, but if you look at the borders, if you look at inflation, you look at the Afghanistan disaster, the most embarrassing time in the history of our country. I think the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, Afghanistan, the way they did, not getting out, I was getting out with dignity, strength. The way they got out was the most embarrassing thing that ever happened. Probably led to Putin going into Ukraine. Probably, he looked at it, he said, these people aren't very good, are they? He would have never done that with me. So, you know, we're all in this together. We got to win the election November 5th.
Yes. And, sir, he has never yet called those Gold Star families to express his grief for the people and the soldiers that we lost that day. And who controls that airstrip now?
China.
China. Yes.
No, they have, China took over. And one of the things, get out, we were there like for 20 years. I said, what are we doing here? So we get the hell out. But, I had a talk with the Taliban, and we didn't lose one soldier in 18 months until this catastrophe happened when they took over. But, one of the things aside from everything else, we spent billions of dollars years ago to build a big air base. And you knew that one from your own time.
Yes, I did.
A big one, a really good one, powerful runways, long runways. And you know what happened? I'll tell you, they gave it up. And it was 1 hour away from where China built, forget about Afghanistan, 1 hour away from where China builds its nuclear weapons. Would have been very nice to have. And China now occupies that air base. So it's terrible. It's terrible.
It is. Mr. President, as you can see, we've got a lot of American patriots here tonight who want to ask you some questions.
Good.
If you don't mind, we'll move into that portion of the town hall tonight. Let's go to our first question. Our first question is going to be from a man named Reed. And Reed, I'm not certain where you are.
Where's Reed? There he is. Hi, Reed.
There he is, over there.
Nice-looking guy.
And Reed, I believe you're a Navy SEAL, correct?
No.
No. Okay,
no.
I got that wrong. All right, thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Reed.
Hi, Reed.
I'm a single father and Iraq War veteran. I dream of owning a home for me and my son, but mortgage rates under the Biden-Harris administration have made that impossible. What can you do to help make home ownership affordable again?
All right, good. It's a great question, and a lot of people have this question. First of all, it's too expensive to build the homes, and they're building them, and they cost a fortune, and 30% of the cost in some locations is the cost of, planning and certificates and a lot of nonsense they do. They make you go through hell. It takes years to get them, zoning approvals, all of the approvals you need. We're going to get rid of a lot of that. But most importantly, we're going to get interest rates brought way down. We had interest rates at 2%, and now they're 10% and you can't get the money. We had 2% and there was plenty of money for everybody. And, I call the home part of the American dream. We're going to create the American dream for young people and for older people, too, by the way. We're not going to forget. I mean, I happen to be a very young man, but we're not going to forget the older people. We're not going to forget the older people. By the way, no tax on Social Security benefits for the older people. For those. I guess, somebody said, oh, he's got a conflict of interest because he benefits by that. I'll give mine up if I save tax. But, no, we're going to do that for the older people. That's a big deal because you've been eaten alive with inflation. And all I'm doing is getting you back to even. I think when we do that, we're probably just getting you. You have fixed income, and you went up numbers like 30, 40, 50, depending on what they include. They like to say it was a 20% increase. It wasn't. It was 30, 40, and 50, depending on what they want to include. So we're going to do that. But, Reed, getting back to you, we're going to drill, baby drill. We're going to have so much energy. And we're going to bring prices down because, your prices are up. Don't forget, the damage is done. We have the worst president and the worst vice president in the history of our country by far. And let me tell you, she is worse than him. And he's actually, I didn't think I'd ever say this about anybody. She's actually, you take a look at it, she's more dangerous than him, but he's actually smarter than her. I never thought I'd say that. But look, we're going to get it down. We're going to drill. We're going to get the energy down. When the energy comes down, prices are going to come down. All of that prices, because, when they say, although they had very bad inflation numbers last month, you saw that. Very, very bad inflation numbers, despite the big, they did this big drop, probably too big a drop. I'm not going to get into that. But we're going to get the prices down because the damage has been done. If we had no inflation now, such damage has been done. The highest, in my opinion, the biggest inflation in the history of our country. They didn't include a lot of the bad numbers. I'll give you an example. On housing and on different things, like crime statistics are fake. They were fake statistics. They didn't include some cities that were really bad. So the crime looked like it was just bad as opposed to being horrific. Jobs, 818,000 fake jobs they added. And they padded the job numbers a couple of months ago so that they'd look better on jobs. 818, they were fake. They were fraudulent jobs, and they thought they'd announce the real numbers after the election, but we had a whistleblower or somebody that let it out, so they cheated us on 18. Think of that, 818,000 jobs they cheated. You know, usually when you have those numbers, it's 9,000 jobs off it. This is almost 1 million jobs off. It's not even possible. So we're going to bring things, and Reed, you're going to buy that house, and you're going to pay 2.5%, 3% interest, and you're going to say, I love this guy. Because interest rates, Reed, will follow as the energy goes down. And I made another commitment. I made it over the last month. I've been making it. We have more liquid gold under our feet than Saudi Arabia, than Russia, than any other country. I'm going to bring down your energy costs 50% in the first year. 50%. And I better do it because I'm all over the place saying I'm going to have problems if I don't get it done. But we have all the capacity to do it. Nobody else can make that statement. We have so much energy, we don't even use it. We get energy from Venezuela. They don't have good oil. You know, they have tar. They have tar that you have to liquefy. And you know where they do it? In Houston, Texas. Because that's where we have the plant. It's the only plant in the world that can do it. We do it in Houston. So for the environmentalists out there, this is not a pretty picture, what flows into the air, right? But we're going to use our beautiful liquid gold. And when we get everything else down, houses, everything's going to come. It's going to be beautiful. You're going to have a house. Just wait a little while. Give me a little while. Let me get in. 1 year from January 20th, we will have your energy prices cut in half all over the country.
Thank you. And Mr. President, in reference to Reed and his family, he's not in a unique situation. 65% of Americans today cannot buy a home. That has dramatically changed under the Biden-Harris administration, and Kamala Harris has embraced the policies that made home ownership disappear and take away that opportunity from Reed and his family, and 65% of Americans today. Listen, the American dream is still to own your own home. And now that is not possible because of what they've embraced. And you talk about liquid gold. If any state understands liquid gold and American energy, it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah. The Commonwealth. The Commonwealth. Make sure, you know.
The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
By the way, this is a really great governor, very successful governor. She read some of the numbers. And I thought she would, because why not? Nobody else will do it, but I will.
I did it fast.
I do it for my friends. No, you did it beautifully, too. She has done a fantastic job as governor. And I will say this. I went to school here. I just want to forewarn her, because I've seen it happen and it's career threatening. Don't ever call it a state. It's a Commonwealth. And I was saying,
lesson learned.
Has somebody, because a lot of innocent lambs have come up and they start talking to the people of Pennsylvania. I love you people. I know you so well. I'm here all the time. But yeah, I went to school here. I went to the Wharton School, the great Wharton School of Finance. And they were great. It's a great place. But I went to college here. So never, ever even think. I watched one man crash and burn. He kept calling it the state. I kept saying, it's a Commonwealth. And by the time the evening, I think his political career ended there. So
Sir, tonight we have some special guests in the audience. We have a Gold Star family that is with us tonight. Mary and Charles Strange are here. Where are they?
Where are they?
Oh, here they are. Sir, they're behind us over here to the left.
Come on up here. Come on.
They lost their son, Michael.
Come on up.
Come on up here.
It's a little harder to get up since I got shot. They've made it more difficult. Perhaps that's the way it's supposed to be.
Sir, they lost their son, Michael.
President Trump, great to see you again, baby. Under Obama, all 30 guys died.
Did you want to say anything?
Under Obama is right. Under Obama. Please, on behalf of your son.
I would ask, Mr. President, my son was killed August 6, 2011 with 29 other men. It was the biggest loss of life in the Iraq and Afghan war. It was the biggest loss of life in a single day in the history of America. 22 of them men were Navy Special Warfare. Till to this day, we still haven't gotten any answers. I was wondering, I'm begging you, we would like a congressional hearing.
So here's what we're going to do. In the first week, let me have it, not the first day, because I made a lot of promises in the first day. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to close up the border. We're going to do a lot in the first day. In the first week, we will set up a commission. We're going to find out, because so many people in your same position, they want to know what happened. Why did it happen to their son or daughter? And we're going to do that within the first week. So you get ready to come over to the White House, okay?
Thank
All right?
you, Mr. President. I say one more thing. I want to let America know, June 2017, President Trump and his wife had me and my wife bring 20 gold stars to the White House. Him and his wife stayed the whole time. They had food, drinks. They did a candle ceremony for us. President Trump stood up every time, saluted the Gold Star parents.
That was both a celebration, a remembrance. It had all emotion, right? They were happy, they were sad, they were devastated, but they remembered their beautiful boy, right?
Yes.
Their beautiful boy, and we're not going to forget. We're going to find out what happened. We're going to do that within the first week, and you have my word. Okay?
Thank you, President Trump.
Good man. Good man. Oh, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
What a
President.
nice couple.
Mary and Charles' daughter, Rachel, is also here tonight. She is Michael's sister, so thank you, Rachel, for coming tonight, too, and God bless you and your family. Thank you for your service and your sacrifice.
Thank you, Dawn.
Yes.
Thank you, honey. That's tough stuff.
It is. Thank you for your commitment to...
And like what we were discussing in Afghanistan with the 13 family members, they feel that bad things happened, stupid things happened, and you hate for that to be, and it's your son or your daughter.
They
There's
deserve
no reason.
answers.
It should have never happened in Afghanistan, I can tell you that, the 13 that died. And, you know, they don't mention there were many people wounded, too, and I mean seriously wounded with the legs and the arms and the face. And we're going to give them everything they want. I've gotten to know those families. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Sir, our next question tonight is from Angelina, who I believe is right here. If you want to come forward, Angelina.
Hi, Angelina.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. President.
Let me stand up for you. Go ahead.
My name's Angelina, and I was raised in a Philadelphia Democrat household, a union household. As a mother of a blended family, my top issues are the same issues that face all Americans. Illegal immigration hurts Black Americans. Inflation hurts Black Americans. And dangerous cities hurt Black Americans. Like my fellow Americans, my grocery bill has not gone down. Everything is still so very expensive. What steps will your administration take to help American families suffering from this inflation?
So, you know, it's such a great question in the sense that people don't think of grocery. You know, it sounds like not such an important word when you talk about homes and everything else, right? But more people tell me about grocery bills, where the price of bacon, the price of lettuce, the price of tomatoes, they tell me. And we're going to do a lot of things. You know, our farmers aren't being treated properly. And we had a deal with China, and it was a great deal. I never mentioned it because once COVID came in, I said that was a bridge too far, because I had a great relationship with President Xi. And he's a fierce man, and he's a man that likes China, and I understand that. But we had a deal, and he was perfect on that deal. $50 billion he was going to buy. We were doing numbers like you wouldn't believe for the farmer. But the farmers are very badly hurt. The farmers in this country, we're going to get them straightened out. We're going to get your prices down. But you asked another question about safety and also about Black population jobs and Hispanic population, in particular those two. So when millions of people pour into our country, They're having a devastating effect on black families and Hispanic families more than any others. I think it's going to spread to a lot of other places. I think it's going to spread to unions. I think unions are going to have a big problem because, employers are just not going to pay the price. They're going to, and it's a very bad thing that's happening. So they're coming in, many are coming in from jails and prisons and mental institutions, insane asylums. That's like, a step above, right? A sane asylum. And whenever I go, Hannibal Lecter, you know what I'm talking about. They always go the fake news. That's a lot of fake news back there, too. But they always mention, it's a way of demeaning. They just say, Hannibal Lecter, why would he mention? Well, you know why? Because he was a sick puppy. And we have sick puppies coming into our country. I figure that's better than wasting a lot of words. You just say Hannibal Lecter, we don't want him. But they always sort of say, why would he say that? I do it for a lot of reasons, but I do it because we are allowing some very bad people into our country, and they're coming as terrorists. You saw the other day, last month, they had the record number of terrorists. I had a month, and I love Border Patrol. Did you see they gave me a full endorsement 2 days ago? Border Patrol. The Border Patrol. And they're great. And, they want to do their job. They don't want to let these people come in. They look at them. They can tell. They can look at somebody, say good, bad. They say what's coming into our country now, it's having a huge negative impact on black families and on Hispanic families and ultimately on everybody. And we're going to close that border so tight, it's going to be closed. And I said the two things I'm going to do. First, we're going to close that border, and people are going to come in. You want people to come in. We need people to come in. People are going to come into our country legally. It's so unfair. You have people that are waiting on a system, on a line, and they've been waiting on this line, you know how long? For years, 10 years, 12 years, and they study and they take tests, and then people come. I actually say, why don't you just come on across? I tell people that it's terrible, right? I say, go out. You're incredible. They say, what can I do to speed up the process? I say, you know what? Go to the southern border. I'll see you on the other side. It's so unfair. But we're going to have them come in legally. You have to see what they have to do. They take tests on, who was the first one here? What date was this? What does 1776 mean? All the stuff. And these other people are coming in, and they're affecting the school systems, and they're affecting the hospital system. I mean, if you take a look at what's going on in Springfield, Ohio, a town of 50,000 people, they've just added 32,000 people, illegal immigrants, and we're not going to put up with it, and we're going to take care of your costs are going to come down, and you're not going to have a problem with, because the biggest problem, and I'm hearing it from black people, and to a lesser extent right now, but it'll be the same, Hispanic people. And I'll tell you what, our poll numbers have gone through the roof. With black and Hispanic have gone through the roof. And I like that. I like that. I like that. So we're going to take care of it. You will be, I'll tell you, if everything works out, if everybody gets out and votes on January 5th or before, it used to be you'd have a date. Today you can vote 2 months before, probably 3 months after. They don't know what the hell they're doing. But we're going to straighten it all out. We're going to straighten that out, too. We're going to straighten our election process out, too. That's going to be important also. So thank you very much, darling. We're going to get it straight. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina. Mr. President, we had in the last year over 800,000 Americans lose their jobs in this country. But 1.2 non-citizens took those jobs. They're filling the jobs that Americans could have to provide for their families. And Kamala Harris has been in charge of this border. She is the one who has been the border czar, who has facilitated this invasion. I've always called it an invasion and a war zone down there because we see the criminals and the terrorists coming across.
It is an invasion like we've never seen before. And, if it was an invasion of people that deserve to come in or that will love the country, will be great. She used to go around saying, they don't commit crime. Have you seen the gang from Venezuela, what they've done in Aurora, Colorado?
But it's only a few. According to Martha Raddatz. According to Martha, it's just a few apartment buildings.
And by the way, it's hundreds all over the country, and they're like me. They're in the real estate business, but they take it over with rifles. They take it over with a level of sophistication, because you know a lot about guns from where you come and you like it.
And I'm a big protector of the Second Amendment. We've gotten totally endorsed. And if you think that's easy, it's not easy. But the NRA gave me total endorsement. I assume you got total endorsement. We have no choice. We have to have it. I mean, especially when you have, it's amazing. These radical left lunatics, they want everybody to come into our country. Many of those people are criminals. And then they want to also take your guns away simultaneously. So they don't want your guns, but they want them to come in. So you need it for protection. If somebody knows that you have a gun in your house, they say, let's go after somebody else. People put signs under this gun, or we have, some of them actually spell the kind of a gun they have. We have an AK-47 inside. And people say, you know what, let's just, and I knew about an AK-47 from a few weeks ago. And the AR-15, I know about that one too. I know a lot. But you know what? You have a lot of bad people out there, and you can't, it just can't be a one-way street. You know one thing, because she wants to take your guns away, if you take them away, the bad guys are not giving them up. That's the only thing. I don't think the good people are giving them up either. You want to know the truth? But the bad guys are not giving up their guns. That's the only thing I know for certain, right?
It's true. You're true. Your J.D. Vance did a fantastic job on Sunday morning,
Is he
calling
doing
out
a
the
good
fake
job?
news. Yes. For how they're trying to diminish the devastation that's going on in some of these communities. And Kamala Harris has facilitated losing 300,000 children as well since she's been in charge of the border. I always say that they're not missing children, that they are trafficked and kidnapped and murdered children because they've come across that border and we have no idea where those children are. And we know how devastating it is, what's happening to their lives right now with what she's facilitating.
I think that, all bad numbers, we have a lot of bad numbers. There's so much bad happened in this administration. It's disgraceful. As an example, there'd be no war with Russia and Ukraine. There's no way I get along very well with Putin. I fully understand what's happening. It was the apple of his eye. He used to talk about it. But I said, you're not going in. And he wasn't going in. It's only because of Biden. He looked at this guy. He can't even believe it. But the same with Ukraine. I got along very well with Zelensky, very well. In fact, he came to New York 2 weeks ago. He came to see me, and I got along very well with him. I'm going to negotiate that thing out. That is now a death trap. You have cities that are all down. Those gorgeous golden domes, those magnificent domes are laying on their side, all busted up after, I don't know, they're 1,000 years old or something, the heritage, what's happened there. But many more people are killed than they're reporting. They knocked down, that was my business. They have apartment houses that are they're like 3 blocks, city blocks long, not that tall, but pretty tall, and they are big, and they knock it down with a missile, and they say 2 people were slightly injured. A lot of people. The number of people dying in the Ukraine-Russia war is a far greater number than anybody knows, and Biden has done nothing about it. He hasn't even spoken to Putin in over a year. Know nothing about it, and this is a war that has to end, and we're going to get that war ended. I'm going to try, and I think I can, get it ended as president-elect. In other words, before I even take over the White House. Got to stop the people from dying. They said to me, well, whose side are you on? I was interviewed by fake news, CNN, fake news. Uh-oh, their camera just went off. Their camera just went off. No. Their camera just went off. Okay. It always happens. Whenever I point to them, immediately they turn off because they know it. But I was Caitlin Collins, a nice person, but Caitlin Collins is interviewing me, and she said, well, whose side are you on? I said, it's not a question of sides. I want people to stop dying. That's all. I want people to stop dying. And, it was a very interesting thing because it was a CNN. It was like this, a smaller room, much smaller. This is a big room. This is a very big room, but it was a much smaller room. But they had all people in there from CNN. Within the first 5 minutes, they were totally on my side because it's common sense. And we're now the party of common sense. I say it. We're conservative, but we're the party of common sense. We need walls. We want good education. We want low interest rates. We want to be able to buy a house. We want jobs. And you know what? We want a strong military. I rebuilt our entire military. And we want a strong military. And ideally a strong military that we don't have to use. Is that even better? We'll have a strong military. If we don't have to use it, that's even better.
love it. So, Mr. President, let's get back to our questions. We have Yanni, who's waiting to ask you a question, has been waiting a long time. Yanni, welcome. It'll just give them 1 second. Here they come, right behind you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Mr. President.
Thank you.
To answer questions from all the voters of Pennsylvania and just to work hard and show support. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I'm a small business owner in Lansdale. I have a small breakfast lunch restaurant, Coffee Corner. And thank you. And to be honest, Mr. President, I really, am praying for you to get in there and change the policies. Ever since the gas prices started spiking, I noticed literally everything started spiking, from deliveries to services, goods, even maintenance, overall maintenance. Everything just spiked up, and it's really hurting small businesses, small business owners, and those who work within them. So my question is, what's your plan to help bring common sense back and help small businesses that got destroyed by Democrats after COVID and the Biden administration?
So, great. Because small businesses are actually bigger than big businesses when you add them all up, and it's very important. And sounds like yours. I would love your food. I can tell by looking at that guy. I think I'd like to go over there. If I'm over there, I'm going to stop it. The fact is that, they want to get away from gas. And I have friends, they're into the cooking world. I'm not. I just like to eat. But they're into the cooking. And I don't know how you feel. It sounds like they feel that gas is much better than the electric for cooking, right? And they have this thing about, they want to put gas out of business, right? No gas. The amazing thing? We don't have electric in this country, but we have all the gas you can use. We have oil and gas. That's what we have. And even the cars, if you look, they want to go with all electric cars. California is having blackouts every week, brownouts, blackouts, and then they come up with rules and regulation to go to all electric, but they can't even supply what they have. It's so nuts. We're going to get, number one, your utility costs. You heard me say it before. Your costs will be down, and we're getting rid of all the and if you want electric, great. And if you want gas, great. The only thing you can't have is a hydrogen car, right? You heard me say that, right? Because you know what happens? They have a new car, they say it's great, but it's got one problem. You know what the problem is? Every once in a while, one will blow up. And if it does blow up and you happen to be inside of it, you're in bad luck because you're not recognizable. Do you know that? It's the new thing, hydrogen. I said, no, thank you. I don't want it. I don't want. They called the wife. That's not my husband. Oh, yes, it is. It's no good. So if we get your energy costs will be down by 50%. Your interest is going to come down, and people are going to start to make, not only you, people will have more money to go to your restaurant. You're going to have a great business. And, during COVID, I was the one that worked out the loans. I don't know if you got one, but everybody, so many people got millions of small businesses. And Linda McMahon was the head of Small Business Administration, which was a big business. But she was the head, and she was phenomenal. Linda McMahon was phenomenal. So many people tell me about her that she was one of the best secretaries. But Linda McMahon was in charge, and they loaned billions of dollars out to people with small businesses, and it was the greatest investment we made. It stopped us from going into a 1929 depression, which is exactly what we would have had, and she did a fantastic job.
She did a fantastic job.
We're going to get your costs way down.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Mr. President, my state, I always tell people it's hot in the summer, it's cold in the winter, and it's a long ways to drive anywhere, which I think a lot of Americans are experiencing, that no matter what, you're energy dependent. And since Joe Biden has been in the White House and Kamala Harris has supported every single one of his policies, did you hear her on The View? Did you hear her say she wouldn't change a thing from what Joe Biden has done? It's cost the average American family $4,500 just in energy costs. Just in energy costs.
Okay. Hold it,
Oh, we have
please.
somebody.
A doctor, please. Doctor. Thank you very much. We have incredible people. They come here hours before, and it's a little hot. And So they're with us all the way. We got to respect them. And you take your time, doctor. Take your time. Thank you very much. We always have great doctors in the audience. We've never had too much of a problem. Look at the quality of care we have. It's incredible when you think, right? These people, first responders. Our first responders are amazing, the way they can do things so beautifully and quickly. Thank you. We'll get it taken care of fast. A lot of it's pretty easy to take care of. Hardest thing is going to be the border, though, in terms of the people that have been let in. The people that have been let into this country, what they're doing, where do they come from, what are they doing, what's their thought process when they allow a thing like that to happen? Let's wait till they take care of this incredible person who I guarantee you is a great patriot. I guarantee it. Everybody in this room is a patriot. Thank you, darling. Thank you. Some problems. Some problems. That looks a little bad. That looks a little bit bad.
You may have a seat to make sure everybody can see. Thank you so much. Am I the only one that hears that song? And I see you crying in the front row, right? There's something about that song and something about where we are today as a country. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. She's beautiful. She's in tears.
Thank you, darling.
I would like to point out, and I mentioned it briefly, but the fact that Mr. President rushed here from a McDonald's in suburban Philadelphia. Okay. You were there for a full hour flipping burgers,
We
the
were
fryer?
there for a while, mostly fries. We didn't get into the... We'll have to come back for the burgers, I think, but mostly fries. And we had a tremendous crowd circling the McDonald's, and the people were great, really. The whole state, you know what I say, the whole Commonwealth is as good as it gets, right? Don't you think? The whole Commonwealth. And I just want to thank everybody. I think we're going to do really well. We're way up in the polls. We want to keep it that way. We want to keep it too big to rig, you know. It's too big to rig. We got to make it that way. But we're way up now, and we're way up in all of the polls, I think, for the most part. And we want to make America great again. It's very simple. We want to make America great again, and that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do. So
Honestly, the fact that you chose to go there today and take the time, and I heard a couple of stories of people saying, thank you for taking time for the little people. And your answer?
To me, they're big people. I think everyone's, they're all the same, you know, but they said it was so successful. Honestly, the McDonald's just hit the rockets. I mean, you have to see everything. They said, sir, you don't have to do this stuff. I said, are you crazy? I'm not going to do this. They said, you can avoid this. Can you imagine that? I said, who's going to tell these people? I'm not telling, hey, maybe we can make this more exciting than the McDonald's stuff. How about that? But there's no way I wasn't coming. I know this area very well, maybe better, and some of the greatest people. So it's great to have such a crowd. They have an overflow crowd. They have people outside trying to get in. And I was going to suggest, if anybody would like to give up your seat, anybody? One hand. I've never had anybody raise a hand saying yes. Anyway, thank you very much.
Not, yes, not happening today, but I thank you so much for making that trek from outside of Philly and now here in Lancaster. And then you have a busy night because we got some football to watch in Pittsburgh. Stop, all you Eagles fans. We can cheer for the Steelers tonight as well. I want to just give you a quick rundown. I mean, this is going to be, you know, Mr. President, he is as organic as it gets, right? So we are going to go everywhere tonight on all different kinds of topics. You may notice there's no teleprompter. Not necessary. We don't need that here. I'm just saying. So we have questions from the audience. We also have questions from a few of the lovely people behind me as well. We're going to go back and forth and take turns. So are you ready for this town hall? Let's go. The first question is someone I believe who is behind me. So you're going to have to tell me. I didn't get to meet you all. Bob. Where are you? Hi, Bob. Here we go.
Hi, Bob. Ooh.
Come on up.
I like that outfit. Oh, that's beautiful. Where did you buy that? I want to get one of them. Okay. That's pretty cool, actually.
Can you help him out with an outfit?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I got just your size. Mr. President, I start the afternoon off. My name is Bob. I'm a retired union worker from Hazleton on a fixed income. Many Americans in my position struggle to make ends meet. Will you commit to helping protect Social Security and Medicare benefits?
A great question. The answer is yes. And, you know, when you say fixed income, because of Biden and Kamala, nobody knows her as Harris. You know, I can't use the word Harris. And, by the way, it's her 60th birthday, so I want to wish her a happy 60th birthday. Right? No? No, happy birthday. And many more, and I mean it. So, you know, I do mean it, actually. I'm just looking at this gentleman. You don't look like you're retired to me. You look like you're in the prime. You could be if you wanted to be, right? You're doing
I'm
great.
trying.
Look at the size of the arms of this guy. I don't know. He looks pretty healthy. So people on fixed income have been decimated by the Biden and Harris regime. This has been horrible what's happened to them because we had, I think in history, I think of the greatest in history. They say, no, it's 48 years. But I think we had the greatest inflation just about in the history of our country. They don't include everything. They don't include interest rates going from 2% to 10, but you can't get the money at 10, so therefore it's much higher. But the people that are hurt the most are people on fixed income, like Bob. And we're going to do a lot of things. For one thing, no tax on, on Social Security benefits for seniors. Are you getting Social Security? You don't look. What is your age?
57.
You look a lot younger than that. Doesn't he look handsome? He's a much better looking guy than I am, and look at him. You look good, and you have a good family, great family.
I've got a great family.
That's great. So you were hurt though because of the inflation. I mean, people were hurt because of the inflation, and especially the people that are in fixed income. And here's what we're doing. Number one, no tax on Social Security for our seniors. That's a big deal. No tax on tips also, as you know, and no tax for all different groups we're covering, right? And no tax on overtime. So if you work overtime, that's been the big sleeper. And another good one, I think something that's going to be really good is you can fully deduct your interest payments when you buy a car. We never did that. And a Wall Street genius called me up. He said, whose idea was that? It sounds pretty simple, right? But we've never done that. So you buy a car, you're going to be able to fully deduct your interest payment. That's a big deal. So you go out and buy a car. So we're going to do that for you. Also, that's a big thing. Also, very importantly, we're just going to make the economy better. Do you plan on working a little bit in terms of part-time jobs or any of that?
Yes, sir, I still do.
But one of the biggest things we're going to do is the economy is going to get good, but we have more liquid gold. This is what caused the inflation. We had the best, we were energy independent. First time, I think, ever. We're energy independent, and now we're getting oil from Venezuela. We're getting tar from Venezuela because it comes out as tar. We have to heat the hell out of it. And it's done. There's only one place in the whole world that can do it, and that's in Houston, Texas. So for the environmental people, that stuff is going up in smoke in our territory, and we have the best, cleanest, the most oil and gas of any country in the world, including Saudi Arabia, including Russia, all of them.
and we're going to be using it. But here's the thing. We will get your energy bill, everybody in the audience, including businesses, down by 50% from 1 year from when we take office. And when that happens, everything else is going to follow. You know, so Sage, it was energy that caused, Bob, it was energy that caused the problem. And it's going to be energy that leads us back into the promised land. The energy went up, and also their spending, their stupid spending. They spend money on the Green New Scam at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They just like they could have thrown it out the window. It would have been fine. So, and thank you for doing this. This is great to have you. I've seen so many great stories about this woman. She's a brave woman, a great woman. Beautiful too, but I'm not allowed to say that. That could be the end of your political, you know, if you say that a woman is beautiful today, don't be a politician. It is the end of your political career. But she's beautiful. So thank you for doing this.
Thank you. Thank you. And what I love about what you said there is not just the promises, which, by the way, who was the first person to talk about not taxing tips? I'm just saying. Yes, you were the first.
In fact, they've never said it again. She made it like a couple of months later. She said, and by the way, there won't be. Well, in the meantime, they're passing legislation that makes it very hard for people to skip or will, you know, ruin their lives a little bit. A waitress, I was in my building in Las Vegas, and a waitress came over to me and said, hi. I said, how you doing? The government is killing me. They're after me all the time about tips and all this. And I said, well, that's very interesting. And she said, like, there shouldn't be a tax on tips. I said, that's an interesting idea. This is my consultant. There's a good waitress. She was great. And I said, that's an idea. I thought about it for about 15 minutes, and I said, what a good idea. But, you know, they then came out like a month or two later. They made the statement. They got blown away because by that time, they're not going to be able to do it. They're not going to do it. Just like he was going to do the educational thing, you know, with the debt. With debt, you borrow money to go to college, and they were going to just write it off. He's been talking about it for 3 years. It's totally dead. They won't get anything passed. We're going to get it all passed. We're going to get it done very, very quickly. So those things. But from your standpoint, Bob, the Social Security is a big deal. So we'll take care of you.
And I love the fact that Mr. Trump said within the amount of time. You said, give us a
year.
Go
fast.
So it's not just a promise. It's, okay, give us a year to get this done. So thank you. That is huge for all Americans.
I have to say that this, it's right, you said 15 days. That's right. It's hard to believe. 15 days until we get to be great again, right? But we have, look, what they did is terrible because this guy won the nomination. He got 14 million votes. I'm not a fan, but he got 14 million votes, many more votes than anybody else. He had 22 people running. Kamala was running too, and she was the first one to drop out. Shockingly, he picked her to run, which, you know, I think he wished he had that decision to do over again. And they took it away from him. They took the presidency away. This is the first time in the history of our country, I mean, it was taken away like you take candy from a baby. And I don't use the word, you know, there are a lot of words to describe it. It's a coup and stuff. They took the presidency of the United States away from him. And honestly, they shouldn't be doing it. And, you know, they keep talking about a threat to democracy. They're a threat to democracy, and she's a threat to democracy. What they did is a terrible thing. And just to finish, I believe that Joe Biden likes me more than he likes Kamala. And who would think that? And, you know, look, the bottom line, so we had a debate, Joe Biden, we had a debate, and he didn't do great in the debate, but that's he didn't do well. And his poll numbers went down, but that's okay because you come back from that stuff. And what happened is incredible. Nancy Pelosi, crazy Nancy, went in, and Schumer and all these guys went in. They said, we're taking it away. Nobody's ever seen that before. Nobody's ever done it before. And it should, honestly, it should never happen again. It was a terrible thing. I will say that.
I think at the end of the day, all anyone wants, even if your man or woman doesn't win the race, win the competition, it's just for it to be done fairly. That's all that people want. So here we go. 15 days. 15 days and counting. We were talking momentarily here about taxes and no taxes on tips, et cetera. And I believe our first question from the audience is on that topic as well. Where's the microphone?
Right here. Hello. Here we go. Hello, Mr. President.
Hello.
My name is Suki. We've actually met before.
Uh-oh.
I have the tattoo.
Here we go.
I have the
Here we
tattoo,
go.
the portrait tattoo on my leg. We met September 14th in Jim Worthington.
Oh, good. He's a good man. That's
yeah,
right.
and I have your portrait on my leg every single
Oh.
day. I get to show everyone.
Ooh.
I love and
All
honor
right, there's
you.
our story for the day.
Go ahead
Here
with
we
your
go.
question. Okay, Mr.
Go ahead.
President, again,
Thank
my
you.
name is Suki. I have worked as a server bartender. I am a mom of 4 boys. My oldest is headed to medical school. My oldest son is a professional boxer, and 2 of my boys are MMA fighters.
Wow. Ooh. That means she's got those good fighting genes. That's what it means. Wow. Are they good? Are they pretty good? How are they doing?
He's all over TV.
Wow. Wow, that's great.
I am a proud mom. Most of my income comes from tips. Making ends meet in the economy is hard. Can you tell us your plan to lower taxes for working Americans like myself?
Well, number one, we're going to make the economy much better. I mean, that's bigger than anything we can do is make the economy better. We're not going to let foreign countries come in and steal our businesses, our jobs, and everything else, which has been happening for years. And I must tell you, and I always tell them, why didn't you do something? When we were there, I did a lot about that. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We had the strongest border in the history of our country. I don't know if they have the chart, because this is such a different forum from from making a speech or doing a rally, but we have a chart that's an amazing chart. In fact, it's probably my favorite chart of all time. Because I wouldn't be here without that chart. And oh, good. We wouldn't be here. We definitely wouldn't be. But if you take a look, see the arrow on the bottom? That arrow is my final day in office, and we had the lowest illegal immigration that we've had, I guess, probably in history, certainly in recorded history. And it was going lower, and we were going to let people in. We want to have people come in, but they have to come in legally. We have to know they love our country. They can. We don't want people coming in that were up for murder, and not only up for murder, convicted. We have 13,099 convicted murderers that were released into our country from the prison systems, penitentiaries in other countries. And the last count was 180 countries when you think of it. And we just can't let that happen. We also, drug dealers, gang members, everybody. And if you look at Venezuela, if you look at a lot of these countries where they came from, they opened up their prisons and they allowed the people to come out. And honestly, I would have done the same thing about it. It's called open borders. They heard we were open. They took them out. Thank you. Oh, it's so cute. Look at her. She's very politically wise at that young age, right, both? These are young kids, and everybody's liking politics nowadays. Well, we better win or they're not going to like it too much, I can tell you, right? They're not going to like it. So we can't let that happen. We're going to make our economy great, and you're going to really come along with it. And all of those other things that I talked about, including no taxes on tips, all of that's going to be just something very special for you.
That'll be a great thing.
Thank you. And tell your boys to do great. I'll be watching, okay?
Ethan Mercado, look out for him.
Okay, we'll be watching. We'll be watching.
President Trump.
Thank you.
I love you.
Congratulations. Thank you, honey.
Thank you, Suki. And I think that is something that has not been talked about enough. We will get there a little bit later in this town hall as well, but the effects on the economy because of the open border. Yes, safety, but also the financial drain in every aspect. So we'll get into that a little bit more
I have
as
to
well.
tell you that, if you look at the polls, they'll tell you that the biggest thing is the economy. Second thing is the border. But, I think this is bigger than the economy. I think when you talk about the economy, I think you have to include inflation in the economy, because the inflation's the worst we've ever had. I think it's just absolutely, in the old days, they used to call inflation a country buster. You go back hundreds of years, Germany had big inflation. It was destroyed. Other countries were destroyed by inflation. With all of that, I think what's happening at our border, where they're allowing millions of people to come into our country every year, totally unchecked and unvetted, coming from prisons and mental institutions and coming in as terrorists. We have the highest level of terrorism, highest level of terrorists that we've ever had. We've never had this many terrorists come in. We had one year where and I don't even believe this myself, the Border Patrol made these charts, And in 1 year, in 2019, I guess it was, they had 0 were allowed. Now, I think it's probably wrong. There must have been some, but 0. They put it down as 0. And this was not from me. This was from them. And the following year, it was 11. And now we have thousands of terrorists coming into our country. And nothing good can happen with that. Nothing good is going to come out of that. So I really think it's a big part of the economy, too. But I think the number one threat that we have, and I actually think the thing that people are going to be voting on most is what's happening on our southern and but our southern border. And I think it's the number one thing that people want to talk about.
Yes, I totally agree. And we love that chart, too.
I love
we
that
love
chart.
that chart, too.
I sleep with it. I kiss it when I go to bed.
That's a great visual, Mr. President. Let's keep it going on the topic of safety. Our next question is also from the audience here. His name is Chris. Chris, yell out. Where are you? Here we go. Same spot as Suki. Hi.
Hi, Chris.
Hi, Mr. President. Thank you for coming to Lancaster. As the Lancaster County Sheriff, I'm committed to upholding public safety and reducing crime in our community by working closely with local law enforcement and other partners. How does your plan for law and order in your next term support local sheriffs, like myself, to ensure we have the resources needed to protect our communities?
Great question. Are you the current sheriff?
I am. Yes, yes, sir.
Very good. Wow, that's pretty good. You look like it. That's pretty good.
Can I, real quickly, this is a statistic that I know you know, Chris. In the Commonwealth, 49 of 67 county sheriffs have endorsed Donald J. Trump.
I was one of them.
And the rest are coming because nobody's endorsing. We have the endorsement of almost every law enforcement agency group in the country, so it's good. They have none. I don't think they have any. So thank you very much. I'll give you an answer to that. So we have to protect our law enforcement. We have to indemnify them against the bad things. You know, if you do your job well, oftentimes they go after you. They want your house. They want your pension. They want to fire you. They want to. We can't have that. We have great people, and we have people that have to be given back their authority and their respect because our cities are blowing up. We had the worst crime that we've ever had in the last year. Remember the other day, pretty recently, we were at the debate where I was debating with David Muir of ABC Fake News. And I said, we have crime at a level that we've never had it, and a lot of it's migrant crime now. The migrants are coming, and they're causing crime, and they're tough as hell, and they're causing tremendous. They're taking over like Aurora and in Colorado, and I mean, they're taking over buildings. They're in the real estate business all of a sudden, but they're vicious people, and they're taking over. And he said, no, the crime is down. Crime is down. I said, crime's not down. No, it's down. The following day, they released the figures, and crime is up 45%. And I haven't gotten this guy, David Muir. Everything I said, I said, who am I debating here? I had two of them from ABC, and I had her. She was the easy one, but they were terrible. They never questioned her on one thing, but he said, crime is down. No, crime is way up. And the FBI, we have to look at this, because the FBI put out charts that crime was down initially, because they didn't report certain little areas of the country, like the worst areas in the country for crime. And it turned out that their stats were very wrong and very misleading. But he was wrong because it's up like at least 45%. That's an incredible. You take a look at Venezuela, take a look at some of these countries that are taking all their gang members and their criminals off the streets and giving them to us. Their crime is down 40, 50, 60, 70%. So we're going to give you back the dignity and the respect. You know, we have great respect for you, and we're not going to let this happen. You can stop crime. You just have to be given the go-ahead. You go to Chicago, you go to a lot of cities, and they rob a department store, and guys are walking out with refrigerators. They have it on their back with two friends, and air conditioning, and everything. And they literally are stripping, and the police are standing outside, and they're shaking out of anger because they really want to do something, but they're told to stand down, and they're watching these criminals walk out. We're not going to have that happen. We're not going to let that happen. So thank you very much, Sheriff. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You know, I think, unfortunately, since you left office, and certainly 2020 and COVID and George Floyd. I mean, it has been tough, and that's why I think we're all so grateful for the men and women in blue, because you do put your lives on the line every single day. So thank you, Chris, honestly, and for being a leader there. But I'm sure that that is something that these sheriffs have to worry about, to encourage men and women to come back to the police force, that they will be supported on a federal level.
It's become more and more dangerous. I mean, I visited a great family in Long Island where a policeman who was killed said, please open the door. They opened the door and they start firing. The windows were darkened. They opened the door and they start firing. There's not a thing you could do, even if you were allowed, and they're not allowed, to open the door with a gun in your hand. You're still not going to make it because you can't beat that kind of speed. I mean, he's got a gun. And they started firing. He died. I went to the funeral. He died, and I paid my respects to the most beautiful family, and they can't even believe it. But the wife was telling me that she was so afraid it was going to happen. And things are happening today. It's a very dangerous profession. Of course, being president is a very dangerous profession also. You know, we were going over that the other day. 0.1% of race car drivers, that's pretty dangerous, right? 0.1% race car drivers die. 0.1%, these guys that ride the bulls, I mean, say what you want, they are very brave. That is, but 0.1%, similar to like the race car stuff. With presidents, it's a lot of them. If you think about it, you know, you got Lincoln and Kennedy and McKinley and this and that, or get shot at, many shot at, Reagan and Ford. And this is a very dangerous profession, but I wouldn't change it for anything, because we're going to turn our country around. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to do it. We're going to do it fast. Thank you.
And it does start with Americans being able to feel safe in their cities and towns every single day. It's interesting because was it just this past week when you sat down with the Wall Street Journal and called them out on a couple of things, I think is safe to say. Is that the best way to describe it? He let them know what he thought about the ways that they had reported things, and certainly the way that even questions were being asked. And if you look back at that factually, whether it be tariffs, whether it be crime, like we were just discussing, whether it be the border, whether it be COVID, they were wrong about a lot of things, and you called them out on that. In particular, with what we were talking about with the southern border.
Well, we have to take care of our border. Our border is so important. And you look, it's just common sense. People are coming through that are criminals. You're going to have more crime. And if you remember where Kamala was saying, no, the people that come into our country, they don't commit crime. They are far tougher. The one thing nice, our criminals look like very nice people by comparison. These people are vicious. The level, you just take a look at some of these gangs that are coming in. So our criminals look much nicer than they used to. That's the only thing we can say, but that's not much. The Wall Street Journal was interested. I had like a 2.5-hour meeting with them, and it was a great meeting. I respect the Wall Street Journal a lot. And we had with the editorial board, and they actually wrote a beautiful story about it, but the one thing they said that was great, we've watched this guy for 20 years. The one thing we know is that he's got no cognitive problem. I have no cognitive. She may have a cognitive problem, but there's no cognitive problem. It was nice that they actually said that. They said, you know, if anyone has any questions, we were grilling this guy for 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Got no cognitive. In fact, if anything, he's maybe better. I don't even know if I like this. Maybe he's better than he was 20 years ago. So anyway, no, and I actually called for a cognitive test for all people wanting to run for president. I think not based on age. You know, some of the greatest leaders in the world, and I'm not 80, and I'm not that close to 80, but in the Biden case, he's 81 or 82. And, you know, that's okay, because I know people that are unbelievably successful. By the way, a man who's very successful is Rupert Murdoch, and he's 93 or 94. He was at a meeting that I had the following day, and he's sharp as you can be. I mean, he's the same guy that I've known for 25, 30 years. He's sharp, and he's in his 90s. We've had some of the greatest leaders in world history that are in their 80s. But it was very interesting, because in reading the article, it was a great article. But I appreciated that they said that. It's very nice that they say it. I've done cognitive tests. I've done them twice, and I aced both of them. And the doctor, in one case, said, I've never seen anybody ace them. They've never seen anybody ace them. But I'd like to see cognitive tests for anybody running for president or vice president. I think it's important in a way.
And it should have nothing to do with the number, the age, in my opinion.
No,
it's
I
all
think
about the test and turn them in and make that part of the
everybody.
requirement.
You know, I did ask about it, though. Why can't they? They say it's unconstitutional, which I think is too bad or ridiculous. But I'd like to see that. I think it would be great if we could have, good, strong tests for people that are running for president, vice president. They do say, however, it's unconstitutional. Who likes the idea of that? I do. Yeah. Well,
There's an age minimum, so add that to it, 35 years, and a
right.
cognitive test.
Yeah.
Because you could be 41 and have cognitive issues, right? I mean, there's
I've said it for a long time, and I think it would be a great thing if we could do it.
Let me ask you one more time to wrap up the topic of the border, because the second you left office and Biden-Harris took over, they immediately implemented changes and changed drastically so many of these
99 changes, can you believe?
Immediately.
Like remain in Mexico. Like you got to remain in Mexico. You can't. That's a little change, right? And you think that was easy to get from Mexico? I said, we want them to, and because of tariffs, I said, look, if you don't agree, I'm going to charge you 25% tariffs. They said, we would love them to remain in Mexico. I'll never forget. They were so against it.
So how quickly can these be implemented again and changes made?
Almost immediately. Remember one thing. I watched her the other night about a bill. The bill was a disaster, by the way. It was a horrible bill. Would have let people have immunity. It would have given people, millions of people would have allowed it to come in aimlessly. It was a hopeless, horrible bill, but she always uses that. And we would institute, she's trying to get tough now on the border after 4 years of destroying our country. Now, all of a sudden, a couple of months ago, they went to a little bit tougher. The only thing she didn't stop are airplanes flying over the border, loaded up. You know how many people? Hundreds of thousands of people come in by airplane. They didn't stop that. They forgot. I think they said they forgot. They want to show a little toughness. But look, we need strong borders. We need great elections. If we don't have great elections and strong borders, then we don't have a country. Those two things, and other things, but those two things are at the top of the list. We have to have strong borders. And we want people to come in.
Yes.
But we want people to come in that can really do it, that can do a job. And we're going to get that. We're going to get that. But we have to get rid of the people. We have to get rid of the people that are now there. She is so bad. Remember what she said.
I'm sorry, when you say get rid of the people who are there, some of the illegals that are here?
No. I'm talking about the politicians.
The politicians,
that are allowing
okay,
this
I'm
to
making
happen.
sure.
No, we have to get rid of the politicians. And remember what she said? She was interviewed on numerous shows and she couldn't come up. What would you do different? I can't think of anything. I don't know. She can't think. Do you know that 325,000, now think of a stadium, a big stadium being filled up many times. 325,000 children are dead or missing under there. They came across the border or they didn't. They're all dead, missing, or into sex slavery or slavery. 325, many of them are dead. I'm sure many of them are dead. Probably their parents will never see their parents. Like any parent, they want to see them. They get kidnapped, they get taken. 300, and they come through an open border. They're missing or dead, or they're in slavery. 325,000. Think of that. Think of what that means. The numbers, like unheard of. And remember, what would you do different? Nothing. I wouldn't do anything different. So immediately she's disqualified because he's the worst president in our history. She's the worst vice president in our history. And to think that, she's running for president is pretty ridiculous.
I feel like you all will agree with me that this is no one here or in this country that I speak to, and you speak to a lot more people than I do, is anti-immigration. It's about doing it the right way. And now we sit here, and I know you hear this everywhere you go, Mr. President, where you hear people saying, send them back, send them back. That process is not easy. No, but we obviously cannot even take care of the taxpaying Americans in this country. So when you hear send them back, and some should be sent back based on a quote-unquote resume, what is that process like?
So let me just tell you, again, it gets down to the sheriff and local police. They know everybody in town. They know their names, their middle names. They have serial numbers. They've got everything. They know everything. They know all about these horrible criminals coming in from Venezuela, coming in from Colombia. They know everyone. Local police. The local police will work with others. And look, from a practical standpoint, it's very tough because there'll be one woman with two beautiful children who gets brought back, and there'll be tears, and the Times and all these crazy newspapers will do stories about one person when so it's a very difficult thing. But we start with the murderers. We know who they are. We don't know everything about them because they've been let in without being vetted. But we start with the murderers. Nobody wants to have murders. These are people that some were getting the death penalty. They were going to be executed in their own. Some killed more than 5 people. Some killed more than 2 people. One killed like 9 or 10 people. We want them out. We start with them. We start with the drug dealers. We start with the people that are causing. Oh, by the way, you start also with the terrorists. You got to get them out. And then we start figuring out what the hell we're going to do, because what they've done to our country, what they have done, and I'll tell you who is affected most, the black population, the Hispanic population, because their jobs are being lost. People that had jobs for years are losing their job now to people that came into our country illegally. So that's a really, and they're starting to see it. You know, the black population over the last short period of time, their numbers, their unemployment numbers have just skyrocketed. The reason is people coming into the country illegally are taking their jobs. So, and I'll tell you what's going to be affected very much are going to be unions. But you're going to see things happening that are just, it's just too much. In one town in Ohio, a town of, think of this, a town of 52,000 people, they put 32,000 illegal migrants in this town, right? 32,000 illegal migrants into a 52,000 people town. In Aurora, they have people that are running out and walking down the streets carrying weapons. And the landlords of the building is saying, I don't know what I'm going to do here. They're collecting the rent in the building for themselves. I mean, and this is happening all over. This is happening all over the country. You know, we mentioned a few different places, and a lot of mayors don't want to talk about it because it's bad for the reputation of the state and the town or the city that they're in. But look at New York, what's happened. Look at Chicago. Look at Los Angeles, what's happening. Our country's being destroyed by incompetent politicians. And, you know, all they have to do, remember this, when they say a bill shows that the bill wasn't passed because the Senate wouldn't want to go against Trump. He called, it had nothing to do with me. The bill was no good. But listen, all the president has to do is she gets to the White House, wakes him up. They call because it's after 4 o'clock. He sleeps after 4 o'clock. Get him the hell down to the Oval Office and say, President, sign the bill. All he has to do is say, the borders are closed. Tell that to the Great Border Patrol. The borders are closed, and those borders, that's what I did. I didn't have a bill. I had the best border maybe ever. I didn't have a bill. I just said, close the borders now. And they were closed. You don't need a bill for that.
They have been saying that for years now, that they needed to get it approved in Congress and all.
You don't need a bill. I didn't have a bill. I didn't have a bill. I said, close the borders. You know, my father used to tell me when, like, we'd hire some guy and, sir, could I have a letter of authorization that I got this job? And my father always used to say to me, you know, son, every time they need a letter, they never work out to be any good. The guys that don't need a letter, those are the ones that you want. Because when they ask for a letter, that means they don't have it. This guy, so what happens is you call up the head of the Border Patrol, you call up the group, and you say, effective immediately, the borders are closed, and they close up. And that's what I had. I didn't have a bill. I closed up the borders.
And the billions of dollars that are being spent across the country to pay for the education, the health care, the rent, the insurance for illegal aliens can go to Americans, can go to minorities, can be spent on veterans who are on the streets homeless. So I have hope, and we're going to hold you to this.
But, you know, it's not financially feasible or sustainable for us to be paying for hundreds, not for hundreds, for millions and millions of people. It's estimated now that the real number is over 21 million people in 3.5. 21 million people came into this country. Many of them are seriously bad people.
And that's why the graphic is the best graphic ever.
I was wondering who that was. It's the fake news. No, these guys are great. These are the photographers. When they take good pictures, I like them. When they take bad pictures of me, I don't like them. They usually turn out to be not so nice, but that's okay. Here's a man, Pulitzer Prize, Doug. Pulitzer Prize. It's the only thing good about the New York Times is Doug. Pulitzer Prize, everybody. Pretty good. He's good. He's a good guy. They're all good guys. Very talented guys. Good.
Yes, we pay extra close attention to any movement up near the
I was
stage
wondering
these
who's
days,
coming
don't
in.
we?
I was looking. I was getting ready. Put up your dukes. Here we go.
Here we go again, yes. Back to the audience. Where is Paul for a question?
Good
I got to
evening,
get to
Mr.
work.
President.
He's behind me.
Hello, Paul.
All right, Paul, let's go. Hi. You ready?
And to kind of talk a little more about the border. My name is Paul, and I served in the United States Army and the Pennsylvania Army National Guard. Thank you.
We got to get you on camera, you know?
Let me get up. These are the most uncomfortable chairs, but I think we'll get up. There is no chair like that chair.
I'm so glad you said it.
How are you? Nice to see you, man. That's
Nice
great.
to meet you,
Go
President.
ahead, please.
Sir, right now members of the National Guard are mobilized because of the crisis at the border. How soon will the wall get finished if you're elected?
So the wall, we built hundreds of miles of wall, more than I said I was going to be doing. And again, I had a hard time with Congress on the wall. I took it out of the military because we rebuilt the military. We had a lot of money in the military. We took out billions because I considered it an invasion of our country. It was very easy. And we then got sued by Nancy, crazy Nancy, and all the Democrats, and we got sued 11 different times. We won all the suits. It was brutal, but we were sued a lot. And we got hundreds of miles of wall built. And then I said, let's add some more. And one of the reasons we did have the great success is because I got the wall built. I was building wall at levels that nobody had ever seen. And we were going through tremendous obstacles. It was hard, but we got it done. And then I said, let's add 200 miles because there were certain areas. You know, it's interesting when you add wall here, you got to add a little more wall here. And it's just one. It's like water. It's like water. And we were ready to do that. We ordered 200 miles. It was ready to be thrown up. It could have been thrown up in 3 to 4 weeks. And then we had a very unfortunate election. And these characters took over. And I said, you know, something's going on. They're not putting up the wall. They have to put up the wall. It would have been unbelievable, totally secure, very hard to get through the wall. That was the wall specifically that Border Patrol and all of them wanted. This is the one that they wanted. It wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to have concrete plank going up 30 or 40 feet. They said it has to be steel, has to have, have to be able to see through it, et cetera, et cetera. And this is a combination of steel, concrete, and then rebar in the middle, each one of those pieces. And then they have, I told this here, they have an anti-climb panel on the top. And I hated it because I didn't like the way it looked. These things were so beautiful. And we had to put the anti-climb. But I said, no way I'm going to do that. I hate it. It was costly, but I hated it. And then we had people climbing. And it's true, the anti-climb panel is exactly what it is. It was much harder. So I said, all right, we'll do it. But this is exactly what they wanted. And they didn't want to put it up. And that's the first time that I realized that they actually want an open border. Who would want an open border? It's like, who would want an open border? Who would want men playing in women's sports? Who would want all these transgender operations on your children? So we built a tremendous amount of wall, and we were going to do another 200. But I got Mexico to come in, and they gave us thousands and thousands of troops while we were building the wall. That was hard to do. Remember, I always said Mexico will pay. They paid much more than what I was talking about. They gave us troops. They did a really good job. They didn't want to do it. They said, no way. And I said, way, way, way. And they said, no, we're not doing it. And I said, if you're not doing it, I'm going to charge you a 25% tariff. And they said, these tariffs are, I'm telling you, it's my favorite word in the dictionary, outside of love and religion. Love and religion. But so I said, we're going to charge you. And we got the troops from Mexico free of charge. And they were, it really did the trick. We had great success. But the net result is all of this wall that we built, they ended up selling for 5 cents on the dollar. Very expensive stuff, too. Not all of it, but a lot of it. And Texas wanted to use it, Arizona wanted to use it, and the federal government wouldn't sell it to them. and they sold a lot of it for 5 cents on the dollar. These are people that hate our country. I'm convinced of it. There's something, you got to vote them out. We got to get back to common sense, right? Thank you.
How immediate is that process? We talked about sending certain individuals back. How immediate is the wall process? Can they begin building right away?
Yeah, the wall.
Yeah.
I've become very good at building walls, actually. Remember, there's only 2 things that work. Everything's obsolete. Other than that, see their cameras? Look at these beautiful cameras they have. In 2 weeks, they'll be obsolete, right? Everything. The computers are going to be up. 2 things. What are the 2 things? Wheels and walls. They're not obsolete. They always work. And you can always have a wheel and a wall, right? Look at her. She was the one that was crying. If she was crying, that means she likes, you like Trump. Look, she's crying again.
She's crying again. Here we go.
Stand up. Stand up. Show everybody.
Oh.
Very nice. Thank you, sweetheart. Are your friends as passionate as you? Yes. Well, oh boy, I'm glad they have those good seats. Thank you, darling. Appreciate it. Thank you.
We call these, don't we call these happy tears? These are happy tears,
Those are
of course.
tears
Yes.
that are happy tears.
Okay, let's keep it going. Olivia, I'm not sure, is Olivia in the audience or is Olivia on stage? Hello, Olivia. Come join us. You get to stand in the middle here. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Olivia, and I'm a first-time voter from Stevens and a college student. Based on the inflation and weak job market, it seems like a big stretch that I'll ever be able to own a home. What is your plan to help bring down inflation and make life more affordable for Americans like me who are just starting off?
And a home is a big deal, right? Yeah. You know, you can't have the American dream because I'm giving the American dream. I gave up so much during that 4-year period. We had the greatest economy. We had the greatest everything, and people were back to a thing called the American dream. I'm so glad you used the term. We're going to get interest rates way down. There are some places, 35% the cost of a home are regulations and nonsense that shouldn't be, between long-term zoning where it takes years and years to get it developed. We're going to take a lot of that out. I did, and they put a lot of it back in. The environmental approvals are terrible, just terrible, so ridiculously bad. And we're going to get it taken care of. We'll bring down the cost. The biggest thing with 2 things: make the economy good so you get a lot of money, right? Make the economy good. And the other thing is interest rates. We're going to get interest rates. Right now, you can't get money. Even if you had a good job, you're paying 10%, you're paying 11, 12%, and you can't get it. When I was president, it was 2.2% interest, and now, and the money was all over the place, and now you can't get the money. So we're going to make sure that you can get the money. And who's going to occupy that house with you?
Right now it's just me.
But a beautiful family eventually, right? Huh? I'll bet. Thank you, darling. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. How about that first-time voter, Olivia?
Great.
Gets to ask the president a question. You go, girl. Good job. Let's keep it up.
Ready?
Where's Ty? Ty, hello. Come on up here, too. Right in the middle.
I like that. You like that, everybody? Should I do it? Should I do it? What do you think? Should I grow one of
the goatee?
She said yes. Why not? Come here. Thank you very much. Let's go.
Good evening, Mr. President. We'd like to first thank you for being here and taking questions from us. The people of Carbon County would like to thank you for your service and commitment for making America great again. My name is Ty. I'm a small business owner. I've seen the detrimental effects of Kamala on the war on coal and rising energy costs. When you were president, the average price for gas around here was about $2.50. Today at the Wawa on the corner, it was $3.34. That difference over 4 years adds up. What is your plan to help businesses like myself, especially with the cost of energy?
So we actually had, and a big thing is going to be the cost of energy. Energy is so big, it's so like amorphous, it's all over the place. If you make donuts, it's a stove and the truck to bring them to wherever they're being delivered. The biggest thing is energy with this, with what you're talking about. We're going to get that way down. And our price per gallon was actually, we had it down to $1.87 a gallon. And we had actually the $3.50 was up to, that you had mentioned, that was up to $4, $5, and $6, and it was heading up again, and then they went back quickly. They ended my energy policy, and they were getting killed. and they went back to it. What they don't say is that they went back to it. You know, they said, we're getting killed here the day after the election. If they won this election, they're going to go to a no fossil fuel deal. You're going to have all electric, and you're going to say, oh, I can't go far. It costs too much, and they're made in China. And, you know, we love Elon Musk, and he makes – and I think – and I will tell you, and I think these electric – what he does is incredible. What, you know, the electric cars are great, but it's a certain application. Some people would like them, depending on distances. If you want to go long distances at this moment, maybe not. But, you know, the amazing thing about Elon, you know, he's in Pennsylvania today campaigning for me. Can you believe it? And the Tesla is a great car, but I will tell you, but he will be the first to tell you, and he never called me once because I hit them hard because they have this electric mandate that in a very short period of time, everyone's forced to have an electric car. Well, what about hybrids? What about regular gasoline-propelled cars? We have more gasoline than anybody, but China has the product to make the batteries, so it's not a good thing for us. I've never had a call, and I speak to him a lot. He's incredible. How about that rocket that came down a few days ago? How cool was that? I called him up. I said, was that you? He said, yes. Nobody else can do that. Russia can't do it. China can't do it. And the U.S. can't do it, other than it's him. But, no, he's incredible. But, you know, amazing thing, he never once called me up and said, give you my word, I never once called me up and said, lay off the electric, would you? He gave me the greatest endorsement. He understands he's going to have a tremendous market. There's a great market for that, but not 100% of the market. It's, you know, gasoline and hybrid. And there's another one, hydrogen. Did you ever hear that? That's a new one. But here's the problem. He knows. Mr. Wall, please stand up. He's heard this before. This gentleman has come to 300 rallies. He likes me. You know, he's a very successful guy. He just likes these rallies. He'd rather be watching this than some crummy football game, right? But, you know, what is happening is there is a lot of great technology, but hydrogen is not acceptable because it's better than anything except when there's a problem. It has a tendency to blow up. And when it blows up, you are unrecognizable. They call the wife down, would you please examine, not really the body, because there's no body, it's just a pile of stuff. And I don't want the hydrogen, if you don't mind. You know, it's one of those things that's really wonderful, but when it doesn't work, you're dead. We don't want that. So we'll come to another. But there'll be other, over a period of time, there'll be other things. We're going to get those interest rates down. We're going to, and I'm telling you, I said it at the beginning, I'll say it again. We have more liquid, think of it, we have more gasoline and gas, and we have oil converted easily into gasoline. Also oil for your house, for your air conditioning, for your heating. We will have your electric bills and all of your energy bills down by, we're going to cut it in half. Anything you're paying right now, and that's going to make your business strong by itself. That's good. And it'll be done within 1 year. Because what are we going to do? Drill, baby, drill, frack, baby, frack. We're going to frack. We're going to frack and drill, okay? Thank you, man. Thank you. Oh, good. I will. I will.
And Ty, what is your business?
I own a bar and restaurant in Lehighton, Pennsylvania, in Carmen County.
What's the name of it?
Boatyard Bar and Grill, just outside of Jim Thorpe.
Sounds great.
Thank you. Thank you. And I love this. I love this topic because we know how many small businesses were decimated, especially after COVID and what has happened since then. So, Ty, we're here for you. Go hang out at Ty's bar. Why not?
The one thing, sounds good. I'll bet it's a good place. Got a lot of action, right? Oh, it's Dan Musial? Oh, I see Dan Muser. Is Dan here? Oh, where's Dan? Is it that good, Dan? I thought he said Stan Musial, Stan the man, remember? Hi, Dan. How are you? Who do we have here? Look, come on up here for a second, Dan. Am I allowed to do? Because this is our host, so I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but what do you think? One of our great Congress people. You know, under this forum, we don't really
Secret Service
announce our Congress people, our senators. And you're going to tell me who else is here with you, Dan. Come on up. This guy is fantastic. Congressman Dan Muser. How are we doing? Most importantly, Dan, most importantly, he's very much involved with the election. How are we doing?
We're doing great, Mr. President, and you know why? Because the enthusiasm for you has never been higher. And hey, how about it, everyone? We have so much to thank you for. What you did as president, our country was never stronger. What you're doing now, you and your family, what you've gone through for surviving, we thank you very much for that. And folks, how about we're going to be thanking him so much when he truly makes America great again. It's all going to happen pretty fast.
Thank you. Lloyd, come on up here, Lloyd. Come on up here. Lloyd Schmucker, Congressman, warrior. Lloyd Schmucker. Come on up here, Lloyd. Thank you very much. That's great. That's great.
Hi, Lloyd.
These are two warriors.
He had no idea he was being called on stage, did you?
No, not at all. But I can tell you, this is the district that I represent, and these are a room full of people who love you, Mr. President.
They love him, too.
And I'll also tell you the enthusiasm is higher than 4 years ago and even 8 years ago right now. We're seeing volunteers like we haven't seen before. We're going to win this area big.
Thank you very much. Thank you both. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lloyd. Thank you. Good. Oh, I'm lucky. Oh, you have no idea the hell that I'd have to. If we would have said goodbye and these two warriors weren't introduced, I would have had a problem. I would have felt very badly. Good. Is there anybody else? You're going to go for McCormick. I know that, David.
Do you know what I enjoyed watching was the expressions on the faces of the Secret Service as he's inviting people on stage, right?
They're not happy. They don't get too happy. That's right. They're saying, excuse me, sir, they won't be allowed on the stage. Anyway, this has been really great.
I think you ended the question with Ty about frack baby frack. And
Going to frack baby frack.
Frack
She
baby
is
frack.
not going to frack, by the way. She's been against fracking. She wants to confiscate your guns, and she will do it. You know, with a politician, take a look at their initial record. That's what they go back to. She's only doing this because of the election. She just changed all these. She changed 15 different policies. She wanted the transgender operations, I mean, almost at will. And a lot of them, though, the taxing. She wants to do a capital gains tax on, think of this, on unrecorded values. Think of this. If it goes up, you don't have any cash, it goes up, she'll put everybody out of business. She wants a capital gains tax that's going to destroy the country. She wants to raise your taxes to 70 or 80%, kill all your jobs, chase everybody out to other countries. You know, businesses today, they will leave our country. They're international businesses, the big ones. And you want to get cute, everyone's going to pay. They say one day, I'm going to Asia, I'm going to Europe, I'm going to Germany, let's say, I'm going someplace. We can't do this. She wants capital gains taxes that have never been even tried before. They will destroy the country. This woman is so incompetent. She's so bad. You cannot, and I would normally not like to speak like that. If they get chosen, our country's finished. You know, Elon Musk is a very smart guy. You got to see his endorsement. He said, if this election isn't won by Donald Trump, our country is essentially finished. That's a hell of a statement for him to make. And he's a totally brilliant guy. This guy's got so much. And I have to say, and I've said it before, I said it yesterday at a rally, he makes something that Starlink, that I never heard of it, but it's great. It's communication. North Carolina, Georgia had some areas that were not, basically it's communication. It's a communication system. But especially North Carolina is the job. It was just totally demolished. They had no communications. People were dying. The federal government failed. Worse than Katrina. They did nothing. The White House, her and Biden did nothing. And they needed to get Starlink. They said, you know Elon Musk? I said, I do. What? Because I was there. They said, is there a way we could get Starlink? So I called him up, and he had that to them so fast. It was unbelievable. And you can't get it. The congressmen know this. And so I just want to thank Elon Musk. But when you look at his endorsement, where he endorsed me, I mean, he's not going around all over Pennsylvania day and night, day and night. It's like he's running. He just feels that our nation, if it doesn't win this election, the nation is not going to survive. It's not going to survive.
It has been
So I
incredible
want to thank
watch.
Elon.
Yes, it has been a blessing to watch him. Without the First Amendment, we have nothing. And Elon Musk has come. Buying Twitter was an incredible thing to do. And I think all of us are so grateful for him appreciating what America was founded upon. I will say about the fracking, to wrap that part up, fortunately, we do have something called videotape. And in 2019 and several times since Kamala Harris has said she would ban fracking, and now we come back and a lot of flip-flopping on that. So just like with the border, when I asked timing and how quickly, we're in the Keystone State. We're in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, fracking. I mean, this is a gold
Do you want to
mine
put
right
up,
here.
do we have one of those fracking statements that she made? Because here, you know, we put it up sometimes, but Pennsylvania specifically.
Yes.
It's about fracking. Can they put that fracking tape up if they could do it? I don't know if they can do it. This is a different forum. But if they can, put up the frack, frack, frack.
I'm committed to passing a Green New Deal and finally putting an end to fracking once and for all. If they fail as President of the United States, I'm prepared to get rid of the filibuster to pass a bill. I'm offering a Green New Deal that has been described as one of the most aggressive and progressive. It is a resolution. I believe that the underlying principles behind it are sound and important. What is the solution for voters who have jobs and interests in the fossil fuel industry? Keeping the workers and building the transition into the jobs and the future. What's he doing for us? I have a cause.
So there you heard it. Good job backstage. Give me my wife. I said, give me that fracking statement. No, she doesn't want fracking. She's never wanted fracking. And by the way, she destroyed one of the greatest cities in the world, San Francisco, destroyed it. It's not even livable. She destroyed it, and she destroyed, along with Gavin Newsom. Have you heard of him? Terrible, one of the worst governors. He'll go down as one of the worst governors in history, Gavin Newsom. But the two of them destroyed California. How do you destroy California? The ocean, the temperature, everything is, it's like the perfect place. They're destroying it. They had more people leave it, think of it, than come in. First time, I think, ever. It's an incredible place, and they have virtually destroyed it. And she's not going to, she will not destroy, we're not going to let her destroy America. That's all there is to
Fracking.
it.
How soon? How quickly? How much in Pennsylvania?
Well, we have to go. You know, what you're doing is fracking, but you can do much more. You can do double and triple what you're doing right now. You're restricted by so many different things that they put on. So we're going to let them frack, 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 like a duck. Frack, frack, frack. You can do 3 times what you're doing now and even 4 times, and you can do it. And it won't have any impact on you. It's not going to have any impact. So we can, and tremendous money. You can lower your taxes for the state. Great for the country. But you're in a state that has tremendous, capability that you wouldn't even think. You don't think of Pennsylvania. When you think of Pennsylvania as a commonwealth and having to do with fracking, 20 years ago, you wouldn't have thought. But now it's your biggest, most important thing. It's 5. The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania produces 500,000 energy jobs. They'd be wiped out. They'd be wiped out. So they can actually do a lot more if they wanted to, if they were allowed. I will allow them to do a lot more. We're going to get your energy bills down at a level that you haven't seen before. It's going to make a big difference.
And here we go. We have time for one final question. Sarah, come on up, girlfriend.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi. Nice to have you here.
Good evening, Mr. President. My name is Sarah. I'm a veteran, U.S. Marine veteran, and
great.
And I'm a Purple Heart recipient.
Wait. They didn't hear this part. This is very important. Please say it again, Sarah.
I'm a U.S. Marine veteran and a Purple Heart recipient of Lehigh County, Pennsylvania. Many veterans face significant challenges such as accessing quality health care, mental health support, and transition assistance back into civilian life. Will you commit to making the VA Choice program that you open up permanent?
So we had VA Choice, and this was something that was So important. We saw it. That's where you have a choice of getting a doctor if you can't get fairly, quick service. And I will say we have great doctors. The doctors are incredible, but the administration of it is not good. And as you know, 4 years ago, we had the highest rated VA ever. We were at 92% approval rating. And I got two things done. I got VA Choice, and that was basically you wait, and if you don't have a doctor within 48 hours, you can go outside, get a doctor, we pay the bill, and you get yourself taken care of. People were waiting for 4 and 5 months to see a doctor, and they were not feeling well, but literally it was a minor thing, and they end up being terminally ill because of it. Think of it, terminally ill. The other thing we did, we had a lot of people that because of civil service and unions and other things, you couldn't fire them under any circumstances, no matter what they were. And they were sadists and they were thieves. There were a lot of bad people, right? You couldn't fire anybody. So they were living with people that were horrible. And these were both authorized by Congress. One was 52 years, they couldn't get it. The other was 58 years. I got the right to fire bad people that didn't take care of our veterans, right? You know that. And we fired 9,000 people and replaced them with great people, with loving people. And those two things, and we had a 92% approval rating, and it's never been even close to that. Now, here's the bad news. They're very rapidly breaking the system up. And they've hired a lot of the people back that were terrible and that we fired. One of the problems, it's just unbelievable. And they don't, you know why? Because they don't know what the hell they're doing. And the other thing is they're slowly getting rid of choice so that they're making it so tough that you almost can't use it. We were actually saving money on choice because you save, a doctor would fix them up and get them back and beautiful. Instead, they were getting sicker, sicker, and sicker, and many of them became terminal. You know, I did one other thing. I have to say, right to try. That's where you have a right to try medicines that won't be approved for another 4 or 5 years. They've been trying for 50 years, more than that, to get it approved. And, you know, the insurance companies didn't want it. The country didn't want it. Nobody wanted it. The doctors didn't want it because they didn't want to be sued. And I said, here's what we're going to do. I sat down in a room with all of them, the labs. I said, we're going to make a deal. They're going to sign a document saying they're not going to hold anybody liable, and we're going to get the right to try. And nobody really wanted to do it, but we did it. I forced it on them. We have saved thousands and thousands of lives, and even the labs now, and the doctors like it, because we're finding out that, you know, some of these things are incredible. They're taking people that were terminally ill, and they're getting better. Some of them are getting totally better. And we've saved thousands and thousands of lives. It sounds so simple. I love the name, Right to Try. People used to go to Asia, they'd go to Europe, they'd go all over the world looking for a cure, or they had no money and they couldn't do that. They'd go home and they'd just die. Now they sign a simple document, and we're using space-age things that won't be approved for another few years by the FDA, and we moved that time up. But they won't be approved for a little while. You know, you have to go through a very extensive testing. But if people are willing to sign that, we have saved so many thousands of lives. So I think you understand. But we're going to go back to choice very rapidly. Immediately, we're going back to choice. And we're also going to get rid of the bad people that don't love you. Okay?
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for your service. My goodness. Army brat here. That's where our roots are. Our servicemen and women, our first responders, that's where it is. And so thank you, Sarah. Thank you so much, and congratulations. I want to wrap up on this, if I could. I had the opportunity a few months ago to talk to your lovely daughter-in-law, Lara Trump, on my show. She is incredible. She's an incredible woman. She is obviously so committed to bringing you back to where you belong. She's an incredible mother. I've been traveling with her a lot lately, and she's amazing. And one of the things we talked about on my show was the why with you, because you have a lot of other things you could be doing right now. Your bank account looks pretty good. You have a few golf courses around the country. You have a few buildings here and there. You had 4 incredible years. You have grandchildren. You have another one on the way. Congratulations to your daughter, Tiffany. One of my favorite moments with you was watching the RNC and watching your daughter, your granddaughter, 17 years old, on the stage, and what that must have felt like for you. So there's so much that you have, And then you come out here and you just said it's such a dangerous job and you choose to continue to do this when you don't have to. It's safer, it's cheaper, all of the things to not do what you're doing today. Why? Why?
So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, I probably am asked that question more than any other question. They say, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. I think I'm asked that question maybe like, why do you do this? Or if you had it to do again, sort of a similar question, would you do it over? And the answer to that is so easy and so emphatic, yes. But the reason is, I was saying to, in a sort of kidding fashion the other night at a rally with these great rallies, and I was saying, I didn't have to be here. I was in the middle of a little bit of a rough area, and I loved every minute of it. We had, I think, 28,000 people. We had 101,000 people in Butler, you know that. We had 107,000 people in California the other day. And I said, here's the story. I could be anywhere I want. I could be on the finest beaches having that sun go over that very white skin that hasn't seen sun in years. I could be hit in the face with beautiful waves of salt and beautiful salt water. I could be wherever I want, and I have great properties all over. Or I could be here with you people, and you know what? I would rather be here with you than any other thing that I can do, because you have a lot of people that are rich or wealthy, and they can do what they want to do. But we're doing something that's unique. This is the greatest movement of all time. We're going to turn our country around. Our country is really, it's a failing nation. I don't care what you say. I mean, we're laughed at all over the world by other leaders. 4 years ago, we were respected by everybody. China, Russia. Russia would have never gone into Ukraine. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. We would have never had the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country, which is, you saw what happened in Afghanistan, the Taliban. We would have never had, think of it, we would have never had Afghanistan. We were getting out, but we were going to get out with dignity and strength, and we're going to keep the big air base Bagram because it's 1 hour away. Spent billions and billions of dollars, just about the biggest, most powerful, longest runways in the world. We gave it to China. They gave it to China. China's now operating. We were 1 hour away from where China makes its nuclear weapons. We gave it up. Would have never happened. All of these things, we wouldn't have had inflation because our energy was so good. Energy caused the inflation, what they did with energy. But I said to myself, sometimes I think, I get hit with all these lunatics that we have, where the radical left lunatics, where they make up stories about Russia, Russia, Russia. In the end, I wouldn't change what we've done for anything. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. And we can't do that sitting on a beach, right? We can't do that sitting on a beach. So I wouldn't change it for a thing, and I just want to thank you. You've really done a great job tonight, and you have a tremendous understanding. I thought that I know you through sports and through other things, but you have really got an understanding of both the good and the bad of where this country is, and I appreciate you being here very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm an American. That's all it is. I just love this country, and I love that you love this country. This is what we need, and he does choose to do this for all of us. So help me give him a grand exit off the stage here, because he has football to go watch. The 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Get out and vote, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. We are back. All right. That was a throwback to the campaign trail. And promises made, promises kept. Would you agree with me, or would you say he made some promises that he did not keep? Put it in the comment section below. Let me know. Let me know if you think he hasn't stayed loyal to his promises and why you voted for him.
President Trump will address a joint session of Congress on Tuesday as his second term gets off to a fast start.
And Democrats are already preparing their response with a plan to ramp up the resistance to Trump's agenda.
Madeline Rivera joins us live from Washington. Maddie, good morning. What does the resistance look like?
Yeah, Democrats are divided over that. So President Trump is expected to highlight some of the work his administration has done and the rest of the work they want to do in his first address to Congress since retaking office. He has moved with lightning speed, wielding his executive authority to address the border and reshape the federal government. And his expansive use of that power has left Democrats wondering how to respond. Axios reports House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer do want members to attend the speech, with a +1. A congressional memo obtained by Axios asks House Democrats attending the joint address bring a guest who has been harmed by the Trump administration's early actions. But other Democrats reportedly are weighing not attending. Lawmakers who are supposedly leaning against or are undecided about going include Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren, and Massachusetts Senator Ed Markey, among others. Per the Washington Post, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who notably tore apart the president's State of the Union address back in 2020, is now encouraging members to, quote, let the president stew in his own juice. Pelosi, who's still widely respected within the Democratic conference, reportedly wants Democrats to focus on the Republicans' budget framework. That GOP blueprint would enact the president's agenda while also call for spending cuts, which Democrats argue would slash programs like Medicaid. That, in Pelosi's view, would be a much more effective way for Democrats to respond rather than simply interrupting the president's speech. So we'll see. Charlie, Rachel, and Peter.
Thank you, Maddie.
Thank you, Maddie.
Maddie, could we keep Maddie up for 1 second?
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check the quote. You said that Nancy Pelosi wants Donald Trump to stew in his own juice?
That's according to the Washington Post. Yeah,
That's a quote. I love it. I saw Charlie and Peter. As soon as you said that, Maddie, they went down. Stew in juice.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah,
That's colorful.
You definitely reported the juiciest part.
Yeah,
so
you sure did.
We're grateful to you for that, Maddie.
You got
Thanks,
it, of
Maddie.
course. You got it.
Well, who can forget Nancy Pelosi ripping up the speech? But you know what my favorite was? Remember this clap? That was so good.
So that person right here with the big ceremonial copy of the speech is the person who doesn't want any of the Democrats to protest this time. It almost makes it feel like she, even though she's just a backbencher now, rank and file member, not the speaker, not in leadership, it makes it feel like she has not blessed any of the Democrats as the worthy successor to the Obama, Biden, Pelosi era. And I don't know who the next big Dem is going to be, but she doesn't want the wrong one.
Here's what the Washington Post said about this. They said, now a rank and file lawmaker, Pelosi retains a great degree of clout. To your point, Peter, inside of the Democrat caucus, younger lawmakers continue to seek her counsel with recent discussions, including warnings to not turn themselves into part of the story during Tuesday's speech, and urging them to narrow their party's message in next year's midterm elections. Any demonstration of disagreement, whether it's visual or whatever, just let him stew in his own juice. And don't be any grist for the mill to say this was inappropriate, Pelosi said Thursday. So really rich coming from she who ripped up the speech and had the funny clap. I'll say this.
Alligator clap.
The alligator clap was so good. I have to admit, for about 3 weeks after that, that's all I did.
Every time Sean opened his mouth, you're like, this is great.
I did the clap. Here's why I think some of them are not going to go. Usually, a State of the Union address this early in is just like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. And it's a lot of fantasy talk about all the things they think they're going to do, hope they're going to do. Donald Trump is going to show up there on Tuesday, and he's going to have solid accomplishments that have been done in just 1 month, more than what many presidents get done in even 3 years. It's remarkable. We talked earlier about the border, Charlie. I mean, it's gone down like 90-some% in terms of illegal crossings. Just huge accomplishments. And then all the money saved on top of that.
Such a great point. And the idea of him stewing in his juices, the juices of success, the juices of winning. You just get him a hot tub of his juices of winning and success, and he can just sit up in there. And like you say, and it's such a great point. It'll be the first time ever that you have somebody in that. And of course, this is not a State of the Union address. This is a joint address to Congress. It's a slightly different title because he's not been there for more than, as you say, 2 months, matter of weeks. But he's going to actually be talking about successes.
Yeah.
Wins.
He said we would get tired of winning.
Yeah.
Remember?
My favorite Nancy Pelosi fun fact.
Yeah.
You know that what she has for lunch every day?
What?
Oh, no.
A hot dog.
Does she
really?
Every day.
Well, that's what they have
Every
inside
day.
of the cloakroom. They serve hot dogs inside the cloakroom.
Well,
Did you not know
that?
that?
Is some serious reporting right there. I'm
Thank
very impressed by that.
I have a husband who has snuck me in there many times, and the kids. And yes, they serve hot dogs. And
Is it free?
Yeah.
No, you have
You have to pay for that.
You have to pay for your hot dog.
In the cloakroom, you
In
do?
the cloakroom, yes, you do. You pay for your hot dog.
Really?
Yes, you do.
Because I remember when, like, if kids go in there, they get ice cream. They don't have to pay for the ice cream.
No.
I bet all your kids.
No, you know who pays for it? We do.
I'm telling
We
you,
all
it is
taxpayer.
not free. You have to pay for your own hot dog, but that is what they serve. So I'm imagining that's where she's getting the hot dog.
She's been there a long time, so.
So don't
Well, she
miss.
has I'm going to tell you this too.
Yeah.
If she's eating hot dogs for lunch, that woman, say what you will about her, she's very trim. She still has,
Sharp
little
mind.
spring in her step.
She's very sharp-minded. I mean, she's
no. I mean,
very impressive.
You can say a lot of things.
You know
about
how
her,
much
but
older?
looking
She's
young.
older than Joe Biden.
I know.
It's so amazing.
I
That
know.
will always amaze me.
The other one that is aging backwards is Maxine Waters. I'm sorry. Again, another person
Well,
looking
if you're
good.
starting out at 0, it's really not that hard. It's less hard.
How old is? Can somebody tell us how old Maxine Waters is? In the back there?
Probably look at that really quick. Maxine Waters, Face ID.
But the great thing is, all their bank accounts are going in the right direction.
She's
Okay.
86.
She's 86. She looks amazing. You're right. Nancy Pelosi's aging backwards. Her bank account is going the other way.
Am I the only one getting yelled at right now? I think I'm the only one getting
They
yelled
want us to
Wait,
promo
tune
the
in
presidential
to the-
joint address to Congress. I will be up late for this at the White House. It airs Tuesday at 9 p.m. on the Fox News Channel.
And I will be there. And sorry, I derailed this entire segment.
No, I shouldn't have mentioned the hot dog.
Beauty and fitness. I don't know how I did that.
The game is changing. The political landmark is changing. And we're here for it. How are you doing this beautiful Sunday afternoon?
Tulsi Gabbard, she's thanking Trump for his unwavering leadership, especially with the Zelensky situation and the showdown in the Oval Office. Let's listen to what Tulsi has to say about that showdown. Oh, actually, it's a post. So I just saw a video of her talking about it, so I thought we were putting that up. But here's the post. She says, "Thank you, @RealDonaldTrump, for unwavering leadership and standing up for the interests of the American people and peace. What you said is absolutely true. Zelensky has been trying to drag the United States into a nuclear war with Russia, World War III, for years now, and no one has ever called him out on it. Thank you, Vice President J.D. Vance, for speaking out so forcefully and clearly about the necessity of diplomacy." Shannon, she also posted a video talking about how Zelensky, basically banned his opposition and seized all of that person's assets. So she's definitely not a fan. A lot of people agreeing with that message. Your thoughts?
Yeah, she's been very critical of President Zelensky for a long time. And she has said from the beginning that Russia had what she saw as legitimate concerns about Ukraine joining NATO, then NATO being right there on the border with Russia. And I'm going to probe with her this morning because she's going to join us this morning, her first Sunday show doing Fox News Sunday since becoming the DNI. What does she feel now? What, about who started this, how it's supposed to end? She's been very critical of Ukraine and Zelensky as a leader. So I think there are a lot of questions there to get answered. Clearly, she thought what happened in the Oval Office on Friday was President Trump showing strength. And a lot of people feel that way, as awkward as it got, that Americans have been pouring billions of taxpayer dollars into Ukraine with no end in sight. And a lot of people here in America were sort of ready for what happened there on Friday and felt like it was a good thing, and she's among them.
And Shannon, we talked about this for 4 hours yesterday. After the show, I heard from somebody on the Trump team who was in the room for these negotiations and was talking about how something that is lost in all of this is that it started out so warmly, but that now, moving forward, unless, what I'm told by this person, it's ultimately up to President Trump, but that at this point, unless Zelensky makes an explicit public apology, then all bets are off for this mineral deal, and things are just going to be at a standstill. What do you think is more important to the White House at this point? Meeting President Trump's goal of ending the war within 100 days, his first 100 days, which is April 30th, or just exacting this apology and a mineral deal from Zelensky?
Yeah, I think ultimately he does. Peter, as you said, he wants to get this done. He campaigned on this, on ending this. He talks about the constant bloodshed on both sides, hundreds of thousands of people gone forever from their families and from the future of that country. I think he's a deal maker. I think we all know that at the end of the day, he wants to get this thing done. And he started to feel like, this White House has started to feel like Zelensky is a roadblock to getting that done. There's also been a lot of growing frustration that I've heard from folks who have been in some of these meetings, and some of this has been discussed publicly as well. Meetings with people like Secretary Bessent, Vice President Vance, and Secretary Rubio, having conversations with Zelensky that have been very heated, trying to move things forward, and then coming out in some cases feeling like what he said with them privately was then misrepresented as something else publicly. So this wasn't like this just blew up on Friday. You guys know that this has been building for a while.
Before we get to what else you have going on the show today, you've been covering Washington for a long time. Do you ever remember a more sort of explosive, public, open meeting in the White House than what we saw on Friday?
Definitely not in the Oval. I think we all know this is how these guys talk to each other behind closed doors. I think we all expect that. It's going to get rough and tumble. They're going to raise their voices. They're going to have arguments. But for it to spill out so publicly after all of these other foreign visits this week with Macron and with Starmer that were very diplomatic, and they have differences with President Trump for sure, but they were very effusive in their praise while they're on U.S. soil sitting in the Oval Office. So it was a little bit stunning that this thing devolved to the way it did. And I cannot say I've seen anything like that at the White House ever.
But what is the impact of that? Do you think that it's an overall good, like it's transparency, we're seeing what's done, American people can see Zelensky as he is, like him or not? Or do you think that this is not a good thing? What is your view, as Charlie said, having had this experience?
Yeah, I felt very cringe as it was happening. I happened to be at the White House for a completely separate meeting that did not involve this. And when I walked out of the meeting, this had just gone down, and it was like shell shock over there. I mean, and I'm looking around and people are saying like, I think the press conference is going to be canceled. I'm like, what just happened while we were in this other meeting over there? I mean, there was definitely, like radiation fallout that was rippling through the place over there. I don't know. When you think about Europe watching this, when you think about Xi watching this, Putin watching this, you've got a lot of praise from the Russians. And, a lot of folks think that that's not a good thing. Recent polling out that we'll talk about on the show this morning shows 81% of Americans do not think that we should trust Putin. So while they may have problems with Zelensky, they really do not like Putin either. And he was watching the meeting, and a lot of his folks are out there celebrating it this morning. Yeah. So,
and when Shannon says that she had a totally separate meeting at the White House, she also does a lot of work with rare earth minerals.
As I do.
I'm sure that that's part of the show today.
This ring right here has nothing to do with it. No, but listen, Peter, you're my old roommate from D.C.
It's true. Office mate. I mean, roommate, office mate, it's fine. I
have to bring that up all the time.
I would say,
yes.
We were just talking about old movies. When I got to Washington, D.C., and they put me in the office with Shannon, the Nacho Libre poster on the wall was already there. That was Shannon.
Yes, I still have that up. I think it's very classy, and it's the message of Fox News Sunday.
You still have that in your office?
Heck yeah. I got that in Napoleon Dynamite. That and Napoleon Dynamite. I feel like those are classics that cannot be ignored.
Shannon Bream, pure class. Who else do you have on the show today?
Well, we've got Senator Chris Van Hollen, Democrat who's on the Foreign Relations Committee, not really thrilled about what he saw on Friday. And he too thinks that our enemies and those who do not wish the U.S. well are celebrating this thing. So we've got both sides of this conversation and a legal panel because there are a few legal cases to break down.
All right. Well,
Shannon.
All right. Zelensky was in the White House. Everybody knew that. And he definitely brought the heat into the Oval Office. He brought the heat from Ukraine into the Oval Office. And he had a conversation with the Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. And he got really wild. But to me, it was disrespectful of Zelensky to come into the United States, especially in the United States Oval Office. And he talks about what sort of diplomacy is J.D. Vance talking about. This is the Vice President of the United States. Okay, and this is a country that has been supporting you and your people for like 2-3 years now. And then you come into that same place that has been supporting you and you tell them what kind of diplomacy are you talking about.
Russia is very, very pleased with how today went. I immediately went to socials to check Russian social media. And Dmitry Medvedev was once president of Russia, still very chummy with Putin, said...
Yeah, we have this, we have it up there, we'll put it up there.
The insolent pig, meaning Volodymyr Zelensky, finally got a proper slap down in the Oval Office. And real Donald Trump is right. The Kiev regime is gambling with World War III. So this bootlicking performance in the White House by our public servants, our top public servants acting like they own the place. This is what it looked like to me. Two losers on bar stools acting like they own the bar, telling anyone who comes in, you got to go through us first. And you got to give me some flattery first. It was disgusting. This is not diplomacy. This isn't foreign policy. This is thuggery. And I got to tell you, our allies are scared and our enemies are laughing.
It was like maybe when you were 2 years old and you got in trouble for putting your hand in the cookie jar, you know? It's like, oh, you didn't thank your parents enough for raising you. Or, you know, that's how I felt watching it.
It's all about kind of like, are you grateful enough? Are you saying thank you enough?
Yeah.
Do you love me enough? As opposed to it's life and death that we're talking about here.
But I felt like it was completely planned, Abby. I mean, even Trump said, this was great TV, and it's sort of like he let the cat out of the bag. Like, I think that this was staged, planned, because Trump and Vance know they're playing to the American public more than anything else. And if you go on any social media, you're seeing people say, yay, we got America back again, make America great again. And I was asking, how does this make America great again? I mean, this is different than being tough on crime or tough at the border. This is like, okay, I guess we're not going to give $350 million to Ukraine anymore. But what about U.S. security?
Okay, so to answer her question, how does this make America great again, Malik?
Well, I think that it was a great press conference. I actually liked what Donald Trump and J.D. Vance did in that moment. I borrow from Lindsey Graham, who is a strong proponent of Ukraine. He's gone over to Ukraine several times. He said that he had a conversation with Zelensky this morning, and he told him, he said, security guarantees, save that conversation for later. It was Zelensky who decided to chime in on the question. I believe it was a reporter who asked it, and then it went downhill from there. Zelensky, I agree with J.D. Vance. Zelensky was disrespectful.
I don't know that that's what really happened, because
what we saw is what happened.
What you saw, okay, was more than halfway through a meeting that was not going
like 40
like
minutes.
that until J.D. Vance was the one who chimed in and basically said, you're not grateful enough, essentially.
Emily, can you control your emotions? I bet you can.
I can.
I bet you can,
But Zelensky
right?
can't. And we saw that in the press
I think he was
conference.
He's been fighting for sovereignty for 3
He was being
years.
combative,
Zelensky was chiming in about actually on a factual question, which is, can you trust Vladimir Putin to actually make good on his promises? Because Zelensky was there when they signed another deal with Putin that Putin did not uphold.
The entire time. This was an unmitigated disaster from a geostrategic perspective. The messages I got from allies across NATO on the way in here, from the think tank community, from DC, from folks on the ground, was just utter and complete shock. Before he showed up today, there was already a spat previously where, he had said, hey, the president's living in a disinformation bubble. The president punched back and said, you're a dictator and you should have elections. They kind of finally put that aside. So this was already starting to bubble to the surface. Now you throw in the comments that were made today. I don't know that this is recoverable coming back from the other side of this. This is going to cause the Europeans to seriously question leadership at this point. Who is in charge? There's already comments coming about who's in charge of the free world, who's going to take responsibility for security. We have made a significant investment in Ukraine, well over $100 billion, and most of it was in defense spending. It wasn't cash that went over. If that goes to waste, this is going to be seen as a U.S. loss, as a NATO loss, and a huge investment from the American taxpayers is going to be wasted. They have to get past this.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you are Putin, to your point, if you're Putin right now, you're sitting there thinking, they don't really care about Ukraine, so let's just take the whole thing.
Exactly.
I mean, how do you not conclude that after what you just saw there? Trump spent more time saying that he's gone through so many hard times with Putin.
Right.
And that they understand each other because they endured things together. If you're Putin, you're like, okay, why are we even playing games about a deal? We can just take the thing.
I don't care how Putin feels about this. I care about what happened on that television screen, and it was Zelensky. I do believe that Zelensky should be grateful. And do you know who also thought that Zelensky should be grateful?
He has said thank you.
You know who also thought it? Joe Biden. You know who also thought it? It was Blinken. This isn't the first time that Zelensky has seemed to kind of shake America down. I remember there was the deal over
shake
NATO.
America down.
But that's what he's doing.
I mean, I
he
understand
has
he's
come
fighting
before
for the life of his country.
Well, when you come before the United States of America in the Oval Office, then you need to show
Where there was so much decorum today.
Well, they responded to him.
Elon was in there the other day in a baseball cap.
You come in there being disrespectful, and you're going to find out.
Elon is an American. His kids can run around the Oval Office and scream and do whatever they want to do. Zelensky is a Ukrainian, and he happens to be the president of Ukraine. He's here, or he always comes to the United States to get funding for the war. So he has to be grateful. Elon and his kids in the Oval Office is different from Zelensky in the Oval Office. Because they just be comparing a bunch of BS.
The response to it.
Listen,
That's what he was. He was being disrespectful, and J.D. Vance was right to call him out on it.
The other thing that I really thought a lot about as I was watching it is that there's a language barrier here. I mean, English is not Zelensky's first language, and suddenly he's in the middle of this dogfight with two people where English is their first language, and he does not.
Pretty well.
He did pretty well, but I mean, he's trying to interpret all of this in a second or third or fourth language to him, and to me, I felt like he's going to miss out on the phrases and the nuances. I mean, try having an argument in a language that's not your first language.
On the world stage. Well, to Gretchen's point, and to your point, Alex, I actually don't think they got over the battle of words earlier. When Trump said, when Zelensky said he's living in a disinformation bubble, I don't think Trump got over that. I think that's what today was about, his personal ego. But there was a moment during this craziness where J.D. Vance made a policy point. He said, where has all the tough talk and the sanctions and the freezing out gotten us? Let's try talking to our adversary. Now, that's not a foreign policy that I agree with, but that is a serious, substantive, very interesting point to make. If that's where the administration came from and was organized and not chaotic and not personal and not out for vengeance and performing for cameras and licking Putin's boots, that's an argument you could make. Yes. I wouldn't buy it, but it would be serious. That got lost, of course it did, in the craziness and the personal, vengeance.
No, but to your point, so the word costume, he said today, like, where's your suit? Costume would be the literal translation, as they're going back on it and that. And to the point, where has it gotten us? The only reason Putin is at the table is because they are out of men They're seriously decimated in terms of hardware. He doesn't want to see a mobilization in Moscow and St. Petersburg because it's his political base. And so he's buying time to be able to try to get some sort of negotiation. Even if they freeze the front lines right now, there's still going to be economic and information warfare that will continue.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. All right, what do we have here? What do you guys think about Zelensky and Trump's meeting in the Oval Office? Do you think Trump was right?
The fact that this thing about what Zelensky was wearing became an issue. Let's do a little bit of a flashback. Here is J.D. Vance tweeting about this in 2023, and he says, look, I know Schumer changed the dress code, but letting someone in the Senate chamber dressed like this really crosses the line. It is amazing to me that this is even a conversation that we are having.
That's right. And it is just a total fall into the Trump reality television show that was his plan from the beginning. He is a top marketing, I would say he would run a phenomenal agency, social media agency as well. But the fact that this is what continues to get airwaves and real estate in our minds when it comes to the fact that we are now regressing back to another chapter in the Cold War is so stunning to us. Churchill came to the White House during World War II in his military garb. We have seen our elected officials go to post-natural disaster zones wearing windbreakers. Zelensky is in the middle of a war, and it is fully appropriate.
I actually think that Churchill analogy, first of all, it's been made before. And when the war started, a lot of people said that he was channeling a sort of Churchillian aesthetic by basically signaling to his people as their commander-in-chief that they were in a war, right? And now it's become, I think for the right, a symbol that he is cosplaying as a military hero when he's not.
Well, let's talk about what's most important. That was disgraceful, disgusting, disrespectful, dangerous, and bad for not just Ukraine, but bad for American national security. It felt un-American. It felt traitorous. I've never seen a reaction from veterans of all backgrounds like I have in the last couple of hours to that disgusting, demoralizing display. So I don't even want to focus too much on what was worn. I want to focus on what was said and what happened. And that was a real low point for American leadership. And right now, it also, importantly, to focus on, makes America less safe. Our allies are less supportive. We have more people around the world who hate us. And America, in my view, hasn't been this isolated since I and many others invaded Iraq. And I think that's what we have to focus on, is that America is less safe today because of that.
Yeah, I don't think people care about the clothes. This is something that people have talked about with Zelensky since the start of the war. He's typically worn the military fatigue, and people have talked about that. Washington, D.C.
Just to be clear, I don't want to interrupt you, but please continue. But the reporting is that this was a problem for President Trump, that it set the tone for their meeting, which is why we're talking about it, because it actually had an impact on how they conducted this meeting.
So the good thing is that everybody saw at the beginning, the conversation, that joking that Donald Trump said, he said he looked nice. I actually thought that Zelensky, as opposed to the fatigue, I thought he looked good in what he had on. Donald Trump pointed that out. But it also, in that exchange in the Oval Office, he even joked about the fact and said that I think he looks nice. That's literally what Donald Trump said. Now, I thought that the reporter's question actually was just absolutely ridiculous. I don't know who the guy is.
It is Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
Well, so you're using your time to ask questions about clothes?
Yeah, but it just goes to show the shallow
I think the description of a reporter is a bit of a stretch.
Yes, exactly. Why he's in the Oval Office to begin with.
Yeah, on this question of like what's happening with the diplomacy playing out publicly in this way. I mean, Donald Trump is a reality TV show producer, but here's Karl Rove saying this was a whole mistake.
This is why diplomacy should never be conducted in public. I'm confident, and we now know that, for example, in World War II, there were heated disagreements between Franklin Roosevelt, Joseph Stalin, and Winston Churchill, but we didn't see them broadcast on TV. This is a mistake to have it broadcast. This was not the moment that should have been televised.
It wasn't just a mistake, it was an ambush. I mean, this was a plan. This was a politically calculated ambush from all sides, right? No one would feel comfortable walking into an environment like that from any country, and no one should be treated that way. From the reporter to the greeting to the mocking of his clothes, it was beneath America and beneath the White House to treat a guest in our country and a leader who is actively engaged in combat, who is right now losing his fellow service members, who's losing his women and children, his cities are being bombed, and we're talking about his clothes, and we're talking to him that way. It was victim shaming, which is what Trump has been doing to Zelensky in Ukraine since before he got elected. It's unacceptable, it's inappropriate, and it's also undermining not just Ukraine, but our own national security. We are now aligned with the bad guys. Russia is the bad guy, Ukraine is the good guy. And when we continue to attack Ukraine and defend Russia, that puts us in line with the bad guys, which is not where America wants to be.
Well, it's very clear, Pete, of the American allegiances, because that's what it kind of seems like.
Well, actually, I want to weigh in on the clothing. I know you're trying to distract us from it, but
Okay,
I do.
wait,
I do.
no,
No,
I do.
no, but this is why.
Hold on,
No, this is
Smarter
the
conversation.
clothing.
Let me do that. Hang on a second.
Hold on. Let me
Weigh in
say
on the
it.
clothing, but do answer my question.
But as an alum of the George W. Bush White House, I have an old-fashioned view of this and a pretty hard line. Tie, jacket, no jeans, Oval Office. That's where I stand on this. But if we're going, hold. Can you let me finish?
Thank you.
Because that's exactly what I was about to say.
So you didn't even show up in a
If we're going to
t-shirt.
have
Well
criticize President Zelensky for what he's wearing, then we should also criticize Elon Musk for wearing a hat and a t-shirt
Tell it to
in the
Donald
Oval
Trump
Office.
and J.D. Vance. So
I just did.
You're being consistent, but the White House isn't being consistent, and they have no credibility to talk about decorum. I mean, the reason why this question was asked is because this so-called reporter from One American News was there. Why was this person even in the room? Why was there a reporter from the Russian news agency TASS, state media from Russia, in the room in the Oval Office? That's what I'm talking about when I talk about the incompetence of this administration, and yet you can't have the Associated Press there because Trump doesn't like them because they won't refer to the Gulf
I've
of
actually
Mexico as Gulf of
escorted
America.
media into the Oval
So have
Office.
I.
It
I've
was
done the
part of
Pulse
my
Press
job.
before.
I know,
and
but
you
who
know it
cares?
is
We don't
absolute
care. Hold on a
chaos when the foreign media
If you
is
can't,
there.
if you can't control whether the Russian news agency is allowed to come into the Oval Office, one of the most protected spaces in the country, then you don't have the moral credibility or even the intellectual ability to be able to run the White
Pete, House. I want you to answer the substance of what Paul just said. He said this is victim blaming, victim shaming of Ukraine, which is the victim in this whole dynamic. What's your response to that?
I just, we talked about this for 2 segments prior to you coming out here.
And I saw it.
Yeah, I'm sure you did.
Yeah,
and
and
President Zelensky was the instigator in this conversation.
You are absolutely wrong, and you are perpetuating the propaganda of
That
Russia.
wasn't propaganda.
Hold on, let me finish.
He interjected himself.
I'm
That
offended
wasn't
by
propaganda.
that.
You can be
I'm
offended.
absolutely
I am
by
offended
that.
by what you say and how you
Really?
present this entire situation. I'm an alumni of
You're
a different-
offended that
excuse
the
me,
United States wants to negotiate
I'm an alumni
an
of
end
the
to the
United
war.
States Army. That's what I'm an alumni of. And millions of veterans around this country saw that today on our outrage of all backgrounds because of the
And there
way,
are
the way it
millions
was
who
conducted
saw it
and because
and
there are
who saw
people like
strength
you who are
from our
who are
president.
standing with Putin instead of
That's
with
not
America
standing
and
with
instead of
Putin
with
to
our
say that
values.
Zelensky should.
How is this even possible? Like, you are an American. You should support your country. You can never make this up, ladies and gentlemen.
But before we get to them, I have a question for you, one that's never asked. You hear it said all the time that under Article 1 of the Constitution, Congress has the power of the purse, only Congress. Congress lays taxes. Congress determines borrowing amounts. Congress determines spending amounts. And so I have some questions for you. Is that an unlimited power? Is that a power that's unchecked? Can Congress do whatever it wants when it comes to spending and borrowing and taxing? Well, of course, they have to vote on it. And of course, the president has to sign it. Of course, the president has a veto power. Of course, you have elections and people come and go. That's not my question. As a constitutional matter, can Congress do whatever it wants with the power of the purse? Let me give you an example. If Congress passes a massive bill, they pass these omnibus bills all the time where the members don't even know what's in it, which raises a serious question in the first place. Is that legitimate? Our representatives are spending money and they don't even know what they're spending money on? And then they delegate the power through these massive trillion-dollar spending bills to a bureaucracy that's not even in the Constitution, that doesn't represent us. We don't know who these people are. And they put that bureaucracy that's legislating and making determinations about spending in the executive branch. I thought the determinations about the power of the purse were made in Congress, not by an unelected bureaucracy that's not in the Constitution, that is established in the executive branch. So my first premise is this. Much of what you see going on in society today has no connection to the Constitution whatsoever. Nothing. Zero. The framers never contemplated anything like our massive bureaucracy. The American Marxists, that is, the progressives of old, they're the ones who came up with the idea, established it. Their party, the Democrat Party, pushed it hard, funded it, created it. So this whole thing that exists right now has no constitutional basis whatsoever. So the lawyers out there will say, but the Supreme Court ruled. I don't care what the Supreme Court ruled. I'm not talking about the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court in many ways has to make things work. I'm talking about what does your Constitution provide? Your Constitution, not some Supreme Court in the 1940s and so forth. Your Constitution. It provides none of this. Now, the power of the purse, they gave it to Congress, not unelected judges and not the executive. The legislature makes spending determinations, but does it? What's an omnibus bill? It's a massive spending bill, the particulars of which nobody knows. And then it goes to the bureaucracy, again, which has no place in our constitutional construct. So you have people who are mid-level bureaucrats, lower-level bureaucrats, maybe manager bureaucrats, making decisions about hundreds of billions of dollars and where that money's supposed to go. Is that what the framers had in mind? Of course it's not what they had in mind. That's not anything close to any kind of a constitutional construct that they or anybody else was contemplating. Okay. Next question. Does Congress have the power to bankrupt the country under the spending clause? What, Mark? I'm very serious about this. Congress is in charge of the spending bills, borrowing, taxing. Does Congress have the power to bankrupt our country? What do you think the framers would say? Of course not. We set up a limited government with checks and balances. Limited. Article 1 gives Congress what powers it actually has. All this spending that President Trump, Elon Musk, and the team is finding, the framers would be shaking their head. What the hell does this have to do with the federal government? What the hell does this have to do with the American people? What the hell does this have to do with a constitutional system? Nothing. Zero. None of this is contemplated, not because those are the old days and these are the modern days. No. In fact, what's happening in our government is pretty primitive. Nobody really knows what the hell's going on. And so you have Trump comes in and he says, well, I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's going on in the executive branch, whether they put the bureaucracy here. I've got to take a look at it. They're spending money left and right. I've got to take a look at it. If I don't look at it, nobody else is, including our vaulted Congress that has the power of the purse. $500 billion a year, up to $500 billion a year, says the GAO, is wasted. Waste, fraud, and abuse. I'm the president. I'm in charge of making sure the money is spent wisely. No? Well, the answer is yes. Does Congress have the right to fund fraud under the power of the purse? Fraud, Mark? Of course not. Okay. So the executive has the power to find out if there's fraud then, right? Right. Then what are these federal judges doing trying to stop him? What about waste, fraud, and abuse? Does Congress have the power under the power of the purse to spend money in ways that are incredibly wasteful and abusive? Where friends of the Democrat Party are being larded up with billions of dollars with their so-called nonprofit organizations, non-governmental organizations, some kind of ideological objective or whatever. Does Congress have that power? Should it? Should it? We never ask about the power of Congress. Look at Congress over the last decades. Congress can't even get a budget done on time. Ever. Congress can't ever balance the budget.
That's true.
Ever. Congress can't get the debt under control. Ever. We're now paying $1 trillion, soon to be $1.2 trillion, to finance the debt. Now, again, the framers of the Constitution would never have imagined such irresponsibility. But do you think the framers of your Constitution would say it's the job of the president just to ignore it all and just keep rubber stamping it? So why do the Democrats, the left, their media and academia, why do these phony constitutional law professors saying that basically Donald Trump, the executive, has no role, despite the fact it's all in the executive branch? Because they're Marxists/socialists. They're cultural Marxists, economic socialists. This is what they want. This is what they've created. You see, America, if you begin going down and through the process of actually looking at what's taking place, you're destroying the whole idea of omnibus spending bill, where we, the people, have no idea what the money's spending on. So on the spending end, Congress on the front end, the omnibus bill, on the spending end, Donald Trump is saying, well, I want to take a look. And so they're fighting him. They're fighting them with their judges. They're fighting them in the media. They're fighting them in Congress. And then they tell you we have a constitutional crisis. What Congress is doing is aconstitutional. There's nothing in the Constitution that gives them the power to bankrupt the country. There's nothing in the Constitution that gives them this ubiquitous spending, borrowing, and taxing power to spend, borrow whatever they want on whatever they want and tax any way they want. Now, you can't write in a governing document all the little details and specifics. It's not a mortgage. It's not a contract to purchase a car or something like that. This is a governing document. And they said early on, if the people aren't virtuous and the representatives aren't virtuous, this won't last. But no constitutional republic, especially ours, is required to go along with this. In other words, you've got this massive bureaucracy, this fourth branch of government that has no constitutional basis whatsoever. Again, regardless of what the Supreme Court says, it has none. What's the Supreme Court? 9 really smart lawyers in black robes. Okay. Some of us don't have black robes, but we know what we're talking about. Then these omnibus spending bills, just trillions of dollars out the door, $7 trillion, or we have the Inflation Reduction Act, which had nothing to do with inflation, everything to do with climate change. They didn't even spend all the money. They're pushing it out the door near the end. Tens of billions of dollars at a time. $500 billion waste, fraud, and abuse, the GAO says. And Trump's just supposed to, don't look, rubber stamp it. No, Congress does not have the power to bankrupt America. Congress does not have the power to fund fraud. And if in these massive omnibus bills they're funding massive amounts of waste, fraud, and abuse, up to $500 billion a year, I doubt that's a legitimate constitutional power Congress has as well. And so Congress's responsibilities need to be exposed, and what Congress does needs to be exposed as well. Now, these judges, very, very interesting, who are trying to prevent Donald Trump from preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. I just went back and I counted before the program how many of these cases have been brought. 94. 94 cases. And I just took a random look. They're not all Democrat judges, but the vast majority are. The vast majority are. Some of them are Republican-appointed judges, with a caveat. Some of them were appointed by Republicans, like in the case of Seattle by Reagan, as part of a deal where he picked a liberal Democrat judge in order to get 2 more conservative judges through. And those deals at the federal district court level have been made for more than 100 years, probably. So when they say it's a Reagan judge and so forth, you got to take a look. But I took a look at some of these judges who are right in the middle of this. And it's no accident the petitioners who are bringing these cases are bringing them mostly in Washington, D.C., Seattle, Washington, Boston, Massachusetts, New York, Manhattan, places heavy, heavy concentration of Democrats and where you're most likely to get a judge who's been appointed by Clinton, Obama, or Biden. And some of these judges, the key judges right now, were appointed by Biden and Obama. We have Judge Abelson. Now, he's blocking the anti-DEI efforts of the administration. He was just appointed by Biden in the last 2 years or so. We have Judge Alikham, appointed by Biden. Judge Alikham is blocking the freezing of federal funding, where Trump said, you know, I want to take a look at this. She said, no, you can't. We have Judge Ali, perhaps the most radical of the bunch. He has ordered Trump to actually spend money on foreign aid. When Trump says, no, I don't want to spend that money, I want to look at it. John Roberts in the court stepped in and said, not so fast, Judge Ali. We're going to take a look at this. He was appointed by Biden. We have Judge Vargas, appointed by Biden, blocks access to Treasury Department payment systems. We have Judge Boardman, appointed by Biden, blocked access to personnel records. Doesn't the president have a right to know who's working for his government and if they're actually working for his government? We have Judge Amy Berman Jackson. She is a huge radical in Washington, appointed by Obama. She's forced the reinstatement of a so-called watchdog fired by Trump. You see how they're micromanaging? The executive branch, which is trying to manage this massive bureaucracy that's not even in the Constitution. Oh, and by the way, none of these judges are either. They're created by a Judiciary Act. They're created by Congress. So the one person who is created by the Constitution, Donald Trump and the presidency, we're told, has no say, has no power. Nation's going bankrupt. The debt's going through the ceiling. The value of the currency's going down. He just needs to watch. Leave it to the unelected judges. Leave it to the unelected bureaucrats. And leave it to Congress that's using the power of the purse to destroy the country. We have a Judge John McConnell, I believe out of Boston, appointed by Obama. He blocked the president's freeze on grants and loans. We have a Judge Tariffs, appointed by Obama, blocked a freeze of the government, Trump's, on grant and loans. We have Judge Herson, appointed by Biden. He's blocked the transgender order from the administration. We have Judge Engelmayer, appointed by Obama, blocked access to payroll systems, to payment systems, so they can figure out if there's fraud going on. We have Judge Kelly, appointed by Biden. She blocked cuts to personnel grants. They're running the executive branch. These judges are micromanaging the executive branch. Now, where do they get that power? They have no such power, none whatsoever. Zero. They don't have the power to trump the legitimate actions of a president of the United States. They don't have the power to run the human resources departments in the federal government, to decide what's on their websites, to decide whether the president can fire or offer people early retirement. They don't have the power to do any of these things. And yet they're doing them. So first, we establish Congress does not have the power to bankrupt America. It doesn't have the power to fund fraudulent activities. In addition to the fact they don't even know what the hell they're funding under these omnibus bills. The president does have a power to see what's being spent. He does have the power to determine whether fraud's taking place and waste and abuse, and he's not required to rubber stamp it. And now we've established these judges do not have the power to micromanage the executive branch, the bureaucracy, all the decisions that an elected president, elected in the entirety of the United States, gets to make, because the bureaucracy is not in the Constitution. The bureaucrats aren't elected. These judges aren't in the Constitution. They're created by Congress, and they don't have the power to micromanage the executive branch either. So what do we have here? You ready for this? I'm sorry to upset you. We have a post-constitutional America. What's being done now is an effort to wrap the Constitution around activities, institutions that are taking place that are not in the Constitution. The Constitution was never amended to do any of these things. So we're taking the Constitution, the Supreme Court will, no doubt, and try and figure out how to wrap it around all these things that are taking place, and then try to assort and assign who has what authority and who does not. That's what's taking place. And this has been going on since the early American Marxists, aka progressives, the late 1800s. Woodrow Wilson to Franklin Roosevelt to Lyndon Johnson, and on and on and on. And the reason they're so furious on the left and the Democrat Party and the media about efforts to look at what's taking place and to stop what's taking place and on and on and on. The reason why they're attacking Donald Trump and calling him unconstitutional, which is really quite ironic, preposterous, is because this scam has been going on for a long time. You're paying for it. Your children and grandchildren and generations yet born, they're going to pay for it in a humongous way because they're not going to be able to dig out. So why is this being done? Anybody know? Why are the Democrats doing this? Why is the ruling class in Washington doing this with several Republicans? Why do the media support this? Why? Power. Power. And power. They want the power in Washington. They want the power in the ruling class. The Democrat Party wants the power in the party. The party is more important than the country. It's about power. Exactly what the Constitution was constructed to prevent. We'll be right back.
There you have it. Of course, Mark Levin, always speaking facts. And I saw a comment in the section here saying that he worked with Reagan. For sure, he did work with Reagan during Reagan's administration. Of course, he's been a big political head for a long time. That being said, let's go.
Joining us now, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Welcome to Fox News Sunday.
Morning, Shannon.
So what is the intelligence community's assessment of Vladimir Putin and his future ambitions?
Well, I want to focus, first of all, on President Trump's goal and the reality that's on the ground. And that's the thing that seems to be getting lost in what we're seeing in President Zelensky's statements in the White House and the European leaders' response to this. President Trump recognizes the urgent need to end this war after 3 long, bloody years and has proven that he is the only person that can do this. President Zelensky has different aims in mind. He has said that he wants to end this war, but he will only accept an end, apparently, that leads to what he views as Ukraine's victory, even if it comes at an incredibly high cost of potentially World War III or even a nuclear war. President Trump is committed to peace and to freedom. We're seeing this big divergence here between his position and his commitment to these values and the interests of the American people and the interests of President Zelensky and these European leaders. This is an issue that has to be resolved. I know President Trump is committed to doing this, and that's really where the next step needs to lead.
Yeah, so what is that next step? Because one of the criticisms of the Biden administration is that they hadn't talked to Putin for years. President Trump is doing that. He's having that conversation. But now it seems the relationship with Zelensky is broken, at least temporarily. How does that get back on track? Because he's got to be part of the conversation as well.
Of course, and President Trump has made very clear that in his previous conversations with both Putin and Zelensky that he wants to engage with both. He wants to engage in honest and real negotiations. And unfortunately, what happened in the White House after close to an hour of conversation when President Zelensky directly challenged President Trump and Vice President Vance in front of the media and the American people, he really showed his lack of interest in any real good faith negotiations. I can tell you there were a lot of conversations that were happening through different emissaries, both for Zelensky and for President Trump, leading up to his visit there to the Oval Office. And President Zelensky's immediate escalation there was frankly quite a surprise. This has created a huge rift in the relationship. President Zelensky, as you pointed out in the clips that you played, doesn't believe that he did anything wrong and that there was no issue with what he brought up in the Oval Office with President Trump. There's going to have to be a rebuilding of any kind of interest in good faith negotiations, I think, before President Trump is going to be willing to re-engage on this.
One of the things that might have gotten lost in the shuffle as people were trying to listen and now they're talking over each other, we've all seen the clips there from the Oval Office. Zelensky was saying, we did have ceasefires. I have signed onto other agreements, and yet Putin crossed those lines. He said he blew up the ceasefires. He killed my people. Does he not have a valid point that there should be real, understanding his frustrations and skepticism that Putin is actually going to be a reliable partner in whatever deal comes together?
Really, there's two viable paths here. One is that this war continues on as it has for over 3 years, more and more Ukrainians will lose their lives. More and more of the country of Ukraine will be decimated and destroyed in this, what will continue to be essentially a war of attrition. And to what end? To what outcome? President Trump sees this reality. So the alternative to this, which he is so intent on, which he talked about continuously throughout his campaign, that the American people voted for, is his commitment to ending this war and bringing about peace. That requires bringing interested parties to the table to conduct these negotiations. Of course, both sides are going to have their arguments and their interests that they are fighting for. This is the reality of how these negotiations always occur during times of war. Neither side is going to be happy, very likely, with the outcome, but ultimately it needs to lead to peace. And that's what President Trump is so committed to, because he recognizes that the longer this goes on, not only are more Ukrainians losing their lives, but it increases the potential of this escalation towards World War III that he warned against as he sat there with Zelensky, saying that he's gambling with World War III, and that's not a cost that President Trump is willing to accept.
I want to put something up, a recent Quinnipiac poll just days ago. This is before the incident in the Oval Office, if that's what we want to call it. And it asked the American people, do you think the U.S. should trust Russian President Vladimir Putin? 81% of them said no. You know, it's hard to get 81% of Americans to agree on anything, but they're united on that. So why does this administration trust Putin?
I think President Trump goes in with the cynical eye, as he does, I imagine, with any deal that he's made. It's not about blind trust at all. It's about looking at the factors that are on the table, negotiating with all interested parties. And then for President Trump, ultimately, he's going to look out for what's in the best interest of the American people, our ability to live in a peaceful and prosperous way in our country, and uphold the values of freedom that we hold dear. So I think, again, President Trump has a very realist view of the picture and what's at stake, which is why he's so committed to working to bring about an end to this war, and frankly, why he's proven that as this war has been waged over the last 3 years, he's the only one that has the ability to do that.
So our next guest coming up, Democratic Congressman, Senator Chris Van Hollen, says that he is very worried about what he saw on Friday, what it communicates. He says the people who are celebrating are Russia and Putin, Xi and China, people who don't have America's best interests at heart. And we do have, over the weekend, a number of reactions out of Russia. You've got Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov saying President Trump's the one using common sense and that we like the way he's acting. You've got the Kremlin spokesperson, Dmitry Peskov, saying what the U.S. is doing is changing the game, and it largely coincides with our vision. What do you make of Russia celebrating and saying what the U.S. is doing lines up with their vision?
They're going to say what their position is. What we should pay attention to here in the United States of America is the American people, so many people across the country celebrating the strong leadership that President Trump and Vice President Vance demonstrated in the Oval Office, something we have not seen over the last 4 years of the Biden administration, where we finally have a president who's going to stand up strongly and fiercely and unwaveringly for the cause of peace and freedom for the American people. I know that that is who President Trump has on his heart and on his mind as he is working towards bringing about a negotiated end to this war. I think those who are criticizing his efforts in this way are showing that they are not committed to peace. And in the case of many of those European countries, that they're not committed to the cause and values of freedom. Even though they speak of this, we heard very clearly during Vice President Vance's speech in Munich different examples of how these European partners and longtime allies in many cases are actually implementing policies that undermine democracy, that shows that they don't actually believe in the voices of the people being heard, and implementing anti-freedom policies. We're seeing this in the United Kingdom. We're seeing this in Germany. We saw it with the tossing out of the elections in Romania. So there's something fundamentally deeper here that shows a huge difference in divergence between the values that President Trump and Vice President Vance are fighting for, the values that are enshrined in our Constitution, the interests of the American people in our peace and freedom and national security, versus those of many of these European countries who are coming to Zelensky's side as he walked out of the White House, saying basically that they are going to support him in continuing this war and that they don't stand with us around these fundamental values of freedom.
Well, and they also, though, think that they're in more alignment, and they should be, with the U.S. when it comes to those freedoms and things you talk about. Certainly, those are not things that you would say that Russia or Putin celebrates or bestows on his own people.
That's correct. I would not make that claim, and it's clear that that's not the case, nor does President Trump. But that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about many of these European countries and Zelensky himself, who claim to be standing and fighting for the cause of freedom and democracy, when we actually look at what's happening in reality in these countries, as well as with Zelensky's government in Ukraine, is the exact opposite. You have the canceling of elections in Ukraine. You have political parties being silenced or even criminalized or thrown in prison. You have the freedom of religion, churches being shut down. You have political opposition being silenced. You have total government control of the media. We could go down a whole laundry list of issues that are against the values of democracy and freedom. So it really begs the question, as Vice President Vance said again in Munich, it's clear that they're standing against Putin. Obviously, that's clear. But what are they actually really fighting for? And are they aligned with the values that they claim to hold in agreement with us, the values that President Trump and Vice President Vance are standing for? And those are the values of freedom, of peace, and true security.
All right, so the way that you describe Ukraine and the way that most Americans and most of the world understands Russia, are you saying it's essentially choosing between the lesser of two evils?
What I'm focused on is what President Trump is focused on, which is peace, seeing the world through a very clear picture and making sure that the president is having honest and good faith negotiations with both of these countries to bring about an end to this war. That is what it's about. That lives are at stake. The potential of World War III, if this war continues to go on and escalate, is what's at stake. And again, President Trump will make his decisions and will stay very focused on what is in the best interest of the American people and ensuring that future of peace and freedom.
All right, and we'll stay tuned.
I am so glad that Tulsi Gabbard gets the chance, the opportunity to become and to operate at this level, being the Director of National Intelligence. Let's see what happens in the next 4 years. Let's see how she performs, but she's doing good so far. She's definitely doing great so far.
A former comedian went to the White House yesterday, and the result, well, it was kind of laughable. Ukrainian President Zelensky sat down with President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday, but it felt more like a UFC octagon. The two clashed over a possible ceasefire in the Ukraine-Russia war, with Zelensky trying to lecture Trump before the president kicked him out of the White House. Zelensky still hasn't apologized for what Trump calls disrespect, but according to someone inside the room, what really set off the fireworks was Zelensky's body language. Apparently, 30 minutes of head shaking and eye rolling was just too much for President Trump and VP Vance. That, Lisa, I don't know, if you've gone back and looked at the whole 40 minutes, I had to do it because people on X started pointing out that the majority of people in this country that are reacting to this strongly only saw that last 10 minutes maybe of a 40-minute press conference where Zelensky was eye rolling, body language the whole time.
Yeah, and I think the frustration is just because, like, okay, so for instance, I'll tell a story. There used to be a Starbucks near Fox News, and there was a homeless guy that used to open the door for people. And so I would buy him food and, but then he started getting a little greedy and he started having specific demands about what he wanted. No, it has to be this sandwich. I need this orange juice. And so at some point you're like, I was trying to be generous, but when you're asking for so much, like I have less of a desire to want to help you. And I feel like that's Zelensky right now, right? We've given him hundreds of billions of dollars and he doesn't seem to be appreciative of that money. Comes into our house, the people's house, and then insults our president. And then also, I think why President Trump is so good on foreign policy is that he sees the world from a very realistic lens. And, he looks at Putin. Obviously, Putin's a bad guy, but he's also looking at Zelensky. And if you heard about any other president, any other country that did some of these things, like suspending elections by declaring martial law or banning opposition parties or merging all national TV channels into one state-run broadcast or barring men from leaving the country, barring certain religious organizations. I mean, would you say that person's a defender of democracy? No, of course you wouldn't. So I think President Trump is looking at these two men. He realizes that Ukraine cannot fight this war without us. They're not going to win against Russia. And so he wants to reach a conclusion. He wants this to end. And Zelensky thus far doesn't seem to want any sort of peace. And so I think what we're seeing is President Trump just trying to apply some pressure to him to get this guy to fold and, for the fighting to stop and to bring some peace to it.
Jason, you spent 10 years in Congress. I spent 8 years in the Marine Corps. Those times overlapped during the Iraq and Afghanistan war. And during that time, and even to this day, and to his own credit, in a very honest way, Senator Lindsey Graham would say, we fought that war and spent that money, and that kept us safe here. We fought it there, so we didn't have to fight it here. That is kind of the narrative, is fight Russia, let Ukraine fight Russia, because if not, they're coming after us next. I think the American people just have lost their appetite and faith in that argument. It's like proving a negative in a way.
Right.
And, I would imagine as a member of Congress, you went through that journey yourself on from where you started to where you ended.
Yeah, there came a point where we could not, figure out what victory looked like. When I would go to Iraq and Afghanistan, and I would ask them, these generals, the highest generals we had, what does victory look like, and how do we get there? They couldn't answer that basic question. And so here's President Trump, and he made a very solid point. Of course, you won't see it on any of the other networks because they think that, it's all for Putin. And President Trump said, look, my allegiance is to the United States of America, and I want peace. And right now, I'm trying to help you, but you're not willing to help yourself. And he made a very good point that under President Obama, they gave him sheets, like literally blankets and sheets. Mm-hmm. And the hard weapons, the javelins, were given to him by President Trump. Otherwise, they would have already been all overrun. So they need to come to a conclusion. But to have the safety and security net of the United States enforcing that is important.
Yeah, I would imagine so. It didn't take long for the left to attack Trump over his throwdown with Zelensky. And now they're pulling a page out of the old playbook, calling Trump a Russian asset. Wow. Eric Swalwell, you remember him, saying Zelensky, quote, went into the Oval Office and stood up to Russia's best negotiators. Wow. And that was just the tip of what we call the iceberg.
What we just witnessed between Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and President Zelensky inside the White House was an ambush. It was a planned ambush designed to embarrass President Zelensky in order to benefit Vladimir Putin.
The propaganda is what's coming out of J.D. Vance's mouth, and it's Russian propaganda.
What a complete and utter mess. And this is a gift to Putin. We don't gain anything by acting like bullies, and this is what bullies do. And just because you act this way, by the way, it doesn't mean that you're tough.
The president of the United States is a coward who is Vladimir Putin's puppet. And the vice president of the United States is a pogue and a coward who is Donald Trump's puppet. And so what we just witnessed was a meeting in the Oval Office between two cowardly puppets and a hero. It's just embarrassing that the only hero in the Oval Office, the only decent human being for that matter, is the Ukrainian.
Yeah, I'll have more on a response to Seth Moulton in a minute, but first, President Trump let the world know who he was aligned with.
I'm not aligned with Putin. I'm not aligned with anybody. I'm aligned with the United States of America.
Yeah, real quick, off the top here, I want to address what Seth Moulton said there about the Vice President of the United States being a pogue and a coward. Seth Moulton needs to understand, for those of you that don't know, he was an officer. He retired or got out as a captain for the United States Marine Corps. He has 4 combat tours, so he understands combat. But pogue means person other than grunt. Mm-hmm. I was a pogue. I fought 2 wars as a pogue. I lost a lot of buddies and half my body as a pogue. So maybe Seth Moulton needs to change his language there, because if you're equating being a person other than grunt with being a coward, you might have a lot of people knocking on your doors tomorrow. That was just that was shameful to attack J.D. Vance, the nuance of his record, who he, by law, is a combat veteran. Sarah, go
That was yeah, you're absolutely right, Joey. It was absolutely disgusting, and this coming from a wife of a combat veteran as well, and somebody who lost their eyesight in Afghanistan, and as a war correspondent on the front lines covering the war. And I want to say one thing too, as far as President Trump is concerned, and I love hearing this from the left. It's so ridiculous saying that he's a puppet of Putin. No, they are the puppets of Putin. This was Russia hoax. Remember, folks, this was Hillary Clinton and James Comey and John Brennan and the intelligence apparatus and our military that was working in contrary to President Trump during his first term. They were the ones that were being the lapdogs for the Russians, because when that fake dossier showed up and tried to destroy his first term and tried to destroy this man who was duly elected by the American people before the whole world, they used actually a Russian asset for that dossier, and Christopher Steele, who was a British MI6 spy. So the only people that are puppets for the Russians are the left, and everything they try to accuse the right of is exactly what they are doing.
But I would just love to know these people who are, full-throated in their defense of Ukraine. What's the end goal? Can Ukraine actually win this war? No, they cannot. So if they cannot win this war, then what are we doing? How much more money do we send them? How much more do we deplete our own arsenal to support Ukraine in an unwinnable war? And so that's where we are right now. And I think that's what President Trump understands, which is why he is trying to solve this, which is why he's trying to work on the mineral deal, why he's trying to work with both sides to come to some sort of resolve, because he realizes that Ukraine cannot win this war.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to be said about this. I'm very fired up about especially Mark Kelly and Seth Moulton. These people are supposed to have worn a uniform and had some pride to talk about our commander-in-chief that way for no other reason than score political points. I mean, this is a very important issue. So hopefully you guys will tune in tomorrow. We're going to talk more about this.
Joining us now, the director of national.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy Genesis. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. Okay, so I want to share this video with you guys, and I want you guys to tell me what you think. There's been another upset in the aviation world. Check this out. So right here, that is a FedEx plane going through some crazy engine fire afterbird collision during takeoff in Newark, New Jersey. This is wild. You can see the engine, or the blade on the right, is on fire. It's just wild what's going on right here. So investigation has started on that FedEx plane and what caused the engine, or the blade on the right, to start sparking up and causing it to light up in flames and fire like that. But everybody was safe, because at the end of the day, everybody landed straight. So there was no cause for alarm. Yes, somebody just said it in the comment section. They feel like there's been so many airline accident. That's for sure. That is for sure. But it started in December last year. If you remember, it started abroad, actually. It didn't start in the United States. I think it started in Romania or something like that. If you check, go back to December, go Google the plane crash in December. He got crazy in December. There was no information about any plane crash in the United States or anything like this in the United States as of December. But now it's going crazy. Why? But anyway, this is another crazy, wild situation. Wildfire in Tryon, North Carolina causes huge fumes of smoke. This is in California, ladies and gentlemen. This is North Carolina. This right here is North Carolina. You would think this is maybe, California. But this is North Carolina, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on? This is 2025. What is going on here? That's too wild. Anyway, President Trump is going to be addressing Congress in 2 days.
President Trump set to address a joint session of Congress Tuesday night at 9, which you can watch right here on Fox News. Trump is expected to lay out his agenda for the next year after a busy first month in office.
We've done a great turnaround in a little more than 30 days, but the country's really doing well. Really doing well. We're respected again all over the world. We have another 20 prime ministers and presidents wanting to come. And it's very good feeling. I think our country has really turned around.
Senior advisor to Trump, Jason Miller, joins us now. Great to see you this morning, Jason. So, anytime you have a high stakes, big stage for Donald Trump, it's always must watch TV.
Absolutely. And typically these are State of the Union speeches. But in the first year that a president's in office, they have a joint session of Congress. But I think this is more important than ever because not only of what we've seen President Trump do in this first month in office, historic, by the way. You talked about it earlier, the executive order, securing the border, getting rid of things such as DEI and men and women's sports, getting the framework put together for trade deals with countries like Japan and India. And I know she'll be on at the top of this next hour, but Tulsi Gabbard and the rest of this fantastic cabinet. But what comes next is so critical, and this is what you touched on, because the country is in a really bad place from where Joe Biden left it, even with all the fantastic accomplishments that, by the way, I think George Washington and all the rest of the presidents would envy, is what President Trump does to finish getting our country back on track. Number one, still, we have to tackle Bidenflation. Joe Biden left us in a really bad spot, but by getting energy prices down and then also making sure that we stop this wasteful spending, that's going to be a big component, getting this one big, beautiful tax bill done that the House has already made some great steps. We need more money for the border to keep it permanently secure. And then here's the key thing, and you also touched on this, making sure that we continue to bring peace and stability around the world, but we have to do it with respect and strength. Those are the two keys that President Trump's going to go into. And then I'd also say, looking to the future, I think we're also going to see President Trump talk a little bit about things such as making sure we get to Mars, winning the AI race against China. And the other one, too, which I really like, Energy Secretary Chris Wright has been talking about this, but making sure we have a Marshall Plan for energy for the next generation. Charlie, there's a lot. I'm really excited.
Yeah, so, and obviously, another thing that's kind of important here is that Republicans have both chambers of Congress, albeit by slim majorities, but there's still politics going on, and there's still winning the message, because obviously President Trump is going to have a stronger hand in 2 years if he can expand majorities in both chambers. Talk about what an opportunity this is to win that political message right now.
Yeah, great question, because after 4 years of Joe Biden, what President Trump is able to do is connect with people in their everyday lives. And so when we talk about securing the border and deporting all these criminal illegals, making sure people know that they are going to be safe, getting rid of the international gangsters like Tren de Aragua, sending them out of here, dealing with the cartels, stopping the scourge of fentanyl. People have to feel safe and secure. We also have to make sure that people are going to be able to have more money, that whether that's by lower taxes, whether that's also by bringing down the prices of things. President Trump has this unique ability to speak directly to the American people and let them know in a transparent and accountable way how he is helping them. People are tired of the Washington nonsense. They want things fixed. They want it turned around. They want that Trump safety and security back now.
So we all remember one of President Trump's previous State of the Union addresses where Nancy Pelosi tore up the address and then did the alligator clap at him. What do you expect out of Democrats today? And does it make a difference whether they try to mount some ridiculous protest?
You know, this will be curious to see, because right now President Trump's polling numbers are the highest that they've ever been. And the reason being is his policies are so popular. Guess what, Democrats? Nobody wants higher taxes. Nobody wants men and women's sports. Nobody wants DEI. Nobody wants federal workers staying home. They want the changes and the reforms that President Trump is putting into place. And so when we look at the Dems, they don't have a leader. I really think they're in the mumble tank right now. And quite frankly, everybody loves President Trump's policies. This is going to be a big night. President Trump always steps up on game night on the big stage. That's why I look forward to seeing on Tuesday.
Always win on the policies. Jason Miller, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. You want to keep going, or you want to pause for now? Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. You guys want to keep going? You know what? Let's do two more. $2025 has been something, hasn't it? How has your year been so far? Great? Bad? How's it been so far? Let me know in the comment section. Let me know in the comment section. How's your year been so far? If you've been crushing it. I am going to start going back to the gym on Monday, which is tomorrow.
Donald Trump Jr. is with us. You know, I've known your dad a long time, and I've always known he's a force of nature. And by the way, you know, I would say you're probably not far off yourself. And I've known him for a long time. He's never been this dialed in my view. He's never been this focused, this committed, and seemingly at peace and happy. Am I wrong in that observation?
I think you're actually 100% right, Sean. It actually took the last 4 years of abject disaster for him to figure out who his friends are, who the people who are loyal are, and for the American public to understand just how fragile this incredible experiment of America really is. We saw it disappear like that. We went from a time of peace to a time of war. We went from a time of prosperity to a time of poverty. It went away in an instant, Sean. And so now he knows who those people are. Frankly, in 2016, he didn't have that knowledge. He had to trust people from the outside to say, this guy's on your side. Turns out they weren't. They were kicking the can down the road. It was permanent Washington. We're going to wait him out, and we're going to get back to business as usual. But the last 4 years, he learned so much. He figured out who he can trust. And now he has a cabinet that is 100% in lockstep with America First policies, the things that he wants to do. They are going to actually make those things happen, not tell him what he wants to hear, and then go do the opposite inside the halls of whatever agency they work. So it was really amazing. All the Democrats had to do was not play their games in 2020. You would have had the same can kicking from 2020 till now. You'd probably end up with a Democrat president right now. But now you have the most supercharged, knowledgeable, aggressive Trump that you can possibly have. That was the mandate from the American people. Because, again, they saw their American dream slip away so rapidly over the 4 years of the Biden administration that they're seeing these wins. Think about it. The same Democrats that told us you can't really do anything about the border. Border crossings are down 95%, and it's only been a month. Doge has uncovered $100 billion in waste. $100 billion, Sean. Imagine what we could do for American people who have been suffering, or schools that are indoctrinating and not educating our children, or a broken healthcare system, or crumbling infrastructure. Think of what we can do with 4 years of these kinds of fines. Once Elon and his team get into the rest of the administration and the rest of the agencies that have just been playing games. No one actually thought that giving $5 million to Trans Elmo programs in Guatemala was great use of their funds. There's so much we can do. The possibilities are frankly endless, and he sees that. The American people see it. They finally have opened their eyes to what is possible, and we are going to unleash all of that. I just couldn't be more proud of everything that he's doing right now.
The hatred of your father, I would argue, has been predictable, because after the denial, after the grief, after the depression, they always seem to settle back on the rage portion of what the radical Democratic Party is. What I didn't anticipate is that they would double, quadruple down on, we'll be the party that puts illegal immigrant rights over the American people and their safety. We're going to be the party that champions the right of men to play in women's sports. We're going to be the party that is going to claim we have a constitutional crisis because Elon Musk, your father, department heads are discovering hundreds of billions of dollars in waste, fraud, abuse, corruption, not being spent on the American people, but abroad. You're right, on DEI programs, wokeism, transgenderism, and the Green New Deal. They have settled on that agenda. How did that happen?
It's actually amazing. I love to see them go all in on these issues. And I think my father's superpower is finding like a 90-10 issue, taking the 90 side. And because of their Trump derangement syndrome, many know it as TDS, but because of the Democrats' Trump derangement syndrome, they can't help themselves. They go all in on these issues that are just widely unpopular with real Americans because they haven't ever gotten outside of their bubble, Sean. No one really believes that 3-year-olds should be able to get gender-affirming care without parental consent, and yet they're all in on these issues. No one really thinks that only taking over a couple of buildings by Tren Lagua, the Venezuelan murderous drug gang, it's only a couple of buildings, Sean. What difference does it make? They're taking these positions, and they keep doing it. It's actually glorious to watch because it means we don't just have this next 4 years to do it. We'll likely have a 12-year runway with incredible candidates. The other great thing about the last 4 years is Republicans and conservatives, and America First conservatives in particular, we finally learned to fight, Sean. It's the first time where we're actually on the offense. We're not just playing defense anymore. They're the ones playing defense, and they're in total panic. Even some of the great sort of Democrat thought leaders are like, you guys got to stop doing this, but they can't help themselves. Each and every day, they're going all in on insanity. I remember in the days after the election, people are like, who cares if you can't afford your groceries? We need to go in on XYZ issue that's totally not popular. Men playing women's sports, whatever it may be, they just can't help themselves. So it's really interesting to watch. The attacks that they're putting on towards Elon. Well, is he really pro-South Africa? Because he's only been a citizen for 22 years. I mean, imagine we said that, Sean. It would be a very different response. So they're getting their own arguments confused. They don't know where they're at. They can't keep up with the narrative. And the administration now is functioning so effectively and so efficiently that by the time the liberal media gets their narrative talking points in line, the administration is 3 or 4 issues down the road. They can never catch up. It's glorious to watch, and they continue to self-destruct.
Okay. Have you ever given thought to a political future? I don't think I've asked you.
I don't know. Listen, my goal, I've spent the last 9 years in this game. I've learned a lot. They continue to run the same playbook at me. Yesterday, I was pro-Russia, the usual, Russia, Russia, Russia. Here we go again. It's like take 12.
Are they back in that? Yeah.
But I really spent a lot of time And again, whether it's, finding other guys and helping guys like a J.D. Vance, I want to make sure we have a bench, Sean. It's not about me.
Yeah.
It's about our country. It's about what we leave to our children. I have 5 young kids. I want to make sure of that. So what's amazing, frankly, is, and maybe I'm a small part of it. It's an honor to even be considered, is now we have a real bench of real fighters, of real thinkers, who can take America First policies in decades from now. And that's just amazing to watch. So you never know. One day maybe you have to step up. Maybe, somewhere down the line it, gets off base again and you need someone that can come in and be the sledgehammer to normalize things, perhaps like my father is. So it would be a great honor maybe one day, but we'll have to see at the time. Right now, I'm just really excited about the team and the great personalities that are just doing such.
And to think that he was a very key person in appointing J.D. Vance as the vice president of the United States, because he told his father, Donald Trump said this, okay, the 47th president of the United States said this. He said, my son, Don Jr., recommended J.D. Vance, okay, because J.D. Vance is close friend with Don Jr. So it's like the fact that Donald Trump trusts his family, his son, to that level or at that level, it's a different ballgame entirely. It means you trained him to be a very responsible, efficient human being, to be a person that could pick a good charactered person. You know what I mean? So it takes a lot. And I respect him as a father because I got a 5-year-old daughter. I mean, if you think about it, his children are actually successful kids. They act right, they talk right. Nothing fishy. At least in the public. Maybe in private space they have their own issues, but like public square, his kids are Gucci.
So since Elon asked all federal workers for their 5 accomplishments at work, we thought it's only fair to send Johnny to ask what yours are. Watch.
What have you heard that Elon Musk has been doing in Washington?
I know he's a fascist piece of
He has been on the stage with a sledgehammer going zzz.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy.
He sent out an email to federal workers saying, name 5 things you've accomplished this week or else resign. Was that a good idea?
Hell yeah. I want to know too.
He's a genius.
What is wrong with the truth? What is wrong with the truth?
Not from a random person that comes in and asks what you're doing.
He was instructed.
He said, yeah, I want to know. I want to know what you did last week.
By the president to do so.
Good night.
He's an unelected person.
But the emails.
The emails? It's irrelevant.
Enough of the emails.
What do you do for a living?
Talk.
Musical theater composer.
I own a daycare.
I imitate animals.
You know?
Private equity.
Server at a golf club.
Make music and deliver food.
What are 5 things that you've accomplished this week?
Oh, you guys are nosy. Who am I answering to right now?
Johnny.
And I'm Majesty.
Pleasure to meet you, Your Majesty. Marked up some NDAs.
I dance with my babies.
Let's see.
I attended a Black History Month event.
Black History Month. How are you, darling?
I served drinks.
The drunker they get, the bigger the tip, right?
Songwriting. I've written lyrics.
There was not much I did. There was...
Yeah.
I did the twerk at work. I did the twerk at work. I did the twerk at work.
Kept the office entertained with some water cooler talk.
I feed them. I wipe them up.
You wiped them?
I wipe my ass, but nobody else's. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Meow, meow, meow.
Would meditating count?
No.
Damn.
Hire actors.
Sung all day in my room.
There we go. What you sing?
Showed up to you on my skateboard. That smirk, you look like a playboy.
How I wonder what you are.
If I had that voice, I would have been president 20 years earlier.
Oh, God. Headline. Mm-mm-mm.
Doesn't really put in too much effort. How do you deal with that person?
I take him home and have sex.
I'm feeling lazy.
Oh.
Oh, God. Is this real?
How do you deal with that person?
I take him home and have sex.
I'm feeling lazy.
Oh, plenty of them.
The sloth?
Sometimes I seem like the lazy one. Excuse me.
Have you ever been fired?
Yeah. I was taking too long with people's deliveries.
What were you doing?
Stopping to like smoke a joint.
No. No.
No.
Oh, God.
No. Why are you firing me?
You're fired.
No, Johnny.
Do you know who Johnny is?
No.
I'm Johnny.
Oh, hi, Johnny.
Jesse Waters, I love you so.
Jesse, let me tell you something.
Oh, God. Yo, Jesse, yeah, that was fire, dog. That was fire, dog. That was fire.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I can't believe we're still doing the show.
Yeah. That was dude. That was good, Jesse. Amanda says, who are these people? These are regular people on the street. Probably New York. Because that was filmed out of New York. So just people reacting to stuff.
Welcome
All
back,
right, Pam
America.
Bondi.
We're here with Attorney General Pam Bondi. Attorney General Bondi, so are you getting many referrals, whether it is Tom Homan on immigration or it's the EPA, Zeldin about that unbelievable grant, events like that from DOJ and Musk and these other departments? Are they starting to pour in somewhat?
Pour in is an understatement, Mark. Yes, we're going nonstop. First with Tom Homan and Kristi Noem. We're all working hand in hand. I was with both of them all week. You're going to see a lot of really great things coming out. We all work as a team. We work so well together. You know, I always tell the president this. I said, we were friends, so many of us, before we came in to work for the president. And it just makes our jobs so much easier because at a principal level, we're all talking to each other constantly. And I talk to Elon constantly because Elon needs us with everything he's doing. He needed us a couple weeks ago when his federal government employees, half of them got locked in USAID, half of them got locked out of USAID when the career deep state turned off their access cards. So that's one of the, I know you can't make this up. That's one of the many things we're doing with DOJ. Last weekend, Secretary Zeldin and Secretary Bessant of Treasury, the three of us, we were FaceTiming pretty much all weekend about all the problem, the $20 billion, as you know about at EPA. We've been talking nonstop about that. We're going after that. I have a team of lawyers on that. We're all working hand in hand. Secretary Rubio, as you know, this past week, we had a great ruling for him from Justice Roberts. They stayed the case that Marco had to disperse hundreds of millions of dollars of USAID funds. We've had some other fun rulings for Doge in that one involving Secretary Besant. You'll love this one if you haven't read about this one yet. They tried to tell the Secretary of Treasury that he had no power over how funds are dispersed from the Treasury Department. Only career employees could do that, not the Secretary of Treasury, because they called him a quote political. So that's what we're dealing with every day.
And you got a lot of these judges. I've seen the districts they're in. Most of them are in these dark blue cities: Boston, Washington, New York, Seattle, Washington. I counted, and I could be wrong, but I counted on the public record 94 of these lawsuits trying to cripple Doge and the president and the activities that are taking place. I guess these are taking up a lot of time, no?
They are, but there are great lawyers that we have brought in who are amazing. They're on it. We're bringing in more lawyers. Next week, you're going to see a whole stream of new lawyers coming in to help them, but we're on it and we're in the right. And ultimately, these cases are going to get to the Supreme Court and we will prevail. It's not even a close call on this. Trillions of dollars of your tax dollars, our tax dollars are attempting to be distributed by the deep state, and it's going to stop. It's stopped right now. We're not going to let it happen.
You know, Attorney General Bondi, I'm getting the sense, listening to you and some of the other top officials in the Trump administration, you folks really get along, you really like each other, you like the mandate that the president's giving you, that the president's giving you a lot of room to operate and so forth and so on. I just get the sense that this administration early on is functioning much better and coordinating much better than your typical administration. Now, you've worked in administrations before, not obviously for a president. Is that your sense of this?
Absolutely. And the president and I talk about this a lot. The president talks about this publicly, even from his first administration. You know, I think you're wiser. I was in his last administration for a short time when they tried to impeach him the first time. So I got to see how great it worked then, but now it works even better. I think you're just wiser. You know what's happening. We all work so well together. He has assembled a team of people who are second to none. And our vice president is just off the charts. He is truly remarkable. He was someone who I didn't know before this, and I've just really, I think the world of him and the entire cabinet. And then, Mark, if you take it to a national security level, I always say it's the things that keep all of us up at night that you'll never know about. Hopefully, you'll never know about them, and that's why America is safe. You know, you hear the very public things, the things on the news, but getting to watch firsthand these truly professionals led by Mike Waltz, Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, Scott Bassett, all of these people together. Steve Witkoff is amazing. The things that are being done for world peace at the direction of Donald Trump, it's remarkable. It's remarkable. I'm so blessed to be a part of it, a teeny tiny part of it, what they're doing.
Well, we cannot wait to see tangible results from everything that the Trump administration is doing right now. And of course, you got to say Pam Bondi has been true to her word. She said she was going to, release the Epstein files after the president signed the executive order for the MLK, RFK, and get my thought right. MLK, JFK, and Epstein files. Okay, so that is definitely a big deal, and hopefully that gets cleared up. And then, of course, the economy. The economy was a big deal during the 2024 election, and now the price and the availability of eggs has been an issue. So we're gonna talk about that when we get back here. But with that being said, turn on your notification bell, subscribe to the channel, join the memberships. It is $4.99, and also we support free speech. Okay, everybody, you can come in here, do what you want to do, but don't be an a-hole. Okay, just be nice. Be a nice person. All right. Thank you guys so much. Instead of looking for perfection, seek for consistency. Never give up on yourself. Never give up on your dreams. Never give up on God. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and believe in Almighty God, okay? God bless you guys so much. We're going to be back here in like 25, 30 minutes. That is for sure. And then we're going to have another good time. But with that being said, go to the video channel or the video profile on this channel. And then we have some videos there as well, so you guys can check that out. But with that being said, thank you to the veterans. Thank you to the active members. You guys secure the homeland. God bless you. Thank you. It is your boy Genesis, and I am signing out for now.